Hello, Salter. Thank you so much for coming through the interview. Great match out of your side against Cubics. What was the match like, and did you prepare well for your opponent?
Yeah, of course, we're preparing for every opponent, every game. It was pretty easy, to be honest. Maybe at one point we relaxed a little bit, but then we just catch the focus and won the game.
Yeah. Aren't you still a bit sad you didn't get to play against Partizan, since it would have been your last match and you would have been in a play for a bigger seat, for a higher seat?
You mean the match that we forfeited because of the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was sad that we were playing like 10 overtimes in the game was ecstatic that day. And we lost the ecstatic game with 10 overtimes, and then we forfeited your match on your tournament. Yeah, it was kind of sad, but it is what it is, you know.
Yeah, bad day in the office. What does your schedule look like? Is your schedule this crazy almost every day?
Yeah, right now we're in a PC club in Moscow with 5 of us where we will be playing for PC club on your tournament, and then we're going to the London to the playing arenas so we can play another match. But it's not that crazy, to be honest. Only 2 matches.
Yeah. Okay. Against 9, it should be a pretty close match. How do you see your opponents? How do you see their strength?
Not the easiest opponent that we could get, but I think we still got it.
Yeah. Do you feel like there was more easy opponents, and what was the opponent you would prefer?
Dynamo Eclot.
Okay, so the home favorites. If you win this match, is there a team you would love to dodge in the play-in match? Because there are Ants, Fnatic on the 3-0, or Navi Junior on the 3-1.
Navi Junior for sure.
Yeah, everyone says that for some reason. Okay, thank you so much for the interview and good luck for the match.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Bobexd. Thank you so much for coming through the interview. Maybe a surprisingly tough match against Maestro. Why do you think it was so complicated?
I think we just got surprised by them, how they played on Nuke, I think, and we didn't really adapt that well. I think we had a lot of good opportunities to win these rounds, most of the seed rounds, I think, but we just fumbled them.
Yeah. Did you struggle with adaptation to their fast, maybe more face-it-like CS?
Yeah, I think that's what, especially on Nuke, I think we got, we just got caught in some positions, I think, and just didn't keep up with their pace, I think.
Yeah, but you still made it through. Is this tournament in particular hard for you because you are facing strong opponents, but also sometimes you are upset by these opponents? So is the Conquest a hard tournament? Would you say that?
I mean, our goal is obviously to become a consistent top 20. We haven't talked about it, but obviously you want to reach as high as you can, and so I think everyone in the team expects us to beat these teams in this tournament. So I wouldn't say it's a hard tournament. I think we just haven't been that hot recently, but hopefully we can fix it. We're in bootcamp now, so hopefully it helps.
Yeah. Against Gun 5, there is nothing but hard match ahead of you. Do you feel like they might be one of the stronger opponents you could get for your last round?
I don't really know. I remember correctly who the other teams were, but I think Gunfire has always been they're always a hard team to face. They're always playing like a kind of fast-paced style, and you just have to be ready always at all times. So I think they're a pretty good team.
So what do you think will be the key factor for you in this match? Being ready, having some anti-strats for them, for example?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot about just our individuals being fully ready in game and just reacting to what happens more than relying on our anti.
Yeah, and if you are successful, is there any team in the play in the match you would like to dodge? Because there is Fnatic, there is Ents, or there is Navi Junior.
I wouldn't say there's a team I would like to dodge. I think it's more about I would like to get we lost against Ents yesterday, so maybe it's a revenge there. But and they also lost against Fnatic before, so I would like to play one of these two teams again. I think so we can beat them.
So you are looking for a challenge more than for dodging. Great to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull. Co? Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za 1 korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Tipsport Conquest of Prague. Today marks the last day of the Swiss stage as we already start to set our sights towards the top 8 deciders. But to get there, we need to say goodbye to 3 more teams. My name is Luba. I'm joined by Pronogo, and we'll be your casters for this long, fabulous day of Counter-Strike. How you doing, my man?
Hey, pretty good, Yuba. I'm mostly looking forward to some of the matches that we have here today. The first one up, of course, being between none other than Gun 5 and 9, which is a squad. Honestly, 9 has been a little bit, you could say, on the struggle bus in this event where they went down in the best of ones, but they have fought back admirably in the best of 3s to get here. You can say a lot about all of the teams here. In fact, this is the most storied section of the tournament where we've seen plenty of action between the squads. There were no easy fights. Some of them got here through some forfeits, Gun 5 and RUSHB having to concede matches without even showing up to the server due to some scheduling conflicts. But most of us, and even within those 2 teams as the exceptions, most of these squads, they've played a good amount of Counter-Strike for this particular event, and now they're ready to show which one of them is actually good enough to make it to the top 8 and maybe still have an outside chance at making it to LAN later on.
It's not only the question of have they played enough matches during this event, it's also a question of have they played matches in the previous 2 weeks, 1 month, 3 months, and all of these teams that we'll be seeing today have grinded a lot in the past just so they can get a chance and play on LAN, just so they can have a chance and kind of do something more than have that continuous grind in online Counter-Strike. Of course, we can see this Swiss stage bracket as it's coming to a close. You can see the matches that are left to be played. You can see the teams that have already qualified. But I'm kind of very interested to watch the kind of the story of the teams that maybe have struggled. Of course, you spoke about 9, the team that lost their 2 opening matches. Then they got I mean, honestly, then they got handed a pretty good draw in Imperial Valkyries and Maestro. I mean, first of all, you have Imperial Valkyries that have been struggling massively since they started playing online. And then you got Maestro, which is a mixed team that we didn't really expect a lot from. 9 now on the test as Gun 5 really is one of those teams that from the beginning, we sort of expected that they have a good chance to get to the top 8.
Yeah, Gun 5 are basically looking at this matchup with, I think they might be salivating a little bit. They might be licking their chops like, oh, okay, I see, we're smelling blood in the water, because 9, they have had a really easy strength of schedule in this tournament so far. They've fallen at some of the initial hurdles, including Cubics, right? Yeah. Cubics being a squad that has gone out as of the last couple of rounds of this squad here of this tournament. And unfortunately, that Coast of our side, I mean, they were a total unknown. You can say, okay, it's best of ones. It was a tight game, 13-11. So yeah, they lost in the slimmest of margins on a best of one. Can you really hold them accountable for that to that degree? Well, they have fallen all the way down. And yes, they fought back with the best of 3s, but 1, Imperial Valkyries, 2, Maestro, basically another mix in the same level of notoriety or lack thereof as Cubics for many people. And so, you know, and that was a 2-1 affair. That wasn't even necessarily one of those like open and shut cases like it was with their series against Imperial Valkyries. So I look at that and I think, okay, 9 are actually under fire. They need to get back into the form, into the heights that they were at when they had their all Polish lineup many times back when this organization really first showed up in a lot of people's radars. Since going international, since becoming yet another European combine team, we are looking at them as, well, are you fool's gold, or is there going to, because you got some names on your roster, you got some players, we have Montu obviously being, in my opinion, chief among them, Fabian also out there as the star rifler for the squad. It does feel they should be able to do better than even a team like Gun 5, that they should be able to ascend back to those heights, but they haven't really gotten to the point where they are more than the sum of their parts. And now we get to see whether or not that veto is going to show us any one thing or another about this series. We will be going to Dust 2, which does check out for Gun 5. They're happy with their pick, as obviously they had to take Train out of the picture lest 9 enjoy that map. But puzzlingly enough, 9 actually going for Inferno instead of Nuke. We'll still get Nuke, but that was going to be the punish pick in my mind here. So Nuke being the decider here does at least make sense for 9. They'll breathe a sigh of relief that Gun 5 didn't ban it. But what do you make of this veto?
Oh, if I were 9, I'd be pretty happy with this veto. I mean, you're coming in as, I don't know who could be the favorite, but I would give a bigger chance, bigger margins to the side of Gun 5, simply how they performed throughout this event. But then you look at the veto, you look at the numbers for the maps that will be played in this best of 3. Firstly, I see this going to all 3 maps, given the quality of both sides, given the, I mean, we can say to some degree, given the experience of both sides, especially, of course, on the side of 9. And then you look at the maps, you look at the statistics for the maps that will be played, and 9 seems to kind of have an edge on Gun 5 on these maps, and that is something that Gun 5 has to kind of fix very quickly if things kind of go worse for wear on some map, especially if on one of those maps that they're less strong on. They're going to have to count on individual prowess from their players. Luckily, last time we seen Gun 5, they really had some great individual moments. We can see the Tipsport odds, and they're kind of agreeing with us. It is relatively 50-50 with Gun 5 having that small edge over 9.
Not only that, but, you know, if Nuke goes the decider, we could be in for such a long series, Zuba. In recent history, Gun 5 have played Nuke in this tournament against RUSHB in their opening best of 1. OT loss, 16-14, comeback on the other side. In recent history, not in this tournament, Gun 5, the reason why they forfeited their match earlier in this tournament was because Gun 5 themselves were locked in a quintuple overtime against Ecstatic. That was a loss. So they struggle to close out games on Nuke. And if that's going to be the third game, the last game of the series, that's going to be the decider. If 9 can force us their way there, they don't end up struggling or getting run over by the individuals on the side of Gun 5, we could see some serious action there, right? That could be a real thing. And you can see, listen, 9 are a real team. They're in a boot camp right now. They're gunning for the victory. They're all set up together. It's a beautiful thing to watch because this is like the closest you're going to get to land conditions in this online set of Counter-Strike matches. And if they can't make things happen, I mean, what's the atmosphere in the office going to be like? Obviously not going to be very good. So they look locked in, whereas Gun 5, obviously, they're playing from their own individual places. They're, this is yet another match for all of them. This is going to be an interesting series. I do think you're right that 9 are advantaged based on the veto. I also think you're right that Gun 5 are advantaged based on the firepower and just the general heroics of the players. So this is going to be explosive. If we go to nuke, it could go long. We might need to adjust our calendars here and realize, okay, wait a second, we might be on here for a couple OTs.
Oh yeah, we got 3 best of 3s today. Don't forget that. So there's going to be a lot of energy spent on this cast. A long day of Counter-Strike, as we've previously mentioned. I like that you mentioned individual heroics on the side of Gun 5, and I would say, especially in Tier 2, good individual rounds can completely turn the tide of any match. And we've seen that throughout this tournament. Like, we've seen matches being won and lost on the behalf of simply players showing up and not showing up for their sides. To some extent, we saw that in 9 in their first 2 opening matches. I mean, also, one thing to know, we heard that in the interview. I have to correct you on that. Sorry. Gun 5 is also playing in a boot camp in Moscow. So,
they've gotten together.
They've gotten
Look at
together.
That. Yeah,
It's a boot camp against a boot camp. It's going to be fun because
we like that. All right. I'm into that. Okay, so at this point, we're getting to that. This is what we call in the business. The professionals refer to this as squeaky bum time. Okay, this is where you are dealing with some of the most high pressure, high stakes matches you're going to play. Yeah, get together. Be shoulder to shoulder. Comms are going to flow a lot better. Everybody going to be fist bumping after every round. Your knuckles will get sore. It's okay. Just keep doing it. And definitely fist bump the camera guy on land too. Don't forget that. So this is training. This is audition. Which one of these teams is going to impress us enough to make it look like they can make it to land after they, of course, conquered the top 8?
Wait, are we the judges in that case? Because I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is one of those WWE things where we basically, we basically seed the tournament ourselves. We've taken over the broadcast and the tournament. It's all us.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, to start things out, I have to say, Saddam has a sick hairdo.
I was just about to comment that he's fluffed his hair up just as he's putting the headphones on.
I don't want to give him 10 out of 10 just yet. I want to see him play a full best of 3 and still that hairstyle to be intact.
Yeah, it doesn't stick. Yeah, it does almost look like he's getting ready to his hair. You talk about helmet hair, right? Helmet head. I think about like Shrek in that way. I have helmet hair or whatever. That's the kind of thing that that looks like a good version of that. When you say it, but you're not being pejorative about it, right? You're just that's straight up he's got it. He's going to defend himself with that hair. It's not just framing his face, but it's shielding him from the flack that's coming at him from the other side of the server. On the other side, of course. I mean, that's not a bad hairdo if you're going for it, Rawls, right?
Yeah,
that works out
completely fine.
It's more like pop punk, I'm one of those guys that's just. I just wake up like this, and in fact, he doesn't. He styles every individual spike individually, but that's the look, right? I just woke up like this look, and that works out sometimes. It's a different look.
It's completely fine. It's completely fine. Well, of course, what is the most important is how these boys will perform on the server. Faven. That's a name that's been in our mouths for a long time. Everybody that has followed Counter-Strike has seen his ups and downs, and he's also one of the players that I'm looking forward to see in this match. Now, it's a high-pressure situation to an extent for the side of 9 as they pulled themselves from a 0-2 result. Now they have a qualification match to play, and Faven is one of those players that needs to perform. I mean, if we check his career throughout, it has been interesting, to say the least. Completely destroying people when he was on Sprout. Then Big didn't really turn out so well. Then we know what happened at Bleed. Then you're at 9. Another chance to prove your worth. And I would say that he's proving himself quite nicely so far. But I mean, one of these matches is actually when we separate the men from the boys, so to speak.
Yeah, this is a funny situation to be in because 9 are obviously the squad that overall their individuals have more experience, certainly more experience at top tier LAN, at top tier, Counter-Strike in general. Obviously, Montu is perhaps one of the more experienced ones. You referenced Favin, another big experience player in that game. And in this situation, I'm thinking all the way back to CSGO for this particular comparison. So it does feel like, well, naturally that kind of edges them out. But Gun5 are here and now, man. They are in some ways, the new generation. And we have a different experience. I think it's helpful sometimes to contrast other esports where possible. In StarCraft 1 esports, you are considered new if it's still your like first 5 years of playing. Like you're still almost considered a rookie. It takes so long to become a top tier pro and really start hanging with the big dogs that like the idea of a Royal Road where the equivalent of, say, a new squad comes in and wins, the Grand Slam or something, that idea never happened. You never win your first tournament. You never win your first, like what Donk did on Spirit, that never happens in StarCraft 1, and it almost never happens even in Counter-Strike, right? So comparing it to that way, like in Counter-Strike, we are so biased to people who have the first 6 months, this is the first time they've shown up. We sometimes overlook how like actually 500, Gun5, I'm thinking of all sorts of these other squads that have been around for a decent amount of time in terms of their tier 2 presence, these rosters that have been formed and these players that have been playing for a while. In some ways, they are still so inexperienced at the top tier compared to players that are on 9 and compared to players that obviously other teams in this tournament, Fnatic, ENGE, some of these squads have been rocking at the tier 1 level for a long time, for years, and then they come down to this level and have to build their way back up. That's a different experience. That gives you a different set of ideas and expectations than a team that's never really made it yet, even if they've been playing for a long time. You know what I mean?
I kind of hit the nail on the head in that regard. I mean, especially when we look at the Gun5 lineup, like they are not players that many people have heard of before. Like people have heard of Lackey, people have maybe heard of Sadame given his time in Amcal, or is it? Yeah, he also played for Sprout for a small or very short while. So you didn't really get to see a lot of these players so far, but then they come to a competition and play against some more experienced players, and they really play quite well. I mean, Hilo is one of those players that we need to mention, an unorthodox play style, especially when we've seen his auto shotty and nuke and stuff like that. He is a player that can be an X factor for Gun5, but putting all of your eggs in the basket of Hilo, a 19-year-old, can be, of course, a two-edged sword. We're stepping right into our first best of 3, and our first map is Dust 2. 9 on the CT side. We're going to see if Gun5 have what it takes on the attacking side.
Yeah, this will be an interesting opener here with Gun5 taking to the offense. Remember, this is, of course, the first of 3 best of 3s we have. We are saying goodbye to 3 squads. Losers are eliminated. Winners move on. Such is the fate of 2-2 in the Swiss. Kragan is going to be aiming down sights, and he finds a good pick for a little bit of damage. Yeah, definitely wounding some of these players. Rawls will take Lackey's head in the meanwhile, and that is pressure relief towards A.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They got control of long now. They kind of know what's going on in a sense that they already have a player protecting that A bomb site from the site. They can have those adequate rotations, and it's Gun5 that needs to maybe think things through and what they can do. Only 2 players left with Kevlar, those that don't very low. A few body shots can take them out, and there's the attack coming towards B, but Kragan awaits. Montu can join him. Kragan whipping his shots, but there's Bob XT protecting the site, and it's going to be a cleanup on mid, as Seltzer was supposed to play the flank, but only 1 remaining, not going to have a chance, as 9 take the first round perfectly.
Yeah, no kills on the other side of things, so certainly no force buy on the T side, you would say. But this is Gun5, and sometimes they really like having 5 guns, even if they're just some dinky pistols that they run at you with. Yeah. I'm sure of it, though, that at this point, 9 are going to be able to lock down a couple of rounds in a row. Look at that! It is indeed going to be a scout and 4 upgraded pistols. A lot of Tech 9s and a bit of a deagle there.
I don't know if we've seen Gun5 actually go on an eco after losing a pistol round. I mean, I'm going to have to check the statistics, but I'm pretty sure that more often than not, they're going to go for a force buy. Even on Dust 2, like a long-range map, they're not going to have problems picking up like Tech 9s and trying to run at you with them.
Yeah. Oh, for sure, yeah, and they've invested utility here as well. Obviously, head armor, Kevlar. If they drop this particular round, this is a total reset. They will be going down, 0-3 before they can really get anything else. Now, Feinstein has missed the tag onto Favin. 2 opportunities to do so. The Deagle will start peppering him. That's the combo that they wanted to levy out, but Feinstein not able to connect the dots there. Selter is up short and has a lot of presence. He's certainly drawing a little bit of attention, but now with the swing over, you can't really get down to the pit. And as a result, it's just a spray down for Favin and Rawls. They shouldn't have any difficulties here, especially as Selter gets pinched elsewhere. So that is a wrap. Gun 5 are going to be going down 0-3. They have not enough money to continue this force buy antic that they've started in round number 2. Unless they really want to keep pushing the envelope, but they're not that crazy, I don't think. And we will see 9 have a comfortable start to Dust 2, which, remember, if Dust 2 gets taken by 9, and it's super early days, but just to entertain the idea, if Dust 2 gets taken by 9, we are going to be looking at Inferno, where they are favored, Nuke, where they are favored, if we even need it at that point. So Gun 5 can't really afford to play with their food too much.
Oh yeah, Gun 5 really need to find an answer as soon as possible. And now, a few Deagles picked up. This still can prove to be dangerous for the side of 9, as Montu might get taken out. Manages to find the first frag, and that flash is going to protect him. Krogan wants to play, and Krogan could die, but somehow not hitting their shots, at least not good enough, the side of Gun 5. Of course, the players that are low are going to have to be careful, and there you go. As Bob XD gets taken out, that AUG barely fired off a shot. Now 9 have to be careful, as they can't really afford to lose too many guns against just a deco buy on the side of Gun 5. Montu.
Yeah, these builds, these buys have actually kind of fallen out of favor a little bit here. So it's cute to see them still in action. Yellow had no Deagle, so he was trying to fish one out. And, this is one of those things where the buy rather looks so unorthodox, and it looks so silly on its face when you don't hit your shots. It's like, why even spend the $700 per player at that point, right? And, the answer is that Gun 5 have had so much success with this stuff in the past, but it does end up looking a bit goofy if you're going to end up missing, whiffing, Feinstein not hitting the server yet. Still needs to activate a little bit. Same for just a few of the other players. Yellow hasn't really had a look in. He's now got an AK in his hands, though. So they'll invest around that. This is the first rifle round. 9 will have to play heads-up Counter-Strike. Bob XD has an AUG, so that could be interesting.
Yeah, he continues with the COD gun. We're going to see if he can do something with that. Of course, Dust 2 really good map to use something like that. A scope weapon on long range can do a lot of damage, and it does look a bit goofy. It looks a bit memey. Is that a word? Memey's a word now.
Yeah, sure.
And but it can do damage, and that's kind of what you're looking for, especially in this situation where it's just a matter of making it through to the top 8. Don't care if it needs to look pretty or not.
Yeah, and I mean, so far, not to speak out of school, but 9 haven't really cared too much if it's looked pretty. Obviously, their series against Maestro took a while. Took a while to close out. Favin has already fragged out so far, and Montu will do one better as well. This is looking like a very powerful opener, but at the very least, Feinstein has gotten a trade, and Yellow with a swing, with Seltzer scaling up as well through CT spawn. This looks like a nice little a plant. It is a 3-on-3, but retaking with an AUG can be a little bit more complicated than with an AK or an A1S even.
It is a lot complicated with an AUG. And there you go. Gun 5 seem to have connected to the server. Now we need to expect some good shots from the side of 9, as 2 kills were enough for Gun 5. Feinstein misses his frag, misses another one actually. Now he's blind, he could die, but Hilo there to protect him. That's a 2-for-1, and Selter the only one to remain. He needs to isolate these duels. They don't really have a smoke to use, but they're gonna stick the defuse. And now Selter on 7 HP can't do absolutely anything, and that's gonna be the 4th round for 9, but that was close. And 9 are gonna have to be careful.
Yeah, that was definitely close. That was a good, well-composed push back in to the retake. And I do think that Selter could have probably not been the one towards pit. I'm not quite sure what happened there. with who was planting and what was happening. Sometimes it's chaotic when you're like, okay, we got onto the site, plant the bomb. But Feinstein should definitely have been towards pit, maybe escorted by Selter if they were concerned about a late flank through the double doors, and would have given him a better opportunity. But sometimes it's hard to get into the best post-plant position you can imagine, and that's exactly what we saw, giving 9 the edge in round number 4. So they will continue to play Counter-Strike with no losses so far. Sudame challenging towards those doors in A, and he will actually find Kragen. Oh, but Montu is so slippery with the op. At least so far, he's been having great impact. Favin also finding a frag. It's looking a little bit harder now for Gun 5 as Hielo is continuing to duel on the A site.
Oh yeah, this is going to be a messy round. Look at this. Rawls, he knows that he's in trouble and he needs to disengage toward the CT spawn. As Gun 5 have the control of the A-bomb site. They have control of long Rawls. That HE grenade was beautiful as Feinstein is dead and the bomb in no man's land. Hilo will be able to get to it and they can get the bomb plant, but holding a site with a man disadvantage, that's not going to be easy, especially with Bob XD coming from long. They need to isolate a duel. They need to get a frag, and the next frag needs to be theirs. There you go. Selter finds one, but now he's alone again in a 1v2. The bomb planted for him, or is it? Selter up on the open. Rawls takes him out, and it's the 5th round for 9. As, I mean, result-wise, I would say they're cruising, but 2 of the last rounds really weren't so easy.
Yeah, and eventually this money is going to come back to haunt them. The fact that they are losing 3 members each of the rounds, each of the last 2. If that continues, I mean, they're going to be happy with the fact that they've not dropped a single round, but they are hemorrhaging economy. You know, there's a period of time where briefly they had 10K on a player. That era is over at this point. They are going to need to plan accordingly. I think they've got one more round that looks like that before really starting to have to dig deep money-wise. So let's see if they can do a little bit better, or if Gun 5, on the other hand, can finally crack the code and not just punch in the digits, but actually win the round. Sudame, oh, once again, going to be fragged up by Favin, getting the better of him in 2 rounds in a row. Obviously
kills.
very wounded.
Not bad for Favin. Rawls could be in trouble. Takes out the first guy. That's back to an advantage for the side of 9. That Molly is going to keep them at bay, but Lackey takes care of Kragen, and now the defense sprint thin with Favin quite low. This is not going to be an easy round for 9, as finally Gun 5 seem to be having the control of things just so far. Whoa. There's 2 quick frags that take control of this round, and it's Bob XD, the last guy alive. And with not a lot of money to spend on the side of 9, he should contemplate saving this. AK not gonna happen as Lackey takes his head off, and Lackey with 2 great impactful frags saves his team, and that's finally the first on the board for Gun 5.
Yeah, it took them 5 rounds, in fact, in order to answer back with one of their own in the 6th. But I will say, Lackey definitely impressing on the A-take here. Obviously, this starts off a little bit rough with Favin being so low, but at the very least, Sudame's damage facilitates the easier entry by Feinstein and Selter. They didn't have to work as hard. But Lackey clotheslining Bob XD afterwards, punishing him for even looking for that one-man retake. And of course, getting back onto the site to begin with, taking Rawls out of the picture, that ends up allowing Gun 5 to scale up. Now, Montu with the boost, this is crafty.
Oh yeah.
From 9. He is going to be able to aim down, but look at that great utility usage to take mid. Feels like Gun 5 are much more dialed in now, so they will not be felled by that. It felt like those tactical tricks were getting 9 a lot of advantages in the early stages of these rounds. They were executing utility down to the double doors and to mid in general. And great flashes as well on the CT side. We're setting them up for peaks, giving them advantages, but Gun 5 are apparently not so slow on the adept. They will be coming back into things. So facing that angle, though, Feinstein as an opper feels like should know better. Gets dropped by Montu, who has been a bit unpredictable so far in Dust 2.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from your opper.
Oh, yeah.
Constantly changing positions, trying to find that first impact frag, and he did in this round. Searching for more. He's going to have his hands full. He's going to have something to do. Needs to hit a shot. Missed, and he's dead. As Selter takes him out. That's a 4-on-4, and now defense spread. 2 on A, 2 on B. Where do the T's turn now with 30-ish seconds left on the clock? They're gonna go towards short, and Rawls not the best gun to hold the sight. That's that FAMAS firing away. Do they know about the guy in Goose? That could be crucial. There's Fallen, takes out one, but both of them fall. And again, the sight belongs to Gun 5.
Oh no, nade in hand as well for Kragen. It's BobXD on the save. He's not gonna make the same mistake he made in the last round, surely. Seltzer will go peeking. Will be punished for it, and that should be a second round for Gun 5. Oh, he's actually looking for it, and he's brought him down very low. Yellow on death's door. You can actually say the same about Sedaim.
Oh, yeah.
This is still definitely doable in the clutch. He just needs to know where the last guy is. Switches over to the AK. 10 bullets left in the chamber. Not that he needs more than one. He's looking, but he feels the time has ticked a little bit too far. And even though he gets the last frag, Sedaim will win the round for his squad just by not opening up to him. Second round for Gun 5.
Oh yeah, Gun 5 firing back as it's a 3-round lead for the side of 9. 2 very important rounds, but losing all of their guys, even with the win bonus, I don't think that Gun 5 are going to be sitting pretty when it comes to money. Of course, same can be said about 9, as they're not going to have a lot of cash to work with. BobXD fought to the bitter end, and had he found that frag sooner, who knows what could have happened. And it's attack timeout from what we can figure out, right?
Seems to be for Gun 5, enjoying the 2-round streak that they've got, but talking over their bye, as you mentioned, losing all 5 players poses some questions for the investment. They've only won 2 rounds in a row. Bomb plant both times, so happy about that. And it looks like they will be breaking out the sniper on Dust 2, which was always going to happen. Yeah. It was just a question of, when was it going to happen? Would they be able to afford it by round 8? And now, setting up for the boost. It's a little bit slow time, so they have to peek this a little bit differently. Good damage through the wall, but not good on the kill. Very hard to hit a headshot on a flick, obviously, especially through a door. Impressive, though. A little bit of unconfirmed damage. Still could end up going the way of Gun 5 as they scale up towards short right now. Yellow got that nade in hand. He's definitely looking to see what he can do with that. Great flash, but it's only good for 1 frag. Great trade. Oh, Yellow! He pre-aimed that spot. He knew that's where you throw the nades from. Kragen now in tunnels is basically the last line of defense. He spotted out, and at the very least, BobXD will refrag onto Feinstein, but Sedaim can drop the rest of this easily. Oh, man, what a heartbreaking round. I mean, 9, they had a plan. They talked it over. They figured it out. But with the op back in the hands of Sedaim and in Gun 5 overall, we are going to see them comfortably enjoy that 3rd round win and have plenty of cash to splash after.
I don't, was that Montu toward the A bomb site while his teammates were taking control of short? I think he was just a bit far away. Got them those duels, and Feinstein, that was a quick flick. And we saw that from him in the matches previous. Yeah, exactly. Montu just a bit too far away to help his teammates. That op was hoping to find just a trade frag and maybe bounce away and continue to defend that site. Didn't really happen as they expected. And another round in the hands of Gun 5. And this Dust 2 is not going to be easy for 9, even though it started quite well. A 5-round advantage, was it? Now, not so simple, as they're strapped for cash. Only pistols in their hands up against rifles, so it could be a 1-round affair.
It certainly seems likely. We've seen pistol heroics attempted by Gun 5. This will be the first time that 9 do the same. I think they're a well-drilled team. They have Barry behind them as the coach. And obviously, with your coach in person, it's a lot easier for him to signal for timeouts and be like, hey, man, don't worry about it, like rubbing your shoulders after a clutch attempt that didn't go your way, stuff like that. So morale should still be reasonable for 9. Molly towards car as Sedaim spots out 1 player. That should still flush out the other as well. That is a bit of a unfortunate side effect of BobXD being spotted. And now they're going to make the bull rush happen, but it's not going to foment. 9 will be unable to get more than 2 frags here, and really it should have been 1, but hats off to Kragen as he takes Seltzer out when ammo is tapped and dry. And there you go, a 4th round in favor of Gun 5. Seltzer laughing about his fate there, as we're going to get into potentially a tie game here in the opening half of Dust 2.
Oh, yeah. We expected a lot from Dust 2 with these two sides playing it relatively well. Of course, a lot of maps played in the past 3 months for both of them. Gun 5 having the advantage when it comes to statistics, but statistics don't really show the entire truth, though. 4 rounds running for Gun 5, and now they want to change up pace. They want to go to the B-bomb side. Kragan in trouble, not able to find anything. And maybe this is already a safe call for 9 as they lost Montu as well. They're going to have to save their guns and let Gun 5 tie us up, as it's going to be 5 rounds each after 10 rounds played.
Yeah, this is rough for 9. They are on the struggle bus because when you chain together 5 rounds, you obviously have good economy, right? Well, not 9 because they lost a number of players in the last 2 of their streak. So Gun 5 now in a position where they're just happy to continue changing pace, hitting up different spots. They've been pressuring towards A, short, mid, especially on the short side. So many rounds in a row that 9 get absolutely flummoxed by that B hit. And Seltzer finding a trade versus 3 players staring him down. They were not predicting it. They're going to go for the hunt, which does make sense given their money, but I don't think they're going to be going too aggro. They'll send 1 guy forward, but that's about it. No AKs available for the CTs. Gun 5 are very happy with this situation because they still have the advantage, the money on their side. They're forcing their opponents to save instead of go for retakes, of course, especially on B. But here's the refrag here. Yellow charging right through, and Seltzer, that's critical that he takes Mantu out. Like, they might have actually attempted something if they still had 4 players, even though it's unlikely. They're not going to do that when it's 3v5.
Oh, yeah. Not a chance. You don't think about retaking that B-bomb side while in a deficit, unless, of course, it's like the last round of the half and you have to, right? This time, 9 are in a bit of a pickle, as they do have guns, but a lot of utility already spent, not completely bought as well from the start of the round, as Babexi takes care of Seltzer. That's a good start, as Seltzer did have some really impactful frags so far, even though only 6 for him. Looking Faven, this could be fun, as the trigger discipline is there, but he's losing teammates, and he's going to have to strike as soon as possible. He's going to lose another one very, very soon. There's a aim. He's going to get 1 frag, and Faven needs to be the hero now, but he needs to find them both, and not going to happen as he runs out of bullets, and 1 by 1, the side of 9 struggle. They fall. Only Kragan remains in a 1v2. Still a chance, though. Look at the HP on Hilo. But if he puts himself in a headshot angle, that could be inconsequential. Important thing to note, there's a molly in Kragan's utility belt. Not going to spend it just yet, and he could be double peaked at any point. There's a flash. They peek him now, and now he can't do anything. 6 rounds for Gun 5. 6 rounds running.
Yeah, 6 in a row. Gun 5 take the lead in a commanding way, and this is a lot on to Faven, man. When you make a play like that, when you've got your trigger discipline, you're calming. There's a guy, he's coming long, watch out. I know Montu whiffs the shot here, and that's one of the reasons why he goes down. But the other reason is that Faven decided not to kill him. Yeah. I mean, let's be real. Faven decided, no, I'm going to wait. He's going to come in with the bomb. And he does stop Feinstein with the bomb, but then he runs out of bullets for Sadame. He forgets he's using an A1S, only 20 bullets in the chamber, in the mag. So not working out there whatsoever. And Yellow just death matching down mid. Feinstein also looking for it, but as eclectic as this particular round is, it looks like we might end up normalizing a bit. Kragan very low on health, but Montu could be up for an option here. Sadame looking for him in short.
Yeah, let's see how fast Sadame is. Montu, that's a quick flick. Seltzer next on the shopping block. There's one and there's the other. This is so dangerous when they start shooting. Gun 5 unchained, as Montu is the only one that remains. 1v2, again a clutch situation for 9, and they need individual heroics to stop this run from Gun 5. Bomb is going to get planted on that B-bomb side, and due to that molly, Montu has to wait. He does have a smoke, but 2 bullets in the mag.
That's all he needs. Let's see it, Montu. Okay, first found. Oh, but he's traded immediately. That will be the first half of Dust 2. Explosive. Gun 5 with a narrow lead. It is their map pick. They went down 0-5. How far can they go when we come back on the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
All the momentum on the side of Gun 5 as they string 7 in a row to end the first half. Now we'll see how they look on their defensive side, but it's 9 that need to pick up the pace. It's 9 that need to find an answer, and the pistol round could be a statement if they want this to be a contested map.
And they definitely do. They do not want to go quietly into Inferno, and quiet have they been in the last 7 rounds. A dominant statement comeback after the first 5 were 9s. Sudame watching for the egress out of those A main doors. It's Feinstein with the dualies in an unconventional position. He'll drop down towards spawn. Looks like it.
He needs to play it close. There's the flash. There's a frag. Feinstein dinked, or gooshed rather. He's going to pull back, but still battle ready as though dualies far away. Hilo double kill, and they're completely stopped in their tracks. Gun 5, so dangerous when they start running at you. You can't really stop them, but still an active round in a sense, as Rawls is in a 1v2. Had he had a bomb on his back, it could have been a different story, but now they just need to watch for long, maybe take a look at short at some points, position yourselves quite well, and a few body shots are all that's enough to take care of the last guy on the side of 9. Should be an easy pistol for Gun 5. There you go. 8 rounds in a row for Gun 5 as they are running riot on Dust 2.
Yeah, listen, no bomb plant. I don't think 9 are going to be a squad, no matter what the scoreline looks like, that are going to say, okay, yeah, we force. You know, maybe if it was a 11-0 start, right, something like that, and they got 1 round on the previous side, yeah, maybe then they would force after dropping the pistol. But at this point, I think 9 are definitely lacking in that momentum, lacking in that energy. Great play from Kello on that push. Feinstein obviously distracting everybody with his 3 health and juicy target with the deagle, or the dualies. And now we indeed do have a full save from the side of 9. At best, they can overwhelm a bomb site and go for a plant. That's essentially their best course of action. You're just not expecting to come in and Glock somebody, right? You're not going to Glock a team at this caliber when they're playing as they are.
Never.
So 9 are going to be going up against some tough opposition here. We knew it when we went into the series. We said it earlier. They have to come back to the heights of their past selves when the squad was represented by a Polish lineup, the organization having a little bit of a tough time getting back into the uppermost echelons of Counter-Strike ever since going Euro.
All right. They got 1D. We're going to see what that can do, as BubXZ only makes the CT spend a few grenades in this round. Of course, every dollar could count, and they're kind of nickel and diming this situation. Hilo, good position. He also has the protection of his teammate, and that's going to be a cleanup, only losing 1 gun. And Gun 5 quite happy with this anti-eco.
Yeah, listen, only losing 1 guy. There was an investment on the Deagle side, so 9 are going to be feeling like, okay, well, at least we got a frag. That being the only thing that they bothered purchasing. Sometimes you do get tempted too, right? You're like, well, what if I get 1 flashbang with flashers? So what if I buy a little bit of armor so I can stay alive longer?
Those discount prices.
What if I get a Tech 9? Yeah. Definitely a big deal. What if I buy a Nova? What about that? No, nobody thinks that. No. But, you know, it's an option. Lackey. A little ambitious.
More than ambitious. In that situation, they just run towards tunnels. they're gonna hear you, they're gonna know, and Lackey was on the receiving end of that headshot as now his teammates need to reposition. There's Kragen, and there's your answer.
Whoa!
Finally punch back and threat to steal away this round, and they're gonna just swarm the side. There's nothing Gun 5 can do. 9 is gonna get their 6th bar for some incredible heroics from his Sedame and Selter.
Well, really, the heroic thing for Sedame will be finding a way to get out of here alive. He's going to get pinched through mid as well. I'm sure they're going to be clearing this position. It'll kind of clear itself based on the bomb radius, but they're going to be poking around a little bit. They haven't lost anybody yet, so makes sense to take a quick look. But they don't want to contest massively because they obviously don't have that much money, even though they are about to win this round, pending a nice little investment. They don't want to have to reinvest in, say, a Galil instead of an AK because they had to rebuy armor, stuff like that. So, yeah, 9 are going to be happy with this round. That's as clean as you could have hoped for. Partially given up to you on a silver platter by Lackey's antics towards tunnels, but also just some really nice entries.
I mean, in theory, we can't really blame Lackey for trying to do something aggressively on what you can call a bonus round, given that they had a few SMGs. The way he did it, though, was overzealous at best, as Bobexley just took his head off. But Kragen's
first shot,
frags from short were actually the ones that made the entire difference and got them the round in the end.
Yeah, that second one crispy as well. We love to see that. Gun 5 will take a tack to talk over things. What is going to happen with them? They've got 1 remaining in this first map. Unless it goes extra rounds, which has been known to happen on a Gun 5 squad.
Oh, yeah. It's not nuke,
and you know, yeah, it's not nuke, so maybe we should discount that option, but yeah, they're looking for double digits. They're looking for double digits. That's what Gun 5 are really after here, eventually going for the map win. It's their pick, so you'd say it's a foregone conclusion in series such as this that it's going to be a competitive set, but flashes, HEs kind of distributed by some of the players, and well, 9 with their 5 AKs are going to continue to attempt to run roughshod over the defense of Gun 5. I don't think Kragen will have too many highlight rounds like that, but hey, he could continue to impress, because that set of frags towards short, put that in a highlight reel.
Oh yeah. Fine shine, caught off guard completely with his pants down, and Bobexley gets the second frag rather in this round, and now a lot of trouble for Gun 5. They need to get a hero play. Lackey needs to find this kill, not gonna happen, and there's your round. It's done, it's dusted. It's number 7 for 9.
Yeah, well, okay, Gun 5 getting toppled. These last 2 rounds have not looked very competitive. Gun 5 in some ways just not necessarily putting themselves in good positions to shoot back. Although I do think the short play that Kragen made last round was really just miraculous in some ways. Yellow doing his best there, but gets fragged down immediately. Sedame caught slipping. This is a round where 9 will go for the hunt.
Oh yeah, no question about it. They have a few dollars to spend, a few dollars to lose, and they're going to try and take these guns away from the Gun 5 cold dead hands, as Hilo might even get protected by that smoke. There's a chance, there's a flash, but through the flash he finds a frag. So does Sedame, and in the end, they aren't going to be able to take out one gun and the other, as well as Hilo has nowhere to run.
Yeah, at that point, that's the no truer moment to think about how a smoke is not a wall than when 3 people are spamming it right in front of you and you've got no cover. Yellow will indeed bite the dust, too. And that looks to me like 9 are back into it. Full swing. I don't think they'll go on another tear of 5 rounds in a row, but it's possible. It is possible. And Gun 5, well, they got to think about how they're going to make things happen with USPs and a Deagle. I think they're just trying. What do you think? I mean, with the way that they are right now, I think maybe they just want this round to be over and done with nice and early. Rawls drops with the bomb. I'm not worried. There's so many Ts. We're not worried. Bobbing on the cleanup. There you go. 8th for 9.
Yeah. It's weird when you hear it like that, but yeah, round number 8 for 9.
Listen, Gun 5, 9,
oh, yeah,
can these teams please change their names? Oh my god, just at least we're not saying Nut Nut over and over again. Ecstatic have long since departed. See ya.
That's a bit sad. I like Nut Nut. What? I mean...
Sir, you heard it here first.
All right, let's see what Gun 5 have now that they have a bye again, trying to bounce back after 9 are in a bit of a streak right now. Bob XD, he saw a guy, he wants to take them out. No, he takes out the other guy, and a lot of damage dealt towards Lackey. That's going to give a lot of room to his side, to his team. Now the defense spread thin as only one man protects the A-bomb side. He, of course, does have Sadame as cover from long, but it is a big difference what Kilo can do from the Goose position, as now the T's swarm through. Good flash, Sadame blind. Kilo needs to find the multi-frag. Not gonna happen, 1-for-1. Not enough, as the T's have control of the site. There's Sadame, there's one more frag, but he's traded away at that exact moment. 2v2, bomb planted.
Yeah, listen, I mean, Bob XD did so much damage that it feels almost impossible here, but Montu on the op is not going to be able to benefit from that damage. As Faven drops, this is Feinstein and Lackey's turn to make things happen, and indeed, with that little whiff from Montu, there's not even going to be a further damage put down range. Gun 5 will get to 10. It was the most beleaguered method of getting to 10, but they did it. They definitely have done it. They are at double digits. Now they only need 3 rounds in a row, doesn't matter. Just need 3 rounds under their belt, and then they can call themselves Dust 2 winners.
Oh, yeah. They're on a pretty good streak right now, even though this round could have gone the opposite direction, as they've rather broken the streak of the opposing team. 2 rounds in the lead is Gun 5. Now, of course, a lot of money in the bank for 9, so that's not a problem for them. Yep. They need to find an answer ASAP. They need to find it right now. Break the economy of Gun 5 and make this a very interesting map, even though it was quite fun to begin with. This fine shine, good boost, flash, not gonna happen, just not right now. Oh, there you go. That was it.
Spotted as well. Bob XD knows what's going on here. Feinstein has had a struggle of a map, and if there's one map you want your opera to be online for, it's Dust 2. So this is boding ill. Inferno can be a bit more hit or miss for the sniper, given how cramped it is. Bob XD going to push forward, and he will take Lackey's head off. Decapitated.
Oh,
there's still a 2-man setup here on short. Rawls might end up getting pushed.
Oh, that could be interesting. Rawls, though, found a frag, and that was enough. Sadame takes care of Bob XD, but still, the guys on long are proceeding toward that A-bomb site. It's not going to be easy for Gun 5 to protect it, especially with that cross smoke. It bloomed. Not before Sadame saw a cross. HE grenade, not going to hit its mark, but Feinstein is. There's your up, there's your answer, as Gun 5 want to take care of this round, but they're going to have to do it from the retake. Not going to happen. Kukli style is missed. Faven takes care of Feinstein, and he also sees a guy on short. If he wins that duel, that could be round over. Not yet, though, as it's a 1v1, but a good position for Montu. No smoke available for Sadame. He's going to have to go for this duel. Flash out. Not sticking. The defuse. Montu in trouble. 30 HP. Just spending time, though. Sadame fighting and winning the round for his team.
No, not quite. No time, no kit. Sadame will not be able to make it happen. He'll recover the AWP for Feinstein, who did, as you said, had an impact in that last round. But man, some of these duels, and the fact that Faven continued to get pushed when defending the A site. They did not wait for Sadame to be able to try to take his head. It was chaotic. The comm's not quite there. Rawls getting the good trade. A lot of this round was on Sadame. Sadame's heroics to push at the right time, to get things happening. And there you have it. Feinstein picking Kragen was also a very big impact. But here is where I think they really kind of, well, let's just say they didn't do a great job of it when they were pushing Faven one by one. Oh, wow. The Mantu knew that smoke was going to get broken. He was ready for it, man. Kiello, though, with the deagle. We could see some heads taken.
Never underestimate the Deeg, as almost Faven falls to it on the repeat. Sadame is going to get his head blown off, and it's back to a 1-man advantage for the side of 9, as they are doing quite well. Lackey with the up. He might get a chance. Flash not going to happen just yet, but Bob XD on the dry peak finds the frag. Up in the hands of Hilo and Selter. And Bob XD continues to frag. That's going to be round number 10 for the side of 9. And these two teams, nothing to separate them, but this round could.
It certainly could. Op picked up by Sadame. He had enough money. He's going to drop it over to Feinstein, and we'll see what they can do on the side of Gun 5 because the CTs are struggling for sure. The CTs have not been able to properly answer some of Nine's aggression. And here it is again. Montu looking for any boost, looking for any deep peek. Really good awareness on the boost on short as well. That's been happening. That's a second round in a row that it's been disassembled by either util or just, watching for it. So good awareness on the side of Nine. They're going to go for this B pop. There's only one man here. It's Selter, and he's completely blind, not able to take a single frag to his name. Lackey will blow up in the smoke and see what he can do, but Montu jumps away at the cross. There you go. Favin's taken down at the very least. And remember, Krogan is so very low. No utility used onto the site itself. And I don't know if they're going to go for this one, Yuba. This is a 4-on-4 B site retake. They are taking tunnels control. It looks like they want in.
They're thinking about it. Definitely, if the next frag goes into their hands, it's going to be a retake opportunity. But Rawls is the guy that finds the kill, and now so much more difficult for Gun 5. They can't even escape. As I said, that Rawls died, so they do have an escape path, and they can save these two guns, but it's going to be an advantage for Nine. A very difficult map for both teams, but Nine seem to be separating themselves right now, getting the advantage necessary, and that's going to be a reset for Gun 5, even though they are going to save these two guns, possibly.
Yeah, dangerous. Montu on the hunt, but not going to be able to make it happen.
Still not a good position for Gun 5, and they seemed so confident starting with the second half, tying together 9 rounds in a row.
Yeah, Gun 5 should have definitely been able to carry that momentum forward. They obviously got the pistol. They got the 1 Deagle, 4 Glock buy that they had as a gimme. Went up to 9 rounds quicker than you thought. And now Bob XD, as well as the side of 9, they are in the lead yet again. Remember what it was like back when we had the advantage.
Yeah, we already mentioned Gun 5. They can't really let themselves lose Dust 2. They don't have the luxury of doing that when we take into account the next map or the possible next 2 maps that will be played, as 9 are heading into them as favorites.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, overall, you got to think about it like at this point, 9 are going to be very happy with that veto. We talked about that before. We talked about the fact that overall the veto is something that we were puzzled by on the side of Gun 5. Why did they elect to leave Nuke open? I guess they must be confident on it despite all the OTs. That's the decider if we even need it. But Gun 5 absolutely could get 2-0'd here. 9 have maybe had a rough patch of form recently, but they won a best of 3 earlier today, I believe. So they should be in a pretty good position here to make things happen a little bit deeper in. So, there's always multiple best of 3s with these guys. These guys are workmen.
Yeah.
At this level of Counter-Strike, you're always looking at this sort of thing. So,
of course, how it goes.
Yeah,
I mean, they've been in this situation so many times before, of course, in the past few weeks as the grind went on. They know how to dig deep when it's important, but can they? That's the question. As we seem to have a tech pause, should be fixed.
Oh, here's a little bit of info for you. One of the reasons why Gun 5 are at this boot camp of theirs, they're actually at the LAN building.
Oh yeah.
So they are fresh off a victory yesterday on LAN. They get themselves a nice little 2-1 victory over a team that I've never heard of. So no worries there. But yeah, that's one little additional info for the side of Gun 5. Maybe their heads are more in the here and now real life space and adapting to a new setup, not their home setup. No Diet Coke from your mom. How are you going to make things happen, right? So this is one of those things where Gun 5 need to dig deep as we get into 10-11 with 9 slightly in the lead. And the momentum, the money, certainly favoring their offensive side. We'll have to see what happens as we get a little highlight reel of what's happened so far.
I mean, watching all of these highlights, you can see some rounds were quite close. Some rounds were decided by 1 or 2 frags only, and that kind of tells us the story of Dust 2 to begin with. 21 rounds played rather, and still a long way to go in this best of 3. As Gunfight are fighting for their life on Dust 2. They need this round badly, and that's a good start as Hilo takes the head off Bob XD, who was quite good. There's another one, he doubles up. And this round seems to be quite simple for the side of Gun 5. Maybe I spoke too soon, as they did lose one guy. A bit more room to work with for 9, as they also have a player just creeping toward that A-bomb site. And I'm very curious to see how Rawls is going to use that.
Well, Feinshine's already pre-aimed on the angle, knows it's a possibility. They've given up short. Montu finding Yellow on the other side. Okay, it's a string of op frags. Ooh, but at this point, he's traded up to the AK-47. Can the Polish powerhouse find some form against none other than Feinshine himself, who's started to come back into things? Obviously a strugglesome map for the Opper.
Oh, there you go.
Molotov misses. Oh, even digs him at range. Okay, well, Montu is now in a 1-on-3 with a first found. I don't know that he's going to be able to make much happen here. At the very least, the smoke is down. No, with 2 full health players, this is going to be a tough ask.
Oh, yeah, but he has room to work with. He can isolate the duels, and that's what's important right now when you're in this kind of situation. He's just searching for the frag, not able to find it just yet. Let's see if the side of Gun 5 can catch him with his pants down. That HE grenade, it's going to end the round, and it's tied once more as Gun 5 save themselves, not letting 9 achieve map point.
No, but money is still there for the offensive side. 9 can fully invest into this round and have maybe a little bit left over in the next, even if they end up getting dropped. Whoever gets to 12 first is going to be feeling a little bit of relief, because at the very least, they can threaten for OT. Extra rounds may be required to settle the score. Gun 5 want to continue that momentum. They've caught them off guard with that mid push. 9, we're trying to keep the aggressive pace going even after that technical timeout. And sometimes that's advised, and other times your opponents are thinking the same thing. A whiff from Feinshine. That looks like it would have been a great frag to start his Conquest here. But in round 23, you get nothing for free. As you like to say, Liuba, they got to deserve it.
Oh, yeah. Double up setup for Gun 5. With the big green in Selter's hands as well. I mean, we already mentioned Feinshine did struggle a little bit during Dust 2, so maybe Selter can fix some of those micro mistakes when 2 ops are aimed at you. That gives you a bit more chance to get that opening frag. Hilo, that was a good flick to Bob XD's head. Now the attack continues towards short. Selter on the cross, watching the flash coming in, completely blind, taken out. That is a good play from Rawls, but he's gonna get traded right away. It's a 3-on-3. The bomb can get planted, but Sadame could be the main man. Bad timing, and that could cost him. He's gonna die. And now big trouble for Feinshine and Lackey as they're gonna tuck tail, run, and try to save what they got. Feinshine switching to the M4 and only then realizing that this round is done and dusted. It's 9 on map point.
Yeah, there you have it. Okay, well, 9 can actually close us out, 13-11. And they are definitely... Oh, it's a late take. It's a late attempt. I see what's going on here. At least they wanted to see if they could get a look in because they both have kits. But it's not going to work out. Bomb too far ticked and no room given. No mistakes made. They will go up to 12 rounds. Montu's got to mind the bomb distance here. Can be surprising on Counter-Strike 2. You know, Counter-Strike 2 is a bit of a cursed name because it's not the second Counter-Strike game. I don't know if you guys know that. A lot of normies won't know that, and they'll be like, oh, this is only the second one?
Oh, yeah. We started with Counter-Strike 1, of course, as people know it.
Yeah. That's right. So...
Oh, yeah. It's... I think, like, legitimately, they named it Counter-Strike 2 just because of the memes. With that Gaben interview from, what, 15 years back?
Oh, when he says that he doesn't know how to count to 3, you mean?
No, that interview, I don't know where it was.
I know what you're talking about. It's just
when are you releasing Counter-Strike 2? There's your answer. There's Counter-Strike 2, and it's still a mess. So be careful what you wish for, kids.
That's right. That's right.
As we saw Feinstein just slightly miss that op shot. I mean, did he really miss it towards tunnels in the previous round? That's under debate. Maybe
Skill
VAR
issue. Didn't know how to navigate subtick.
And 9 want to end this right here and now. I'm gonna wait before they pounce toward B. They do have one guy on mid, but it's Gun 5 with aggression, as we can see Sadame in long doors on our mini-map, and he's gonna get some information for that, but a lot of information gathered so far is 9 are threatening to split towards B with 3 guys defending. This still could be anybody's round.
Yeah. This is definitely looking like a good situation for Gun 5 as they have plenty of utility dumped into the site. Yellow first on the post. He is going to get traded, but he spots multiple members going. Information, but Seltzer collapsing in the tunnels. Lackey, it's all onto you, my man, and you're only good for one. The bomb plant coming down. Now in the 2 versus 3, Gun 5 looking to avoid being taken out. It's not going to work out. 9 take the first map, an upset victory on Dust 2, and they're going to go to where they are favored, their own map pick of Inferno.
13-11, ladies and gentlemen, and this qualification best of 3 is going to be quite fun. Don't forget, one team is going to be eliminated from the competition. One team is going to proceed to the top 8, and one step toward that is 9 as they struggled to begin with, losing both best of 1s. Now they're threatening to go to the quarterfinals and playing quite well, taking the opposing team's map pick. Now that's a pretty good way to start this important of a match.
Yeah, this is one that will decide, will you go to top 8 or will you, proverbially speaking, go home because they're at a boot camp. But with that being in mind too, I mean, every match here matters. If you want to get to LAN, the way that obviously Gun 5 are enjoying a LAN right now, at least as far as the atmosphere is concerned, that's why they're in a boot camp to begin with. 9 obviously are hungry to prove themselves, get back to LAN, do all of the things that many of their members know how to do. They've been there before in one team or another. That's definitely a storyline coming into this, and I was a little bit doubting 9. I was definitely thinking that Gun 5 are the favorites. We saw those slim odds there in favor of them from Tipsport, so the bookies know what's up too. 9 impressing so far, and that was probably the bigger upset than them winning the whole series would be that the fact that they ended up taking it on Dust 2. That I was not necessarily expecting that. I could see a world where they take Nuke. I mean, everybody seems to be winning Nuke against Gun 5 in OT right now. I definitely could see them taking Inferno. It's not statistically favored for the side of Gun 5. I could also have seen, this is one of those weird series where it's like it could be 2-0 for either team or it could be 2-1 for either team. And really hard to compare even once you know the maps. But the fact that Gun 5 dropped Dust 2, that is a rough one.
Oh yeah, that's going to cost them, and that can be costly for them in the remainder of this best of 3, as now they need to save themselves on Inferno. And I'm very curious to see how it's going to look. Of course, Inferno can always be a 50-50 map, even when a team struggles on it. We've seen that throughout this competition. Teams that, statistically speaking, play Inferno well, they're kind of struggling to finish it at times. So I can still see Gun 5 bouncing back, but it's 9 with the momentum. And even though it was a back and forth affair on Dust 2, a lot of momentum has been gathered by 9 simply due to the fact that they managed to take the opposing team's map pick, a map pick that Gun 5 were kind of ready to take from the start of this best of 3, and things spiraled weirdly in the second half for them.
Yeah, the thing that really kind of boggles the mind on the side of Gun 5 is that obviously they had some choice things to do in this veto anyway, but the fact that they end up dropping that map and it is so tight, it starts to make you really recontextualize and re-examine those weird errors that they ended up making, where they were throwing themselves one for one on Favin on the A side and retakes on the CT side, and they were trying their best to almost like just outgun them, right? Really leverage the fact that they have some very star aimers on their squad, very storied riflers especially. Feinstein obviously sleeping for some of that didn't really help them, so he needs to wake up on Inferno, but Inferno's not going to be very kind to him, unlikely, especially on that T side. The sniper has to work even harder to find impact, especially on what's supposed to be an Opper's playground of Dust 2. So the fact that he wasn't able to post up, Montu didn't have a super impressive score line on the other side of things, but he was still able to find enough impact, and I think more consistently. Feinstein might even exited with like a higher kill count at the end of the day, but a lot of his frags just didn't feel like they had enough punch behind them. So as we get ready to take a look at the second map here, we can obviously see the scores on the doors. You're talking Favin obviously starring out as usual. Rawls, an uncharacteristic but good map from him. And even Krogan with some of those entries, he was obviously traded a lot on the T side. He was so strong. And really on the other side, we only had Yellow playing. So that's another thing to think about too, is that where's the strength of that roster? You know, their depth as a roster is supposed to be that so many of their players can frag out. Even Seltzer finding crazy impact on the T side, even though his scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect that. Where are the rest of the fighters, right? Where are the rest of the riflers? And also, you know, Feinstein also needs to answer, you know, where's that little milk carton that says missing? You know, like we need to find them. So let's see if we can on Inferno.
Yeah, hopefully Inferno is going to be better for the side of Gun 5, and this best of 3 could still take us to 3 maps. We're going to go on a short break, and we'll be back with Inferno.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Get out of the game and don't play that fact. Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma be the best that you never had. Yes, I don't flex, I'm success. If it lifts, yeah. I'ma kick back when you fat. Would you let me come back. Got it.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we head soon to our second map of today. Gun 5 dropping their map pick of Dust 2 and 9 sitting pretty after map 1 has been played. We're moving on to their map pick. It's going to be Inferno and Pronogo. I can see 9 taking this 2-0, though their form hasn't been perfect lately, so there is potential of them dropping their pick as well. The pick's being traded, and who knows what's going to happen on Nuke. Of course, Gun 5 with those Nuke overtimes, we don't really know what to expect on them day in, day out. But let's first concentrate on Inferno and what that's going to bring us, shall we?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that you think about Inferno usually is that it is a more, it's a map where I think it really comes down to utility a lot of the time. It really comes down to protocols. And I feel like it's also a map that stylistically, Gun 5, you can get some mileage by aiming, but I think you need a little bit more value out of your tactical side. So Selter is going to have a lot on his plate, especially as they're presumably starting on the offensive side. I'm expecting that the side of 9 were more than happy to... Oh, no, actually, Gun 5 could start on the CT side, actually, to come to think of it. They'll have a little bit of time to field themselves in. I think, actually, funnily enough, it's not normally this way, but Inferno is one of those maps where, as a CT, you value aim a lot more. Because you can play just positionally, you can play with game sense, with mechanics. You don't need the strategic layer of it as much. It's still obviously a help. But on the T side is where I think a lot of teams really fall down. So even if Gun 5 get off to a good start on the CT side, I am expecting 9 to punch back once they take to the defense themselves.
I think that 9 kind of have to play really well on their CT side, on their rather T side, given how Hilo has been playing, and of course his impactful kills. More often than not, even though he's one of those main riflers of the team, you can see him taking those first duels and actually winning them. So it could be a danger that he possesses that 9 have to be careful of, especially on a map like Inferno, where one T kill can actually completely tilt the favor of one side. So I'm very curious to see, of course, is 9 gonna start to run away with Inferno on their T side? And then, of course, when they get to the CT side, can they shut down the aimers on the side of Gun 5?
Yeah, absolutely. And on the CT side, your utility is mostly used to shut down the aimers, to make the Ts uncomfortable. And a lot of set protocols can do just fine to start you off that way. The time that you start thinking about anti-stratting or doing something very fancy in particular, that's usually reserved for, the tier 1 set of competition when you're not playing this squad over and over again. These two teams have met each other pretty recently. The head-to-head looks slightly better for 9, where even in their series play, if it's gone 2-1, 9's been the one to take it. Of the series that they have played, 9 have won 2 out of the 3. And thinking about also the VRS, it's another storyline that people like to talk about on broadcast. I feel like it's funny to note that these teams are 2 VRS points separated from each other. That's it. So whoever ends up winning this is going to be able to put some serious distance between them and their competition, just based on the fact that I think even if you only improve by 1 spot, you're sending the other guy packing like 7 or 8. So it's a pretty considerable drop for whoever ends up dropping.
And I always like to watch the VRS point distribution, match in and match out, to see kind of what's going to happen if a team wins, or what's going to happen rather if the team loses. Of course, in a lot of cases, even when you kind of win points, you don't really do a lot, but then you lose points and you tumble down the rankings. And I think that's especially the case for these two teams, as they're kind of hugging the top 50 of the VRS rankings, and they want to break into that. But the only way to do that is to win consecutive matches. And the thing is, they lose 1 match, they lose 2 matches, and there you go. You're not even close to top 50, which could be the case for the loser of this match. Not only will they get eliminated from the competition, they won't be able to win any future points in this competition, and that's something to take into account, especially that we're, of course, on the start of the new major cycle. Even though the first major of 2025 hasn't started yet, we are teams are already collecting points for that second major of 2025. And come to think of it, we still don't know what's going to happen with that, as Valve is kind of trolling us with that second major.
Valve keeping their cards so close to the chest. You got to announce years in advance unless you're Valve. That's how it works.
Yeah.
We might just be about to get ready to start our proceedings on map number 2, Inferno, though I could definitely podcast with you all day about Valve and their silly ranking. But I will also just throw out as a little bit of a side thing is that, yes, consistency is key. Consistency is king, and 9, they need to be able to take that crown. They will be starting on the offense on Inferno, their own map pick. Let's see how much they've got this map boiled down, dialed in. Are they able to chain together their winnings from Dust 2, their upset victory against Gun 5? Can they now deliver where it matters, their own map pick?
Yeah, it's going to be important for 9 to start off well. Gun 5 starting on the CT side, and 9 definitely thinking about this B side take as 2 players are holding banana, and there's also Selter there with a flash. This could be dangerous as those dualies are going to fire away. Lackey takes one head, and now things are starting to crumble for the C side as they're all hitting the ground. Only Montu on his feet, and he can't do anything in this position. It's going to be a cleanup of banana and a perfect pistol round to start things out for Gun 5.
Well, just like on Dust 2, the CTs defend the attackers and don't lose a single player and just annihilate the attackers. The thing is, of course, Dust 2, it was a CT start for 9. So a bit different on the sides. They have reversed, but funny that it ends up being the same complexion here. And this definitely feels like Gun 5 sniffed out this play really fast. Fineshine was obviously playing ahead of the mid smoke and just seeing what's going on there. He had a decent amount of info that there was no pressure coming in second mid or mid. And now he's gonna go hunting. You know, this is a little bit dangerous. They don't realize 9's actually gone for a force buy.
Yeah, and 9, a team, especially on some maps like we've seen it on Dust 2, they can decide to go out for a full eco, and with these Tech 9s, it could be a big threat for the side of Gun 5, though now they know that it's Tech 9s in hand, and that's crucial information. Fineshine takes down 2. Kragan trades. Farman brings us back to a 3-on-3, and Selter just lurks on the site, but they're gonna swarm him. There's 2 kills. How did that happen? That was unfortunate. That was unlucky, and Faven, the only guy on his feet, not gonna stay there for long. Gun 5 doubling up, but this round was crazy.
Surely that's a miscom. Kragan with knife out, running at the back of the guy. You're not thinking about a knife kill at this era. No, not at this time. That must have been them not noting the presence of another player on the site. Surely Fineshine, after getting this 2K, didn't just what? Yeah. What? Why is he done that? Kragan, you've totally bungled it.
The only thing I can think of is maybe he ran out of bullets in the Tech 9, because he did find the first frag toward pit. So it was a mess. So I would think that maybe he ran out of bullets in the Tech 9. He needed to switch toward the knife. But that was very fortunate for Selter, actually, to get those 2 frags.
Yeah, that's wild. That is so wild. Selter is going to take that one any day of the week. I don't know. That's something that you watch back in the demo later, and you're like, hey, bro, what happened? And bro doesn't want to talk. Bro doesn't want to talk about it. So there you go. We'll see if that happens here as we get into round number 3. Hopefully that's the last of the antics, as we do indeed have some upgraded pistols, but nothing else for the side of 9. And Fineshine will stick it out on the Tech 9. He's saving up for that sniper. This is a bonus round in many respects, but they shouldn't be that heavily threatened. Lackey gonna survive. Sudame, a shooting gallery for him on the bridge.
Oh, yeah.
And look at that. He's good for 3 already. Nice and easy. 3-0 start for Gun 5 is on the table.
And you don't want Sudame to start firing away like that. That is dangerous when the individuals on the side of Gun 5 get warmed up, and it seems like they really hit the ground running on Inferno. I mean, think about the pistol round. It was quite simple for them continuing on and converting, though they did lose a few guys in the process. Not that consequential just yet. 9 will have a bye finally on Inferno. We'll see if they can punch back on their map pick.
Should be able to, as they've got 5 rifles and plenty of utility to pressure B site, A site. I do favor 9's tactical side more than Gun 5's on this map, and as previously mentioned, I expect that if even if 9 end up getting drubbed on this T side, Gun 5 are going to have to prove a little thing or two when they switch to the offense. Their firepower be damned. Faven going to be our apartments lurk. They had a heads-up game on Dust 2, 1.5 rating, something like that. As 4 members are going to push up towards B. It's Yellow and Lackey with no utility on Lackey. And Sadame is looking for any action he can get. A little bit of presence here as Bob XD is rotated over. Ooh, okay. Fine Shine getting impact nice and early.
Yeah, there's your up. Had a struggler map on Dust 2, starting things off quite well with that opening kill in the first gun round of Inferno. 9 seem to be halted in their tracks. Going back, Old Faithful. A B site take. Let's see what that's going to bring them as 2 players quite well with that Molly. Gonna throw it deep, it would seem. Not gonna do it just yet, and that rotation from Selter could be crucial. He also has a nade to work with. This could be horrible for 9 as they pounce toward the site, but not a lot of time left on the clock as Lackey takes the first kill, and now they're just stopped. Even though they found the frag, they can't do anything in this round. They need to take care of Selter, but that's not gonna happen. And there's your cleanup, only losing 1 guy in this round in Gun 5. Even though they lost their map pick, completely destroying 9 so far on Inferno.
Yeah, this is nuts and bolts Counter-Strike that the CT side of Gun 5 are showing us here. Selter flashing Sadame into apartments to clear that. Nobody there. Okay, let's go rotate over because maybe that's what we need. Saving utility for so long. The pressure not successful on the side of 9 to really drain the nades from the defensive side. They're already on attack pause. They already have to talk things over as they've dropped 4 rounds in a row. The first rifle not going their way. And it looks to me like this European Combine is going to be needing to right the ship after a disastrous 4-round opener. Listen, 9 went up to 5-0 and almost dropped the map after that. So it's not to say that Gun 5 are going to have smooth sailing the whole way through.
Oh, yeah.
CT side economy is much more brittle than it looks. Still a chance for 9 as they take to a mix buy here in round 5.
It's not going to be an easy round for 9, that's definite. But a round win could actually give them a lot to start things out. Fine Shine has none of it as he takes down the first guy with that up. Shoulder spotted by Selter, and for now it seemed that Gun 5 does have control over this round.
Yep, 9 are going to have to figure out exactly where they want to take their bomb, where they want to throw their nades. Not quite a force. They've brought down to around 1K, 2K on Montu. Ooh, but Lackey finding a smoke kill is just a criminal situation here, but Kragan, at the very least, is traded to yellow. So they know Lackey's there. They're going to smoke out the CT position. They can flush him out with utility. Okay, he's only good for the 1 frag. Selter trying to nade down that smoke and see if we can spam it through. See? Oh, he should have had that frag for sure. Bob XD somehow avoids capture. It's a 3-on-2 retake. The HP not quite there for the side of 9. And Gun 5 are in for it.
Yeah, but 9 quite happy. They got the minimum of what they've expected in this round. Get the ball plan, and Bob XD wants to take care of Fine Shine. That's going to happen. Now this is starting to crumble as the CTs are hitting the deck 1v1. Bob XD versus Selter, but both players with nades being thrown, smoke broken. Selter faster, but does he have the time? The answer is yes. It was close, but in the end, close is nothing as Gun 5 get their 5th.
Yeah, Selter grabbing the AWP afterwards as well, no doubt, as the utility clears. He's able to find that big green, and that is a very important round. Remember the complexion of Dust 2, how 9 narrowly closed out with 2 alive in a few cases, 2 rounds in a row. In this situation here, little bit ambitious. Bob XD wanted to get ahead of the play. Oh my God. 9 kills? That's the bet? Rawls, come on. You can do better than that. Come on. He's always 1 for 5.
Well,
but
he played a good map on Dust 2. Why are you doing this to the man?
That's brutal. Hey, they're just going where the money's going. That's what the people are betting.
It would seem.
Now, this double stack here from Gun 5 in apartments is going to be hard to flush out. Bob XD wants redemption after that last round. It was a good clutch attempt. Is he going to be knowing? Oh, some good pressure there from Faven. It's a 2-man work, and they're able to take it without losing a single player. That is big, pressuring the B side as well. Selter in the pit. He's calling for rotations. Yellow coming through library. Winery, I suppose, what you'd call it now.
Yeah, I guess. Selter still has a smoke. Defensive one could be useful for him and his teammate as 9 are ready to take control of this A-bomb site. Selter burning. He's still in the flames. Didn't extinguish himself, and he's going to die. Still one guy there. There's Hilo, but only for 1. That's a clean round for 9. Only losing 1 player. That setup in apps did not pay dividends to Gun 5.
Let's see if the script is still intact. Is 9 going to go on a 6-round tear now? 7 rounds even to close out the half. That would be a repeat of Dust 2. They might be thinking about it. Certainly going to be thinking about 1 round in front of the other as they've been able to, in some ways, break the CT economy. There should still be enough for a buy, but will it be perfect? I don't think so. And it looks like, after that 2-man apartments push, that was really well played on the side of 9 for them to work it together. Good aiming, good positioning. Didn't really need utility. They just kind of poked around. I didn't see it from Fineshine's POV, so we don't know if he whiffed a shot towards Faven or something. But either way, preemptive spam, getting the damage done, forcing Sadame in an awkward position. It's also going to force attack pause out of Gun 5. They've had to talk over their strategy going into round 7. They do not want a repeat of Dust 2 now, especially since they ended up losing that.
Oh yeah, that could be what costs them if of course, the same script goes into effect. An important round for both teams, I would say. More so for the side of Gun 5, as if they lose this one, they could be on a reset, and 9 whipping themselves back. Result-wise, Hilo, maybe he wants to play around this smoke, only spamming through it is gonna escape. Gets just tagged by that nade. Utility trading so far, not much more than that. Not a lot of action to start this round off as both teams are playing relatively passively, but that does give the T side a lot of map control. They already have apartments to the most degree. They took control of Banana, and now the CTs don't really know what's going on. They need to gamble and allocate some players, and that kill could be important. That's not going to force a rotation, but that's going to force an info play from Gun 5.
Yeah, and 9 already know there's still 2 players there. They saw the utility exchange. Bob XT gets spotted out, so that is a refrag back in to a tie situation. But with Faven lurking through apartments before the smoke blooms, Selter, the better of him is got. Yellow is going to get dropped in car, and well, I mean, Sadame is still here. He can still try to stall things out versus Faven, but it almost doesn't matter at this point. Rawls is so deep. There you go. A second round for 9. They dropped the bomb at some point. Who cares? We got the frags. 9 are happy with that. A little interesting note there from the early game is that Rawls was set up as the artillery man. He had 2 HEs that he could lob, one back-to-back, towards Banana if need be. So I'm looking for that play in the future. It's not uncommon on Inferno to have those kinds of lineups to get the smokes broken and the players damaged, especially if you're reactively setting up for that. We'll see if Gun 5 have the same kind of protocol once they switch over to the T side, as 9 are now looking at a broken CT opponent. Good nade to damage Lackey, and it looks to me like this will be an easy layup for them on the B-bomb site.
And as you said it, a layup awaits them, as not much these pistols can do. Hilo, there's going to be a long range for those dualies to hit something.
Oh, yeah.
He wants to cut that range short, and he's not going to be able to do so. The Molly rains in, but Hilo's still not burning, not ticking. This setup can do some damage. Hilo with the dualies far and away, but these teammates are falling left and right, and he will hit the ground as well. Selter gets the P250, but that's not going to save you, as the bomb is
the slimmest of upgrades.
Yeah, it's not really that good of a deal, all things considered, and I want to see that on a replay. Montu was ready.
Yeah, plucked out of the air. All right, for the 3rd round of 9. They just need to cube their scoreline, and they'll match. 9 for 9. Quick math for you.
A bit of a mess up.
And they say broadcast maths are difficult, you know?
Nice.
There's the production delivers.
As always.
Montu getting a nice little pick there. Okay, it's been revised. Rawls 12.5 kills. Okay, they heard us. They listened to us.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
plus he's got 4 frags, so he's already a third of the way there.
He's doing quite well for himself so far. Again, on a buy.
Already, look at that. Whoa, okay.
That was,
he's been taken out
suicidal.
I don't know about that one.
Try to catch
Opening
somebody
frag on the side of 9. This is, you know what, Leo, but this is a really rough situation for 9 because, or for Gun 5 because like they've given up the opening frag so many times against 9. 9 are so comfy in this situation. They can slow things down. They can make things difficult. And Fineshine's already been dropped, as you mentioned. So, oof, Favin's been taking heads, man. What a murderer.
8 frags so far for Favin. And he's doing quite well. I think all of those 8 frags were quite impactful for his team. Quite important. They were the difference makers. Don't forget that double kill in Apartments.
Oh, yeah.
It was the first round they took, and Rawls, he's just there to take info, and he's going to take the head off of Seltzer, and now he's looking for more. He wants to prove Tipsport wrong. Not going to happen. Not going to double up in this round, though. Bomb will get planted, and Lackey is not going to escape from this. So many players hunting him. He's going to be perfect. He was to take down Bob, but Favin is ready. And another round for 9.
You think Bob XD has a trouble when he opens up the CS2 Twitter account and he sees everybody asking, "Where Bob? Add Bob." He's like, "I'm right here."
Yeah, he was quite confused when CS2 released.
Seltzer was actually blinded by Lackey's flash there. A little bit unfortunate, as both players ended up getting blinded by that. And the correction was just a little bit better for Rawls. Looking nice there as he goes up to 5 frags. On the side of Gun 5, they've lost 4 rounds in a row now. Money totally broken. They're going to need to win a miraculous buy to avoid the Dust 2 scripts continuing to come into fruition. Rawls will at the very least be taken out here. Oh, but Yellow burns, and Bob XD is able to take Lackey out through the smoke on CT. All of a sudden, it's a nice and easy 5th round for 9. I mean, it's just textbook Counter-Strike so far. Real simple stuff. Drain the coffers. Threaten the site that you know is potentially easier to punish. And on Inferno, B is pretty straightforward. Only one path in. Only one path needed for 9 so far.
Oh, yeah. They're going to tie the scoreline. And we can see, of course, the side of Gun 5 only searching for those exits, but not going to happen as Bob takes another brace. Actually, a triple kill in this round in total, and they kind of know where the pressure was. They kind of know where the threat is, so they can proceed towards that CT spawn and save their guns. After 10 rounds, nothing to separate these two sides, and Gun 5 again losing an important advantage.
Yeah, they had narrowly taken the lead after the first half of Dust 2, and then they even got the pistol and the conversion to take it to 9. 9 rounds, not 9 team. On the other side, though, it looks like we are all equalized, and the money is still very trepidatious on the side of Gun 5. It still struggles to look impressive in the bank account there. So
that's a big word. I need to Google that.
Might not be a word. Maybe I made it up.
But
yeah, 9's looking rough.
A state of alarm or dread. Nice.
There you go.
I have to remember that one.
Yeah, you can do some fun plays with it, like, oh no, looking trepidatious today, I'm walking under 3 players. Oh, a state of dread as Eighth Ball, Apartments, and Fineshine. It's just you with the op, buddy. That was another case. Trepidation setting in. And now we have ourselves a 4-on-3, Gun 5. Are you going to go for this retake when you got no money? Apparently, you're still going to walk into the crosshairs, and it's a full wipe. Pretty much. That's about it for Seltzer. He's going to hightail it out of there and try to save the A1.
Oh, yeah. That's the most they're going to have. Even with the full loss bonus, not going to be the best buy coming into the last round of the first half, this second map. It's not
the script is complete.
Oh, yeah.
Basically. 9's going to get their 7th if Gun 5 can't do something miraculous.
Considered, that means that Gun 5 is going to run away with Inferno, right? After a
13-11, squeak it by. Yeah. See, nine are following the script now, and then they're going to change it up in the second half. I think that's what they're hoping for. Spicy from Selter. Oh, even gets Favin at the end.
That must feel good.
Yeah. It gives him a little bit extra cash as well. That's $900 extra, 300 per frag. Happy about that if you're the IGL. Not so happy about the score line, and especially how they got here. You can say, okay, 5-6, it's a competitive half. Well, it was 5 rounds in a row, and now it's 6 rounds in a row for the side of 9. So you're not happy with that. You're not happy with that whatsoever.
And this is what I was talking about in the pregame, right? 9 needed to play well on their T side, and they did just that. Even if they lose this round, they can still be quite happy with the T half. Because Gun 5, I don't care how they play Inferno, with their individuals, they can still be quite dangerous. Even though, like, the 2 main riflers in Kilo and Sedame have been really quiet so far.
Yeah, especially Sedame has just been getting lurked on by Favin, Bob XD, towards apartments. They've been pressuring B instead, so they've mostly been going towards the side of Yellow and Lackey, and occasionally Selter on the rotate, who's spammed through with his AK. He is going to fall back towards, Pasha Biceps, his favorite spot of the map. Okay, well, Arch is the domain of Gun 5 for now, but it has been smoked off, and it's going to be a pincer onto this 2-man hold here. Or is it 3? Is there a third one lingering?
Not yet, at least. They got a solid setup here, and they can still do some damage. Fine Shine completely blind. He's going to get taken out. And there's a player in pit they need to take care of. Now they know, as they saw that Molly land, they need to take care of him, but there's Selter running through the smoke and doubling up. Now the attack is crumbling as Kragen hits the deck as well. Perfect play from Selter as he's fragging away. 18 frags at the half. I know some of them were exit kills, but he's fragging off. He's popping off, and he's going to pose a threat in the second half.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
6 rounds each after the first half of Inferno. Gun 5 fighting, but 9 were the ones on a tear in the tail end of the first 12 rounds. Selter saving them in the last round to get us to a tied result, but 9 now on the favorable side of this map. We'll see what Gun 5 can actually do while they're attacking.
Yeah, remember they won the first pistol, and they closed it as well. Selter taking that script and tearing it in half, eating it like a rabid dog eats your homework. Speaking from experience, Yellow is going to be leading the charge here. Bob will get flashed in potentially, but just for the info peak. They see a number of bodies downrange. They got double dualies set up over here. That's 5 guns with between 3 members, but ooh, the better of them could be God as Kragen ends up getting dropped. Traded. Selter once again fragging. They fear this in-game leader. Not going to be able to find the timing through the smoke to spam him either, so it will be a 3-on-3 retake with Rawls being so very low.
Not going to be easy for 9 as they need to find their way to the site. And look at the mini-map. Sedame is going to pose a threat coming from behind. The backstab could prove to be fruitful for their team. We'll see if he can arrive on time as all 3 players are going through church. They're praying to get to this bomb site, but so passively. are the players on the Gun 5 side playing. They really can't get to any duels, and they need to start defusing this bomb. They're going to have to stick it. Raul sticking it, but very low. Montu gets the frag, but his teammate's dead. It's going to be the pistol for Gun 5.
A 4K for Selter in the pistol round. They win both pistols on Inferno. Their opponent's map pick not looking like a stronghold for the small guns. All of the success that 9 found ended up being rifles, if you remember. So they did some pressure with some pistols in one particular round. That was it. So let's see what they've got for the CT4 spy. Gun 5 going to be happy with their investment. Double Mac 10. Kielo and Lackey going to be leading charges as they seem to be barreling towards the middle of the map. It is a stack, or at least a lean, towards the A-bomb site with only Rawls here try to hold things down. Good nade to start things off, but he will need to expend his utility rather early.
Oh, yeah. He's not going to have a lot of nades to work with soon, as they're just trying to find a way and steal those nades away before, of course, the clock strikes midnight as they're grouping up towards B. Gun 5 ready to take it, and that Soul P250 is the only thing that separates them from the site. A rotation will have to be made for the side of 9 if they hope to hold B. For now, only a risk play towards A, and Rawls, he's going to need to throw a meaty, chunky HE grenade if he wants to have any hope of finding a frag and ruining the plans of Gun 5.
Well, 9 are starting to get curious. Rawls will send the nade down, sailing right into Lackey's gullet. 5 health left on the veteran. But it looks like it will be a full 5 versus 5 bomb plant. And 9 have some decisions to make as they wait for their players to move through. There's no more utility for them to lob in, which makes this retake very unlikely. So it looks like they'll just be setting up for some exits. Got 3 members pushing out towards the bottom of Banana, but they're getting there so slowly, paranoid about potential lurks. We see that there's nothing of the sort from Gun 5, but at the very least, they'll be making 0 noise the entire way through. So this little wagon train of defenders turned into the attackers. They will be gunned down by the Galeels, and Fine Shine gonna be more than happy about that. Montu has an opportunity. Oh, he's gonna get 2 men. Oh, a third as well. We love that. That's good for the coffers. I wish he had stayed alive, but great opportunity there. He wanted to keep going. And that is, at the very least, a glimmer of hope on the side of 9 as they are now 2 rounds separated from their opponents.
I mean, that's a lot of money gathered from Montu. He had, what, maybe $4,500 to work with, and he's going to take out the big green in that first buy round as they have decided to go for an eco as expected. But with a few pistols, a few pieces of armor, a few grenades to work with, still, this could be an interesting round from 9.
Yeah, you kind of need to, on Inferno, give yourself a chance somewhere. And you can do that with the full save by just kind of sticking in the same spot. Everybody stacks and just hopes that they go to you. And otherwise, you look for exits. The pistol's resounding. Yellow did make some noise, but it's not too surprising to 9 that we've got Gun 5 pushing out towards the top of Banana when they know that their opponent's eco is not quite there. It's also good to see that Montu didn't go for a hero buy with that. He is going to invest in the AWP in the next round. And 9 are no strangers to the comeback. They made 6 rounds in a row after Gun 5 did, of course, their trademark 5 rounds in a row as the opening. So no worries on the side of the defenders right now. They're not feeling too much under the pump. It's just Kragan here. No armor, P250. Best he can do is get a frag. He's not going to be able to escape, that's for sure. And, you know, they're sending Yellow in. This makes sense. He's got the Mac-10. He can be taken out. And by God, Weeb's out. Thank God Favin just decapitated him. Look at that skin. Just don't look at that skin, actually.
Not the prettiest skin ever. And let's see what Kragan can do. I mean, if he finds a frag here, that could be the difference maker. But as the words are leaving my mouth, so is Kragan's soul leaving his body.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 4-on-4, though. Favin did gather a Mac-10. They can throw this towards the attackers and try to steal a few guns away.
Yeah, they should go for, you know, exits again. This is something that 9 are pretty competent at. So definitely want to see a little bit more from there. So Dame's going to get caught off guard. He's not even going to be able to trade himself. So Bob XD will be happy about the AK-47 recovered. And Seltzer's actually, of course, he's charging. He's the one charging out, looking for some value. Mac-10 not going to find Fine Shine, especially with that helmet. Going to be a lot harder. And, well, 1 AK, scarpered away. Stolen. Rats. Seltzer is definitely trying to be the exterminator here, but he's going to have to lay some mouse traps first. Maybe some cheese, put some peanut butter on him. Not going to be able to find him when he's just charging through the house like an enemy in Repo.
Quite well done from the side of Gun 5 as they got the pistol. And the conversions are theirs. 3-round lead now. 9, they need to search for an answer, and they are going to have at least the equipment necessary to find that answer. An AWP in the hands of Montu is a given. They're going to have an AK that they saved from the previous round. I mean, for a CT buy, they're going to have everything necessary to take the control they need.
Every single thing that they would want. Sniper, utility, rifles, including an AK. And somebody's going to still have an upgraded sidearm. Maybe 2 players, actually. Looks like we are waiting on a mouse issue to be resolved for the side of Gun 5. You know, it's what we talked about earlier, man. That setup is different than what you have at home. Got to get those LAN and boot camp jitters out. Get the equipment sorted. Seltzer putting in requests.
It's always a different situation when you're playing on in a boot camp. Like, it's neither a situation like on LAN where you have somebody like an admin or a tech guy to help you, and it's not a situation like when you're at home where you're kind of familiar with the equipment you're using. Oh, I think Lackey's saying something to us.
Oh, is he?
Nah.
What's up, Lackey? How you doing, buddy? Long time no see, legend. You know who I haven't seen actually in a very long time? Ooh. Do you remember the old school Virtus Pro lineup? Sanji. Where's he at? Is he still buying a deagle and dropping an op somewhere? I think he retired a while ago. Might be a coach. I think so.
I'm gonna have to check that out. I mean, I didn't see him. Nah, yeah, he's coaching, yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
He's coaching. Good on him. I mean, individually, he kind of always struggled as a player, but I think he has the chops to make it as a coach.
I think he could do it, yeah. I mean, for a while, he was the only representative of Uzbek Counter-Strike at the top level, really. And I'm sure some people will have scare quotes around top level for him specifically, but listen. The guy was on a pretty legit lineup, so.
I mean, major finalists, not bad.
Yeah, we'll take those. Always take those for sure. We're far away from the major for Gun 5 and 9, but like you mentioned with the VRS points, those puppies add up, and
oh yeah,
this match is it's more punishing for the loser than it is rewarding for the winner, but that can be its own reward, you know? Drinking the tears of your opponent.
The thing is, not only that,
from you.
like if you win this best of 3, you're going to the deciders. If you go to LAN, just going to LAN, I don't know how many points it gives you as is, but it does contribute because you're going to get a cut of the prize pool as well, and that does contribute to VRS.
Yep. Yeah, good point. It's a struggle to keep track of all the rules of Valve's VRS, but I do think that the de facto method that they have used for inviting teams, seeding teams, etc., yeah, it could use some work.
Oh yeah.
It's not necessarily ideal. But one thing that I do think is kind of interesting about it is that the VRS, it distributes the pressure. Everybody remembers the RMRs. They're so high pressure, right? Everything matters so deeply about that tournament because it's the difference between your organization having enough money to potentially continue funding you with the sticker money and having to be dropped, right? And so that's happened to more than a few teams. Rops on FaZe once had an interview where he mentioned that it's way more high pressure to be in the RMR
Yeah.
and than it is to be in the actual major. And so if players are feeling the players are feeling the pump that way, I mean, that kind of goes to show you it's a very high pressure situation. You compare that to the way that the other teams are, the way that the other squads are looking, and to me it feels like, okay, now every match matters. Not quite as much as those RMR matches, but it's like the pressure was distributed across every match you ever play. And that is a very different, more pervasive, slow, dull ache of a pressure, as opposed to being the, oh my God, heart rate up, we gotta go, we gotta win every match now. It's a bit different, but that's kind of my observation so far. That's what I'm noticing out of some of these squads, is that when they end up in a losing streak, they just feel like, oh, they're descending into the abyss, never to be seen again. I've definitely seen that particular storyline start to crop up.
And when you start getting the victories in a streak, it really feels good, and that momentum can lead you to even more and more good play actually gets you to even better results. I mean, just look at Navi Jr. They're blazing through tier 2 at the moment, simply due to the fact that like they're actually doing quite well. It seems that the mouse issue still persists, and that we're gonna have to go for a short break, hopefully a pretty short break. We can see that the players on the side of 9 have left their boot camp room knowing that
the chair react.
It's gonna take a bit of a while, so we're gonna go on a short break. We'll hopefully be back after a few minutes and continue with Inferno. You stay with us, guys. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It's 9-6 on map number 2 after 9 did manage to take map number 1. Now they're on their map pick. However, they still need to bounce back as the second half didn't really start the way they were expecting. And Rawls is going to get blown away by Hilo. That's an opening frag and a half for the side of Gun 5 as they have a lot more control of this map now.
Well, you know what that means. Their mouse is working. We're back in action after that lengthy tech pause. And Lackey, he's going to be hunting down yet another Defenders are starting to falter. This is not looking too good here for the defensive side. And with Favin going down as well, it's really just Montu to get a frag and fall away into a saving position here. Gun 5 are on for 10.
Oh, yeah. And I mentioned earlier that Gun 5 can be dangerous on their T side. Of course, Celter fragging out incredibly so. Already finding 5 frags, if I remember correctly, in the second half. And in the first half, he was quite good individually and kind of pulling his team toward victory on Inferno. Not the best map for Gun 5, historically speaking, and 9 expected to be favorites coming into here, but they're struggling so far, and losing this gun round could be quite costly for them.
Yeah, there's not so much wiggle room left for the defenders. And with, I was thinking earlier about how Gun 5 really are going to need to impress me with Celter's tactical game plan. But apparently his game plan was literally Celter go kill, because that's exactly what he's been doing. 23 frags to his name, a standout player. Doesn't need his Star Riflers, doesn't need his Opper to be in action. All of those fears we had, not a concern at all. Celter just getting everything onto his own. And he's even flashing his teammates in. He's still helping. He's still getting on the scoreboard there with the assists. Even when what it comes down to is his own firepower in the earlier stages of this match. Inferno seems to be Gun 5's playground right now. And unless 9 want to trade their map picks, they're going to have to come back into things, finding themselves in a strange world as they're staring down the barrel of, let's just say, not so good on the side of their second half so far. Definitely a struggle.
Oh, a lot of nade damage, or rather a lot of nades being thrown. We can't really know how much damage dealt, though Celter finds the opening pick, and now things are starting to look worse for wear for the side of 9 as they can't find an answer. They can't find anything. Celter just destroying them. 25-6. This is lights out gameplay from Celter, and Gun 5 easily getting to 11.
I really cannot believe that Celter, his entry onto the B-bomb site was a jumping AK headshot through the smoke. I mean, we'll see that in the replay, I'm sure, but that is so wild.
I assume it's one of those
and now they're on the hunt,
situations when you kind of jump through the smoke and the guy is right behind it. And you really can't miss him. But Montu's in trouble. He's going to get the first frag, but already one waiting in apps. They want to take this op away from him as soon as possible and make it harder for 9 to protect themselves, and that's going to be the case. 2 M4s saved up for the side of 9, but this is far from a good situation for their
if
team.
they're going to break out the big green for somebody, it's going to be a struggle on whoever ends up buying it, assuming they can even afford it. I think they were at 4-1 actually, and not 4-7, so they will not be able to. But we'll see what the buy looks like after this. Yeah, he already had the idea, and he was barely in the air, but still, it looks good for the kill feed. And just these blind smoke spams as well really go in the way of Gun 5. Celter looks unplayable right now. Just cannot even come close to the guy. He'll just headshot you no matter what. Attack pause for the side of 9 as they talk over their strategy. It's 11 rounds for Gun 5. They only need 2 more and chain together and take us to Nuke, where I'm sure some overtimes await us.
Oh no.
But 9, on the other hand, they want to keep us here on Inferno a bit longer, see if they can scrape away and get to 13-11.
Now they need to dig.
Say there's yeah, absolutely.
Now it's a situation for 9 where they need to fight, and Montu wants to do that clearly. Look at that. Not gonna stay there for long. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome as Tadame is ready to pounce from second mid right about now. Trying to find the opening pick. Not gonna happen for the side of Gun 5. And finally, 9 doing something, finding an answer. Lackey blind takes the head out of Bob, though Ross doubles up, and that's gonna make things a bit easier for 9.
Yeah, you decapitate Celter and there's no problems. Nobody's there to get 30 frags on you. As the IGL, it's never gonna happen. Fine Shine is on top of what used to be logs. Raw's gonna be working his way through the top of Inferno here, or top of Banana, and he's trying his best to just delay any further pushes from the side of Gun 5. The rotations are already in. Good. Blind frag, the second of the round. The drive-by from Sudame is more than enough to get him at the very least to have a look in here. Oh, but he's cutting noise and he's just going to relax a little bit here.
Yeah, he still wants to commit to this round, it would seem. With 30-ish seconds on the clock, he can try it, but Montu is set up with that up. Not going to hit the shot, though, and that could change the complexion of this round as Montu repositions. Sudame manages to escape, and now things are starting to be a bit more difficult. The USB not going to hit. And why did Faven even have the sidearm in his hands in this situation? Bomb can be planted. Montu waiting for his teammate. It's going to be a 1v2, and Sudame made this an active round. How did he do that? There is a chance. A slim one, though, for this round to slip away from 9, and it seems so easy. It seems so simple. Now in a 1v1, escaping and waiting, finding the kill, and that's 12 for Gun 5. 9 will be kicking themselves for losing this one.
Yeah, that one is an enormous throw on the side of 9. I can't believe they've bungled that round to that degree. We'll get a replay of whatever Faven was up to, but there's no reason to have the sidearm out. Unless he decided to not reload from an earlier space. I think he was on rotate. There's no reason at all. Got an AK on his back. Maybe Mishcon thought there was damage or something of the sort. Could have been that that's what you think. But if you have the rifle, it doesn't matter. At least Montu will frag Selter out, so there's a chance for them to stave off the inevitable victory of Gun 5. But that's what it feels like right now, Yuba. Inevitable. Doesn't matter what you do. Apparently, you're going to get got.
It seems so difficult for 9. Had they won the previous round, it was doable. Now, with 6 consecutive needed to tie up the game and lead us to overtime, it seems they're hitting dire straits, and they're still yet to post a round. On the CT side of Inferno, it should be a relatively easy job to find your first round on the defensive half on your own map pick. But 9 are struggling, and if the momentum continues heading into Nuke, Gun 5 will be having definitely a mental advantage, an edge.
Gun 5 are very calmly and orderly forming up a queue to enter the B-bomb site. There's 3 players on the side of 9 to see them, to reveal them, to receive them. Bob XD is going to go ahead and smoke himself off. Montu has fallen elsewhere, though. Bobbin, at the very least, has taken Lackey out, so this looks, again, very, very difficult for Gun 5 to scrape together, but I would have called that last round impossible, and yet here we are.
Oh, Faven.
Oh, good ups on Faven, though. He's going to clear the deck, and all right, a 7th round, finally a CT round. Many rounds too late for 9 to feel like they're competitive, but let's see if they can come back to it.
So many needed to string together, and I'm just looking at the Twitch chat for that previous round. 9 bungled. It hit the chat, and they are having a party.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you call a clown fiesta. Like, Faven with a sidearm, the 2 people handing Sudame 1v1s. Every layer of that loss made no sense. And if it's still in our minds, it's probably hard for 9 to forget about it as well.
Oh, yeah.
You can see the expression on players' faces, you know, Faven and Montu looking totally fed up after that, even though they contributed towards it. See if Montu can open up again. He opened up in the last round onto Selter. Sudame will face Faven, and okay, a little bit of redemption so far for the German player. Selter still lurking in apartments, and they know there's at least one more there. This is going to be an A hit for sure. Only Yellow is lurking towards B. They could maybe try to threaten a wrap of some kind, but Rawls is ready.
Yeah, quite a slow round for Gun 5 so far, as they're trying to find an opening, not hitting anything so far. Quite passive from 9. They're just playing off the info they have, and not a lot. Though with a man advantage and a good setup on the A-bomb side, this does seem like a doable position for the defending players. There's Faven. He's going to try and go into a duel. There's a kill for him, and now they're striking toward the site. Montu strikes with the op. Kragan good for 1. And it's only Lackey that remains. Bomb is going to get planted, though he's going to burn in that molly. Left on 33 HP, and Sharks are approaching. Those CT players want to take him out as soon as possible. Not like this. There's no way that Gun 5 can get another clutch. It does seem quite improbable for Lackey to clutch this out. It would be an ace if he can get it, but he needs to isolate the duels as soon as possible, get those 1v1s. Does seem manageable, but he's going to miss his shots, and Montu will punish him. 8 for 9, but still a long way to go if they want to go to overtime.
Yes, 4 more required, but they've at least gotten 2 together. So Gun 5 with that bomb plant are once again going to have a buy of sorts. I think Sudame and maybe one other player will be a bit low on utility. Perhaps they'll take a lesser weapon. Sometimes that can play to your advantage. It narrows the aperture, makes it so that all you can do is go for something a little bit on the faster side or a more explosive waterfall out of apartments maybe. They've been pressuring towards B a lot. It makes sense that they would just keep going down that particular trajectory, having broken the economy of their opponents multiple times. You know, you think about this in the same way that you think about strategies that you employ across an entire series. If you want a map doing a certain set of things, maybe you take to the second map doing the same set of things, playing to the same strengths. It's up to your opponent to counter it. Well, the same thing happens on a round-by-round basis. Gun 5 did not really need to pressure A nearly as much because B pressure was working out so easily. And after Seltzer gets picked 2 rounds ago, okay, they feel the need to change up their strat. They're going to head towards A instead. Now, this time, they're back on their usual turf of Banana. And Bob XD is set up for a spray down. If they try to boost up, he's going to be seen. Lackey gets dropped by Rawls beforehand. The spray through the smoke is good for damage, but the trade is there. It's a 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, and Gun 5 getting that 1-for-1 trade, that is important. Not losing players in the process and actually getting an AK for their troubles. Now with 3 rifles available and a few pieces of utility still, this is a round that could be manageable with the utility they have. They can strike the site, and 2 guys are waiting. Rawls just peeking, but losing his teammate. He's going to lose his head as well, and Sudame wants to end Inferno and send us to nuke, and it seems probable that is going to happen from this round. 4v2. 2 guys advantage for Gun 5, and not a lot of room to work with for 9. They do have a few nades, they have kits, but they're going to have to work fast and clear these angles. That's not an easy job to do, though all the players on the side of Gun 5 are tagged, but 9 left with 1 alive, and that's going to be the end of that. 13-8, we're going to nuke.
We are going to nuke. It's the domain of Gun 5. They have, at the very least, made it to OT every single time. And 9, they bungle that 1 round in such a memorable way that I think that will haunt them for the remainder of this whole damn week. Fabian going to be asked about his USP. You want to take it out? You want to take a look at it while you're coming up? See if you can maybe drop that inspect key. That's really what led to this demise. They could have gone back into things. They could have done better on that CT side. Obviously, there was mistakes that led up to that, but that was the biggest one that stuck out like a sore thumb, getting 1v3'd by Sudame, handing him each and every frag on a silver platter, retaking op first. You know, there's all sorts of things that you could do. It gets sillier as the more you look at it. But as we go into our decider map, remember, this is a do or die series. Whoever is defeated here will no longer be in the cards for the Conquest of Prague. Instead, we'll be taking a look at the victor moving on to the top 8, where they have 1 more best of 3 to win in order to make it to LAN.
And that's a big reward, knowing that you can actually go to LAN. Of course, they need to win the next map, and whoever wins it will be heading towards the top 8. Not an easy best of 3, a very messy map number 2. We can say that about Dust 2 as well. So I'm very curious to see what these 2 teams are going to bring on Nuke, because, of course, from what we've seen from Gun 5, we can expect overtime, unless 9 can kind of figure a way to bounce back. But after the CT side they've shown on Inferno, I am struggling to believe that they can actually pop up and do the job necessary, because this Inferno CT side was not enough. It was far from it, and they need to find a way to forget about it before they actually get to nuke. We're going to see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. One more map left to go in this best of three. We'll be back after a short break.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
And we're back. Map number 3 is going to be Nuke. An interesting playground for the side of Gun 5, as it has been hit or miss for them. They have played many overtimes so far in the past, week? And now they're basically facing elimination in a situation where they need to win Nuke. However, they played Inferno quite well, and if they can transition the momentum from map number 2 to map number 3, I can see them taking this best of 3.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point you might start to favor Gun 5 just because of what a mess that CT half was for the side of 9. We do need to see them correct for those errors and look like a refreshed team going into the decider. And that can be difficult. I mean, this is Gun 5's first series of the day. Maybe they're only one of the day, actually. Whereas if you look to 9, they've already played a series. So if their series is going to go to the decider as it is here, we're talking about them maybe being a little bit beleaguered. Of course, we have to get the knife round underway to see which player, which team will end up picking the favored CT side. 9 currently rocking the set of CT models right now. So looks like, though, it does seem to be it'll be a Gun 5 massacre, or will it? Oh, yeah, Montu is not going to be able to make that happen. And so I think we're going to end up seeing the homies on the 9 side have to start on the T side. And, well, they have an opportunity to show us their technical prowess, their tactical ability, which does generally tend to outstrip Gun 5. The problem is they need to be able to deal with potential life games from Seltzer, apparently, but also the riflers that we know are very good. Yellow's antics with the auto shotgun, another option there that you got to watch out for. So plenty of room on the CT side for Gun 5 to put some serious distance between them and their competition.
There's a chance, and a good one at that, if they can continue how they played, how they performed on map number 2. 9 could be in trouble. Gun 5, as you already mentioned, they have the choice of side, and without any surprise, they chose the CT side. They're going to start with 2 pairs of dual Berettas and 4 players with Kevlar. Very little utility, only that one flash they can use, though no utility on the side of 9, as they've all decided to go for the armor, and they're going to pounce toward the A-bomb side, but Lackey starts quite well. We still don't have any noise from the game, but these dualies actually doing work. Elo, there's the second. He's going to get traded away, though only Fallen to remain on 9. He's going to get destroyed by Sedame. That's another pistol for Gun 5.
Yeah, the only pistol that 9 won was the T pistol on Dust 2. That was it. I mean, this is looking real rough there. Or the CT pistol on Dust 2 on their side. That's rough for them. That's very rough for them. The fact that they are on the struggle bus on the pistol rounds just makes the rest of the series that much harder. And these closer score lines and maybe some of the situations on, for example, Inferno, where the pistols would have gone a long way. With this being max rounds 13, first 13 wins, that's a very tough situation to be in if you're already conceding the pistol. So there will be that very important CT rebuy. We only have a deagle on Faven for an investment on the Ts. They're going to hope for maybe a quick cheeky plant towards B, maybe a couple of cheeky frags as well. And the bottom line is 9 need to be in the zone, dialed in, see if they can get a little bit of damage in round 2 so that they can set themselves up for a good buy in round number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. This deagle, they need to find a way to cancel it, not let it do any damage, and Hilo almost did just that. Still deagle in play in the hands of Faven, and there it is. There's the first kill. It could still be dangerous for the side of Gun 5, and they're aware of it. Lackey on 8 HP, but Hilo is going to take care of business as he takes care of that dig. Only Montu and Krogan with those Glocks. That should be an easy cleanup for Gun 5 and their second round on map number 3. Also, I mean, the big question for Gun 5 is, can they close out Nuke easily? Can they do it cleanly? Because the last 2 nukes they played were dumpster fires in terms of how many missed opportunities they had to really convert the things they needed, the rounds that were necessary. So that is the big question for them. On the side of 9, of course, they're pretty confident in their nuke. When we look at the statistics, I mean, they've played a lot of nuke in the past 3 months, and they've won the vast majority of them.
Absolutely. And Gun 5 are going to need to be looking for that consistency. We talked about consistency, how it pertains to the VRS, how it pertains to your ability to climb the rankings, get invites to tournaments, eventually to the victor go the spoils in that front. As we wait for Gun5 to reconnect to the server here, we'll be looking at them. Well, let's just say they are having a tough time on Nuke historically. They do end up coming in here with the first 2 round wins, and they are pretty comfortable. That's kind of how we always see Gun5. Well, earlier in this tournament against RUSHB.
Oh yeah,
getting upset after a comeback from their opponents in overtime, of course. Yeah, obviously, the aforementioned quintuple OT against Ecstatic in another tournament. This is the kind of stuff that Gun5 constantly end up showing, is they lead from the front, and then they get bopped on the comeback.
I mean, to talk about this event, they played Nuke twice, and twice they went to overtime, narrowly beating Nexus, a team that was eliminated quite early in this event. So they have to show their best gameplay, and hopefully they have fixed some issues they've had in the past. About a month ago, or a month and a half rather, they lost to RUSHB 13-1, though they did afterwards play them and lost in overtime. So it seems like it is an upwards trajectory from that regard, but still, you gotta count your chickens. Gotta use your chances.
That's right. And just for everybody's awareness here, the boot camp, the PC cafe that we have here for the side of Gun5, when their PC resets, they need to reset all of their settings, exec, etc. So it takes a little bit more time than usual to get back into things. But back into things we are. And 9 looking for a round win with 5 rifles. Rawls has the Galil, everybody else on an AK. Gun5 are just watching around here. It's a little bit of a bonus. They've got a FAMAS, they've got an MP9, but they did have full util, more or less, to start things off. Yellow being maybe an exception there, as he's already thrown anything that he's had brought into the round. But Selter doesn't need util. He says "Fi" to your smokes. Montu, at the very least, will trade yellow, but that is a 3-on-4 situation now with about half HP for the Polish Opper. Currently rocking the gold-plated rifle, because why not have some bling in your life, apparently.
You always need a bit of that. Makes you feel better when you play. A lot of presence on the outside positions for 9 so far, but seem undecided as to where they want to go. Fine Shine sees a guy in the garage, and he's just gonna disengage, reposition. They're gonna double up this position, and timing could be crucial in these duels, as Saddam takes care of Montu, and this slow play from 9 is not paying dividends, is not doing anything, as they find only 1 frag in this round, and 9 still, they seem deflated after Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a dangerous game to read people's faces, especially if you're not as familiar with what they look like when things are good and versus what they look like when things are not so good. Things are not so good right now in the camp of 9. They are down 0-3. They just lost their rifle round. They've got no bomb plants on the T side of Nuke just yet, and that means that they've got no money for a full buy. They will be going into pistols. There are some Kevlar on the squad. PopXD will lead the charge with a helmet. But it doesn't matter if he's going up against Saddam with that recovered AK-47, and, well, in fact, there's recovered AKs on 3 players right now. I've been trying for a little bit of show against Lackey, but he will be taken out. It was all a ruse, all a little bit of a distraction as the waterfall happens, but Saddam is going for the highlights. 2 Deagle frags and an AK-1 for good measure. It's just Montu with his gold-plated AK recovered. He will move up the ladder after clearing Fine Shine out. At the very least, now that he's in heaven, he can talk about the angels that he must be seeing when his soul exits his body in this 1 versus 4. I'll look for some damage. That's the best he can hope for right now.
Yeah, not a winnable round from what we can tell, as 2 players are with presence on the A-bomb side towards B, and wherever he goes, he's going to get double-teamed. Maybe even considering just holding on to this, given that he has some money in the bank. He's going to have enough for Kevlar, utility, and still be left with some cash. And the fact that he does not have Kevlar currently is simply putting him in a position where fighting is not really a realistic option. As Hilo, he's going to see him just a moment. He didn't react really on time, but there's yellow, there's the headshot, and there's the 4th round for Gun 5 as 9 are struggling. However, another buy awaits them, and hopefully they can bounce back and make this a tied affair. Don't forget, and don't underestimate Gun 5's chances of choking a big lead on this map.
Yeah, their propensity for overtime is magnetic. I mean, it doesn't matter how dominant the scoreline, how crisp Sadaim's aim looks. It feels inevitable that we're going to go extra rounds here on the side of Nuke. So if that's your expectation, well, maybe Gun 5 can be pleasantly surprised with an early close. But we're far away from that with only 4 rounds completed. On to the 5th. Smoke broken towards Squeak. We have nothing there for the T's. Instead, Krogan getting banged through one of those shipping containers. Damage dealt, but Montu refrags. Sadaim has found a frag otherwise, and this is now a 4-on-4. A little bit of an HP disadvantage for the side of 9, but they will lurk towards Secret, and they can make something happen finally with BobXD getting the better of the Ukrainian star. It looks to me like we are going to be looking at Gun 5 potentially seeding around for the first time on Nuke. It's not going to be a 5-round streak, potentially. Yeah, they might still go for this. They're ballsy and they got money.
For the first time, it's not going to be a 5-round streak, as Gun 5 and 9 rather have started the 2 previous maps with 5-0 to the advantage of one side. Not going to happen this time, as 9 put their first on the board, and it was quite simple, really. Getting the first frag, of course, Fine Shine then caught in no man's land with that op. And afterwards, the guy on ramp, once he fell, the other players really didn't have a strata grasp. They couldn't really go anywhere because all the interest is toward the B-bomb side were guarded.
Yeah, I don't know if they were expecting the 2-man delayed push towards ramp, because BobXD does end up clearing Sadaim there. That ends up working out pretty nicely. But you can see this is a very forward lurk, right?
Yep.
And yeah, BobXD just infiltrated all the way and ends up clearing control after Trophy is initially taken by Sadaim. They know he's so far enough forward that they can make the push happen before he rotates into a good spot, and they get the better of him there. So, well caught by the replay team. As attack pause comes out for Gun 5, giving us some opportunity to think, what are we going to see in the next round? What are we going to see from these players? 9 are finally on the board. These streaks to start things off, as kind of cute that they are, that they keep happening in these series, it really poses a tough problem for the team on the receiving end. Like, 9 really do need to think, okay, well, we've lost a lot of wiggle room. We're going into the halfway point of the start of Nuke. And yet, what are we going to do about that? We're at 1 round of 4. We need to make this happen. We need to chain rounds together. The pressure starts to come out. 3 men staying alive for Gun 5 means that the guns come out yet again for the defenders. It'll be a lot onto this Fine Shine versus Montu heads to head, but BobXD will make it so that it's not even necessary. Boosted up in a funny spot, but Yellow and Seltzer combined for 2 frags out mid. Rawls will trade it back a little bit. A messy, broken round scenario. Now we're in a 3-on-2 with a little bit of an advantage to 9. We'll see what Gun 5 can do on a heads-up situation. See if they can't fire back, because this is still an active round, although it's quickly becoming a 9 round.
The bomb needs to cross the Rawls. Crisp as Lackey falls. Sadaim, the only one that remains, but really can't have a hope for this round. As you said, they are pretty gutsy. They do tend to go for these high-risk plays. Low percentage.
Well, so they've got a 1v3 on Inferno through the most miraculous opportunities given to him by 9. So, you know, why not? He knows CT Vent's a spot. He'll molly it out. It doesn't spread because, you know, why would it spread? It's a CT incendiary, dude. Those suck. See you later. Bobbin will frag him out, and that'll be 2-4-9. Talk about numbers.
Oh, yeah.
What a mess.
Gun 5, 4-9-2. Now, try to think a little bit about that.
Oh, my head.
6 rounds played, 9 still in it as they win 2 in a row. A lot of mess toward the outside positions, but even if they got like a 2 for 3, that would have been all right. They got a 3 for 2, and at that point, you know, they are in the driver's seat of the round. Another buy, though, available for Gun 5, and they're going to invest fully into it. As Sadaim only has the SMG, but that shouldn't be worrisome, as He has been boosted towards
up,
ramp,
yeah.
so that's not going to be a big of an issue. Is 9, however, going to want to change pace? The answer is yes. They're going to swarm the A bomb side. Let's see what they can do in this position, as the A site hold is quite weak. They're going to want to play retake in this position.
They are, yeah, and they have a little bit of chip damage from nades, but through the smoke, Yellow is going to go down. Feinstein finding Favin is a very big deal. Sudame going to be lurking through this trophy position yet again. He's on the hunt for Montu, who is facing him, but the good jiggle gives him an opportunity. He's going to try to smoke the Opper off, and that becomes a lot harder to deal with as Montu is going to lurk on through. Elsewhere, Selter has fallen. Ooh, run through, but it's not going to be enough, and this looks like Gun 5 have to tuck tail. Only Feinstein left with that sniper, and he is going to be hunted. Rawls throwing himself at him. This is a two-man entry point. No way Feinstein escapes. Montu coming in from the backstab. It's Op v Op, and Montu wins. 3 rounds for 9.
Well, it was Op v backside, I would say.
True, yeah.
As Montu really didn't have much struggling with that frag. Another round on the board for 9. A good change of pace. They conditioned them quite well so far on this attacking side, constantly taking control of outside, but as soon as they changed it up, it's like Gun 5 didn't expect it. Attack timeout, actually for the side of 9. Barry wants to speak with the players and kind of break this first half in the favor of his team.
Big man Barry. You reckon he's big brain too?
Oh yeah, absolutely. He has had some interesting teams that he ran, so always gonna be fun to see what is next for him. All right, a weak buy for Gun 5. They do have one rifle, and it is finding impact as Bob XD hits the deck, searching for the next frag and trying to tilt this round in their favor. And with these few pistols and that rifle still at 100 HP, they have a hope to try and take this round.
I mean, we are due for a BS pistol round here. Whack 4 spy. Seltzer's finally gunned it down, but he's not the real threat. Not when it's Gun 5's turn to rock out with the pistols, with the sidearms. No.
Yeah, you don't care
This
about
round
the
will go the way of Gun 5 by way of these trusty sidearms.
They're gonna have to prove it. They're gonna hit the shots. Rather have to hit the shots. As Feinstein will be the next point of contact for 9. And the side of 9 taking control of outside. Kragan 1 for 1. There's Rawls and Hilo! That could have been a heroic play with the dualies, but of course the dualies can be a foul mistress as 9 strike Gun 5 and get round number 4 on the board.
Yeah, they are kind of fickle, aren't they? You know, you try to start spamming with them, and even if you're up close, you might whiff, just like a shotgun. I was about to point out that Montu had a bug on his wall, but it was actually a bug on my screen.
Oh,
so,
seriously?
thanks, Montu. You helped me. Yeah, just a little fly.
All right.
Nothing big.
Back on a buy is Gun 5. Not the greatest of buys, but definitely something you can work with, as Selter needs to satisfy himself only with an SMG. Hilo could be in trouble. Blind, and Bob XD takes his head. That's a good start for 9. A man advantage in a situation that Gun 5 need to find an answer. They need to find a solution and take back control of some part of the map as Feinstein tries to do so from heaven. That's
No way.
happening. He didn't see Bob XD. Another Gun 5 player gunned down. Sudame dead. He's gonna get the posthumous kill onto Kragan. But will that do anything? With Selter's frag, it might as well.
Oh, recovers the AK. I mean, what did we say earlier about Gun 5 and their propensity for extra rounds? Everything's now tied up, and they don't look like they're good for this. Oh, especially when Selter gets fragged. Lackey is the last remaining CT, and he is nowhere to be found. Burrowed in deep on B, and that is not where 9 are particularly concerned about. We've got Montu holding outside. The bomb will be deployed. Rawls offering that up, leaving Bob to plant it. Well, maybe Lackey will get the better of Monto upstairs, but right now it's looking like a very tough call. What are Gun5 going to do to stop the bleeding, stem the tide, prevent 9 from running away with their T side of Nuke? Because this could be an 8-4. Like this doesn't, it's not there yet. We're only at 5-4, but this could seriously turn into something foul for Gun5 when you consider their money.
It's spiraling away from them, that's definite. And we didn't see the 5-0 start from any team like that was the case in the first 2 maps, but we do see a 5-round streak for 9, which they did on both maps, actually. Lackey, he wants to get an exit frag, and Montu's waiting with that up. Bob is actually going to take him down. That's a 4K for the 9.
Yeah, we like that from Bob. You know, I don't know why Lackey goes for that, knowing that he might end up dying. I recognize that it's valuable to maybe grab an AK, deny more money on the other side, but 9 are on a 5-round streak, man. It doesn't really matter what the complexion of that is. You got money on the T side. You're not endangering them. Even if you take the op away, that's, I guess, the best thing that you can hope for, but, well, Feinstein will have to wait a little bit longer before he's given that big green. Pistols and an SMG on the side of the CTs. This is looking pretty dire for Gun5. I won't lie to you. I won't sugarcoat it. Calling balls and strikes here in 9. They seem to be bowling.
Oh, there's an attack toward the A-bomb side. This could get messy. This could get hairy, though. Kragan destroys the A-side defenders, and there's Bob to chip in. Lackey running for his life. Oh, but not for long as Rawls takes him down. And it's a simple round for 9 once more. Is fine shot with that 5-7 and 15 points of health. Can't really hope to do anything here. 6 in a row on the T side of Nuke, even with the percentages being what they are, not being what they were like 10 years ago on this map, still is impressive to take 6 T rounds in a row.
I'll stay thy hand. We're going for more after this, as the money's still not quite there for a proper investment here. We're going to see some concessions on the side of the CTs. No easy rounds for Gun5. 0 layups. 9 will have full buy after full buy. They could go run 5 op and still have money left over. It's just ridiculous, the kind of antics they can get up to with the buy that they have. Not that they will, but Montu will continue to rock the big green. They got over 10K on 3 players. And Bob is not that far behind. So Bob needs to level up his investment game, I guess. Montu gets the first frag. We could be looking at 7 in a row here for 9, and it seems like that might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Nice decisive first half in favor of the T's. Bobbin will get traded at the very least.
Not looking good for Gun5. Selter making it slightly bit easier, though. Will he expect Bob in that angle? Nope. Nade in hand. Dead is Selter. And now the attack can proceed towards A. That is a bad molly, though Sade might have a chance to find an easy frag. That's a start. That's the beginning of something. Maybe this A-side hold can still do some damage. No, only for 1 was Sadame good, and Fine Shine hoping just to save the op for the last round of the first half, as 9 have secured themselves at least a minimal lead at the half.
It's not the first time he's had it this whole half, but it certainly feels like it, and it's been taken away from him in the sense that he can't even do anything in the round. So he'll at least get Rawls out of the server, but that will expose him, and Montu is on the hunt. If he crosses over here, he's a dead man. Oh, well, not if Montu lets his guard down, but that will definitely convince Fine Shine to burrow into secret and wait. Wait and wait and wait, because that bomb is ticking down to a 7th round for 9, which means that 8-4 prediction could be true after all. Kragan whiffing, choking, buckling. It doesn't matter. His team is winning. This op will be saved after all, but Gun5, I don't even know if they're going to be able to post 5 rounds in the first half. They might have to wait until they're on the T side to get another chance to do that, as we are 1 round away from 9 finishing up their 1 T half.
And of course, we need to give credit to 9 for how they played on the T side, but you and I, we watched Gun5 play Nuke, and their CT side does not look like this. it's far from perfect, let's be completely honest, but it is a lot more gutsy, and they do go for those aggressive picks usually. In this situation, once those aggressive picks were stopped, it's like they had no idea how to react to what 9 is doing.
Yeah, they really don't have a second layer to their game plan, it seems, which is one of the reasons why Nuke is considered such a punish pick. A double stack on top of Hut. I mean, that was an audacious play, and it does net them some opening frags, but 9 are too good with those mid frags, and now it's only Sadame. It's not even Sadame. 8-4. 9 are looking for their namesake in the pistol round of their CT side, and we'll find out who is really taking this series and whether we're really avoiding overtime after we come back from this short break.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Nuke seems like a one-sided affair as 9 tie 8 rounds in a row in the first half, and they're running rampant on map number 3. Gun 5 desperately need this pistol round. They need to hit the ground running on the T side. Otherwise, we could see them leaving this competition and 9 heading toward the top 8. Now, of course, the side of 9 on the favorable side of Nuke, we'll see what that brings them, because don't forget, Inferno CT side was not even close to what they were hoping to get, winning only a few rounds in that second half. Now they want to do something better. Good control from Gun 5 at the beginning of this pistol round. Let's see what the play is.
Yeah, still a couple of defenders towards Hell, so there's not an easy option here for Gun 5. Rawls up in heaven, might meet the Angels sooner than he would like. He's certainly going to meet a couple of those Eastern Euros as they charge on through. That's 2 frags to the A-bomb site. Kragan looking for a little bit of a backstab play. Will he be caught? Will he be managed?
Oh,
Yellow says hello and goodbye. Montu finally getting a little bit of a look in here, but it's all down to Favin with the dualies and the armor. He was supposed to be the raid boss, and they beat him by not even looking at him.
Exactly.
Gun 5 will get their 5th. And that's both pistols on Nuke.
It's incredible. Like, they won the vast majority of pistols, and still this series is so close. This map still seems to favor 9 from what we see in the first half. Of course, they did lose the pistol, and that's going to bring Gun 5 at least to an arm's length of tying up the scoreline. And Favin hitting a shot with the dually so far away, that is quite impressive. Doesn't seem manageable to get the second one, though. He's going to get some money, and he's going to have... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I apologize for jinxing it. I was going to say he's going to have Kevlar in that second round. Not going to happen, though.
He was like, no, I won't. I refuse. Charges forward to die. But listen, they're still in the lead by 3 rounds. They can force into this next. And we'll see if they can maybe answer back and reset the T economy. Problem is, it was a win and a bomb plant, right? So,
yeah.
Gun 5 have lots of cash. Investing into this one with Fine Shine Scout, Seltzer's Mac 10, Lackey's Galil, but there's 2 AKs on the field and enough utility to really make it work onto the upper site yet again. Outside might be a little bit more tricksy, but they are going to go ahead and lob those smokes. Usually on Nuke these days, you just have a little bit of a cheeky stack, apparently, on the side of 9. But it's not going to end up finding too much impact here. Montu might push the smoke. It looks like indeed he is going to. Oh, he has an opportunity. Oh, look at that. He combines with Faven through the smoke to get rid of Sedame. That was the bomb. They at least know what's up, but yeah, Feinstein needs to pull that sidearm out, and that's not going to help him. So yeah, weapons recovered. We'll see if they can do anything with those or if they just want to hightail it out of there and call it a save. They are chasing. They're pursuing.
Oh, there's Hilo. We know his aim is good, and Seltzer is going to help him out. Faven is going to be happy with that AK, and he's going to try and save it for the next round as they're going to have a buy, and saving a rifle is useful. Not going to save anything. Not in the pistol, not in the second, as he's going to get taken care of, and Gun 5 are going to pick that AK off the floor. Another round for Gun 5. Let's see what 9 can do now that they have a buy.
Yep. This is a rare thing. You don't usually see a team go for the save on CT side. They almost always, especially if they're already front running, they'll go for that CT force buy. So I did mention earlier, you need something on the CT side in order to feel like you've got a way into the round. It could be a stack or it could be a force. And well, saving the economy by throwing bodies at the problem, especially on a map like Nuke, where you might have figured out what your opponent's tactics are by anti-stratting. Well, Rawls opens up onto Sedame, and it's with the rifle. It's with the fact that they have that buy, that legit set of investment. So 9 definitely doing well tactically to get themselves into a nice little spot here.
Ooh, Kragan just missed the time, and Hilo heard it. He knows what's going on. Kragan might die, but he's going to be quick, as Hilo is dead. +2 for the side of 9, and this round seems to be quite under their control. Faven under threat. Does he peek? Does he wait? He's going to choose the former. He manages to find the first frag. Onto the second, not going to get it as Seltzer takes his head. But still, 4-on-2. The side of 9 just have to rotate adequately, and they can still be in the driver's seat in this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's nobody on the outside position, so they could still end up flanking towards Heaven and hitting A, which would be very bewildering for the side of 9. Seltzer doing his best to call around that as he pushes forward. 11 frags to his name. It's no Inferno performance, but he's still doing pretty well. Only Sedame is ahead of him in the fragging department. And, well, spotted out, though. So the information is there, thanks to Montu's info. He's going to wait for his team to come back around. Still technically possible to rotate down to the lower site, but as Seltzer continues to commit with the bomb, we know that's not the case. 20 seconds on the clock, and this will be a 4-on-2 attempt here for the side of Gun 5.
Rawls, that's the backstab. If he finds the correct timing, Feinstein could be a dead man and just baiting it out, trying to make a diversion for Rawls to come from behind. There's Kragan and there's Feinstein. Manages to find the trade, but a 3v1 or a 1v3 rather is going to be difficult. There, another kill, not going to get anything else as Bob takes his head off. And 9 on the board in the second half.
It's a little bit rough that they lose the third player, but 9 are still going to be happy to at least get their namesake for round count. And Gun 5, well, they are back to the drawing board, but they got the bomb plant, they got some frags. This is shoring up to be their opportunity to come back into things. And again, you ignore the scoreline. OT loops. This is Gun 5 we're talking about. They're not going to let go of Nuke. I need to see it to believe it. Prague definitely impressing with his push up there, and everybody basically got at least one frag going into the defense of whatever position was being attacked, right? And so that's something that you can at least take to the bank on the side of 9 as they reinvest around their 2 survivors, trying to block that. Oh, that was definitely a little too audacious there as Lackey just kind of forces out there and says, oh, you blocked my smoke so it doesn't hit right? Well, that means it's not there yet. So how's about I just put a bullet between your eyes?
Yep. And that opening kill could be the difference maker as Montu manages to tie up the manpower on both sides, but they're still heading towards B. Faven, that's a good spray. He does get traded, and Sedame is not giving it up this round. Bomb planted, Lackey rotating, 2-on-2, still a chance. Sedame needs to die, and that's gonna happen. And now Lackey in a 1v1 after he took care of Rawls. He has all to do in this round, just touching that diffuse, not sticking just yet. Lackey peeking. Now he knows Montu's position, and Montu has to decide, does he want to stick that diffuse? He's going to have to do it at some point as Lackey's playing it to perfection for the 7th round of Gun 5.
Yeah, and there's not much money in the bank either for 9, so that was not quite a reset, but they will probably have to force around this, or maybe they'll just elect to save anyway. Montu can invest a little bit, but everybody else is definitely going to be on the struggle bus there. Good play from Lackey to salvage that situation, a 1-on-2 that immediately turned into a 1-on-1, and I will say Montu definitely played well The hold was good. The two-man spray down. I think you have to put a little bit of criticism towards Bob XD there. He goes behind both glass panes knowing he's got a low pen weapon. I mean, it's probably not something you're thinking about actively, but when you hit a guy through the glass, it does do less damage. So the fact that his MP9 was softened, as soft as it already is at range especially, versus a head armor player, that's rough, man. That's something that you got to watch out for. And he almost deliberately walked behind. It feels like, two separate things for that to happen. So definitely a rough stuff. You do want to change up your angles, and AD, of course, counter-strafing is an important part of Counter-Strike. But that feels like an unforced error on his front that could have cleared Sadame, stopped the bomb plant from happening, and then let them have essentially a 1-on-3 at that point, where even if Lackey does clear vents, it's still a 1-on-2 after. So obviously Monday morning quarterbacking a little bit there, but an opportunity that Bob XD missed out on. And now that we're back into things, he's got a Zeus. He's going to redeem himself that way.
All right, let's see if he's going to get a target in his crosshairs. Favin, that's an interesting angle. That was actually quite close. Not sure if there was a box between him and the opposing player. Bob XD, there's a chance. There's a Zeus, and there's a miss. Sadame is going to take care of him, and all the threat that was there might have been gone, though. Favin takes care of Sadame. Another Deeg hit, and this round could get messy.
The Zeus is such an overlooked aspect, but it is at least funny when it happens.
Absolutely.
Nice way to, in a tense game where it's pretty much neck and neck and both teams vying for supremacy, you take the wind out of your opponent's sails when you hit them with the Zeus. Not quite as bad as knifing them, or maybe in some ways worse, depending on who you ask.
Knifing it, at least you're not going to make a sound. Like when you get hit by a Zeus. There's Favin with another headshot. Though Kragan only has a USP. Oh, he's going to find a frag with that. That might be enough. Lackey takes care of him, but it's still a 2-on-2. Like, don't underestimate 9 in this position with 20 seconds left. Gun 5 will stick that plant. Not going to get a hit
Rawls
through the smoke, though. Rawls has an AK. No armor, and aim punch can play a part in the next duel he plays in. Just looking for the next kill. Are they aware of the CT vent player? That is Lackey on 36 HP, close to his demise. Selter not full HP either, so there is still a chance, but they need to speed up, they need to fight, and they need to win these duels. If they want to steal away this round, they're going to have to hurry up, and now they realize there's not enough time. That's going to be round number 8 for Gun 5, but for a moment there, it seemed very, very difficult. And with only one player surviving, there's also the question of, will Selter escape on time? The answer is no. No guns transferred to the next round.
Gun 0, but they have 8 rounds, so it's a 1 difference between the two teams, 1 round difference. And Bob XD looking silly, looking foolish. Yeah, a lot of this is down to not being able to find anything else through the smoke, through the mini position there. Attack pause for Gun 5. This is a tense one. They're really talking things over. Gun 5 are looking at their game plan for overtime. Sorry, for Nuke. I kind of gave the game away there. For Nuke, and all it says on their game plan is make sure to play for OT. You know, that's it pretty much. So, but hey, they could also defeat us in regulation. They could defeat 9, and with it, us. Our prediction, our certainty that we will need extra rounds. At the same time, 9 could continue to upset the apple cart. In a way, defeating Gun 5 once you hit OT, it's all but certain. Before then, that is kind of a surprise. Like, what? You didn't need extra rounds? So if regulation is where we end things, that would be quite a surprise. Montu on the op. Rifles galore for the CT side, and now towards ramp. He gets the first pick onto Lackey. Excellent for the Polish opper.
Some interesting acrobatics from Montu to get that first kill of the round. Kilo, he must have heard the tick from the molly, but with the smoke, the CT player can escape. And with that +1, 9 can just sit tight for now. They don't even need a lot of information. Montu, though, he's going to have his hands full. He's going to need to hit the next frag. Kragan, he's going to get the next kill, though. Montu in trouble.
Oh, no.
On the repeat, good. There's Kragan to help him out. He's going to get taken out, though. Fine Shine is not given this round just yet. Bomb on his back, 1v3. Let's see how easy it's going to be.
That would be a 1-on-5 if he does it, albeit only by a millisecond, as these things often are. Trying to clear Bob XD's position, though. It's cut short before we can get the highlight package. That AK will be passed on over as well. I don't think that sniper will be recovered, and that actually does, you know, it's a little bit of a pain for the CT side, but they'll be all right. Rubbing their temples, getting themselves back into things. Double digits for 9. They finally eclipsed their trademark number. So we will be able to see them threaten that important score line of 13. That's what we're after right now as Gun 5 trail. And with pistols, they're probably going to have to hit with pace. Not a whole lot of utility points to that as well. Upper sight could be the target. Maybe they barrel on through Secret as they're all outside right now. Montu misses the first shot. Deagle on the top of Marshmallow. Selter not able to capitalize just yet on the opportunity. But again, there's no smoke blocking vision. Yellow is eventually going to get dropped. There's only one bullet left in the chamber. Now he's going to have to reload while he's getting run down on.
Yeah, Montu in trouble. He's probably going to die unless his teammates save him. And it seems that that will be the case. Finally, oh, actually, Sadane found 2 frags in a situation you don't expect him to find 1. A bit of a confidence booster, but 9 are getting themselves in a pretty good situation, a good lead. And Gun 5 need to find something. They need to get an answer because this next buy could be the last full buy they're going to have in this tournament.
Very well could be. As Gun 5 have not been able to plant the bomb on their ecos or their... You can't really say a Gun 5 eco. That's not a thing. But, you know, Gun 5 half buy, Gun 5 force buy. Not going to work out for them as we have Sudame on your screen. Another tech pause. The last left in perhaps the whole tournament for Gun 5 if they can't get it over the line here.
I don't know if your internet is dying. I hope that it's not going through to the broadcast as it is for me over the platform that we're communicating on. But it sounded like I'm casting with a robot.
Sometimes you are.
Oh.
It is
I didn't know that.
Robo no-go.
Nice. I mean, then, at least, given that we're doing 3 best of 3s today, you're not going to be getting tired as, you know, maybe an oil change necessary.
Beep, boop, Montu, kill.
Should be a quick and easy cleanup for the side of 9 as they get themselves toward match point. And 4, in fact, chances to go toward the top 8 after struggling in their best of 1s. Best of 3s seem to be suiting them quite well.
Yeah, no kidding. This would be 3 in a row for them if they're able to make it all the way in. And so far, it seems definitive. But 9 getting to 12 just increases my confidence that Gun 5 will take us to overtime. They've done it before. I say they'll do it again. But will it be here? Will it be today? Right here, right now? 9 want to finish this off in some kind of style, in some strong fashion. We did finally get an eco out of Gun 5. It took several series, but eventually we got there. And now, backs against the wall. 4 rounds in a row required to stave off 9's victory in the best of 3. As they will look to enter the top 8. Montu holding ramp yet again. Worked out very well when that change came in with that sniper. As outside seems to be being held just fine by all the rifles. Kraken going to rotate back over once again to pressure Secret as Rawls continues to look through. It's a very slow round for Gun 5, taking their time.
Yeah, quite slow. They know that they need to make sure that 9 expend their utility, though Kraken finds the first frag, and now this may be a struggle, or this may be the end of Gun 5, as they will rue their missed opportunities, and one of the matches they needed to forfeit. It's a 5v3 and 2 players low. 9 seem to be taking control of things. Favin Falls may be a lifeline for Gun 5, but they need to do a lot more work if they want to have a hope of winning this round and extending map number 3. The rotates seem to be doing well for the side of 9. They're taking control of lobby, though Montu dead. Now this gives Gun 5 a chance. Will they use it, and do they know about any of the CT positions at the moment?
Well, ramp is being held by Bob, so they can't really continue the pressure as they have been. That's going to be Seltzer going down. Bomb on Fine Shine's back. Sedame and Fine Shine are combining for about 70 health right now, so not ideal whatsoever.
Not good at all. Look
Oh,
at
wait.
HP on the
It's
side
69 health. Never mind. It's nice.
All right. Sedame's seen a player. This may be good.
Okay.
This may be a chance as Kragan falls. At least the bomb plant might happen. But Rawls, he's quick on the rotate. He might stop at the smoke. He's going to stop him, rather, as the T's can now take up good post-plant positions. Look at that! The duel goes to the favor of Bob, and it's only Fine Shine that remains. His position known. 2 players approaching. He needs the clutch. Finds the first. Looks for the second. Not gonna find it. That's it for Gun 5 as 9 proceed to the top 8. Gun 5 have missed many of opportunities in this competition. They did not have a chance on Nuke this time around, and their streak of playing 3 overtimes on this map ends with a defeat to 9, and Gun 5 eliminated. 9, we will see them in the top 8 deciders.
Well, 9 continue their reign of terror for casters everywhere, being an impossible name for a team. Not even Gun 9. Gun 5 obviously are exiting their way out, and it's well played by 9 to be able to rally after a very disappointing Inferno, get so many rounds on their T side. Very, very strong 8-4 start to their first half here on Nuke. And then they come over here and they're like, yeah, okay, we can clutch this one out on the CT side, clinching the map, clinching the series. It's never easy for 9. I've noticed this in their games. It's 11-13 in the best of ones, and they end up dropping them. Then the best of threes always, almost always go 2-1. Obviously 2-0 over the Valkyries earlier on to start their win streak in this tournament. But now they show up in the top 8. I think any team is probably comfortable getting the draw against them. But we did hear in the interview for 9 that they're looking to rematch against Fnatic or ENCE. And those are the likely options for them, given the 3-0 status of those teams. So I guess they already did their homework and figured out that would be a team to watch out for. So as you can see, we have 2 more squads left to say hello to in the top 8 and 2 more to say goodbye to, as we do for Gun 5. Unfortunate for that, Eastern European mix, but they will have to go back to the drawing board. They will not be the conquerors of Prague after all.
Yeah, it didn't really go the way they expected, and this entire tournament, I would say they're gonna tilt their heads at it, given the fact that they lost a match in another competition just so they can forfeit in this competition. It led them to an elimination match, and now they were eliminated. I wouldn't even say that the margins were slim. In the end, we were sort of correct that if we go on map number 3, that 9 should be the favorites coming into Nuke, given the messy form that Gun 5 have had. And the problem is on Nuke, their CT side simply didn't work. It was not the same. It was not even near from what we've seen, even in the matches that they've previously lost. And as you said, back to the drawing board, they need to think things through and see what went wrong in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't know that Gun 5 will get an opportunity to think things through too often, as they are at a LAN currently. 4 further matches need to be played there on that squad. So, they've got a lot of stuff to do, and sometimes it's hard to take a break from the Tier 2 circuit. There's so many tournaments going on, so many qualifiers, and so many other things that you got to concern yourself with when you're below that top 50 in the VRS, and they are going to descend down to maybe 65 or something of the sort. So it's a bit of a crushing defeat there. Only 2 VRS points separated these squads when they met today, and now it's going to be a lot more than that, with 9 going up by at least 1 placing based on that. So solid play from the European Combine. Look forward to see them again in the top 8. And while I don't think they'll be able to necessarily make it out of LAN, they have at least proven to me that they're able to, rectify issues, come back mentally after a drubbing of a loss on map 2. With a narrow victory on map 1. These are the kinds of things that at the very least give you some confidence that they'll be able to put up good games and have a puncher's chance even up against some of the 3-0 teams.
Yeah, definitely. I think that 9, even though they will come in as underdogs in those in a decider best of 3, I still see them with a chance to go to LAN. Of course, the chances aren't the biggest, but they've shown in this best of 3 at least that they can punch quite well, and that they can fight quite well, and that even though we kind of looked at Gun 5 having good aimers, we we can still say the same about 9, as we had some really good performances from some of their players. Of course, that's it for our first best of 3 to remain until the end of the Swiss stage. So we will go on a short break. After that, we got another best of 3. It's RUSHB against Dynamo Eclot.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa i IHF v ledním hokeji.
Na portále PLAYzone.cz jsme společně s Vodafonem spustili podporu komunitních turnajů ve hrách League of Legends, Wild Rift a Counter-Strike. Můžete si tak užít spoustu zábavy a zahrát si turnaje o peněžní výhry. Tak na co čekáš? Dojdi na portál PLAYzone.cz a vyhrávej parádní ceny.
Hello, Executor. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. First, after your 2-0 start, you lost against Ents and then forfeited against Navi. Are you maybe a bit sad that you are in this do-or-die situation right now?
Hello. Yeah, I mean, it's sad, but I mean, we did our best to not forfeit that match against Navi Junior, but it is what it is. We had a lot of tournaments those days, so it was kind of expected in that way that we could forfeit so much. So I think it doesn't really affect us going forward into this match.
Are you happy that you are playing a couple of tournaments today or in these days? Are you happy to be playing a lot of matches, or are you maybe tired in this time of the season?
No, definitely not tired. It was the thing that we lacked during 2024. And we had almost 0 tournaments for us, so it's enjoyable time for us now.
Yeah. You are playing Dynamo in the next match. Are they your favorite opponent to play against out of every opponent you could have get?
I didn't watch what could we face else, but it's definitely one of those comfortable opponents for us.
Yeah. What do you think will be the most important thing in today's match?
I mean, we had a good match against them recently, so I think we just need to keep it up, play simple, and play like ourselves, play with fun.
Yeah. What is your current form? You are saying you're playing a lot of matches. So are you on a streak right now, on a roll, or it is the difficult time right now?
I mean, it's not difficult and not really. How would I say? I mean, it's
somewhere in the middle.
Nothing. Yeah, in the middle. I mean.
Yeah. Okay. When it comes to the opponents you would play in matches or in playing a match, is there any opponent you would like to dodge? Because there is Ants, there is Fnatic, or there is Navi Junior, for example.
Nah, we are ready to beat anyone.
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Good luck. All right. Thank you, I mean.
Hello, Eli. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Great, but tough match for you against Passion UA. What do you think was the key factor that was the main reason you lost?
I think second round on the Ancient, we lost against Deagle and 4 Glocks, so I think that was the crucial round, but overall it was close game, so we lost based on situations.
Yeah. Did you feel the pressure in the match because you are still home favorites? Everyone wants you in the Prague LAN. So do you feel the pressure? Did you feel the pressure in the match, and do you feel the pressure now?
I like actually pressure, so I feel it, but I know how to work with it and be more focused in the game. So I was pretty not like nervous, but we wanted to win, and unfortunately we were not able to end it. So.
Yeah. So far you are playing even matches against almost everyone in this tournament. So is this a tough tournament for you when you compare it with maybe other tournaments?
Yeah, I think we have a more tough opponent in here, so it's more of a challenge for us to like get into LAN and be in front of our crowd.
Against RUSHB, do you feel like a favorite? Maybe in this match, because odds are pretty even, but do you personally feel like you can be favorites?
I think it depends if we are going to win against some force buys, and then we are, but otherwise it will be a close game. But if we, as I said, we manage to win against force buys, we will clean them up.
Okay. Is there any opponent you would love to dodge in the play-in round? Because there are Ents, there are Fnatic, Navi Junior, for example.
Yeah, I would like to dodge Fnatic because I would like to play against them in LAN tournament. So I'm cheering for them also to win and qualify. And also, I don't want to play against Navi Junior. That's my nemesis.
Out of 3 interviews today, you are the third one who says that. Thank you so much for the interview and for it.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Another best of three is ahead of us as the Protectors of Prague are trying to stay alive, rather, in the competition. RUSHB, their opponent in this best of three. Luba and Pronos are here to bring you all the action. And I mean, I'm very curious to see how these two teams are going to look, simply because everybody has expectations about Dynamo, but RUSHB have proven to be really a tough opponent in all of the matches they played so far.
Yeah, it's interesting because RUSHB have been so, I want to say, potentially deadly, honestly, for anybody that they go up against. We were really looking forward to that Navi Junior match, which unfortunately was forfeited on the behalf of RUSHB since they had a scheduling conflict, which is unfortunately fairly common in Tier 2 spaces, especially, you heard it there in the interview, Executor talking about how, man, it's really hard to find any time to do anything other than play Counter-Strike, but we prefer that to not having anything, to having a dearth of matches, right? So as we get into our matchup here, we got Kinky on your screen. We got eLive on your screen, the projected IGLs here of the squads. And as a result of the leadership of these two squads and also the firepower behind them, I want to say RUSHB looks like a scary opponent, but I'm glad that eLive had some confidence that if they can control the force buy, if they can control the chaos that is being thrown at them by the side of RUSHB, well, maybe Dynamo Eclot can make it to the top 8 and potentially to LAN after all.
Oh, yeah. I mean, things were up against them. Their chances were not the greatest when the tournament started, and now they're in a situation where they need to win 2 consecutive best of threes. I mean, they've proven their worth so far. It's something that we can say. They've proven that they are a team that can do some damage. However, I'm very curious to see, well, for starters, I'm curious to see how the map pool is going to look in this best of three, because that's going to give us some information about actually how the dynamic of this best of three is going to go. And here we go. Picks and bans. Of course, default bans, and I would say relatively expected to see Dust2 and Nuke out of the picture. And the first map we will be watching will be Ancient. A solid map for RUSHB, followed closely by Train.
Big dubs here for Dynamo Eclot. They own this veto, as their permaban is one of the maps that RUSHB enjoys, but also they're one of their perma picks of Train, what they've had really great stuff on recently. That is something that RUSHB have to leave open, and they have such a poor record on Train that this particular decider here of Inferno may not even be necessary. It all comes down to how good RUSHB look on Ancient, and they have looked pretty good so far. So I'd love to see them take to that center stage, take us to a 1-0 start for RUSHB, the slim favorites for my money on this overall match. And then after Train comes and goes, we can see, separate the boys from the men, so to speak, when we go to Inferno.
Yeah, and RUSHB have played well in the previous times. They, of course, it's hit or miss from day to day, but they do manage to get a few important wins in other tournaments as well. And they played actually each other about a week ago, and RUSHB got that best of 3, 2-0, though Mirage was played, not the maps that we previously mentioned, and Ancient was one of the maps played, though it ended 13-9. So we can expect some damage dealt by Dynamo Eclot. We're going to see what they can do. And what I'm curious to actually see, given the fact that they lost Ancient last time they faced a week ago RUSHB, did they fix some things? Did they adapt? And how good their adaptability is? And look at that, even odds brought to us by Tipsport. And this is something very interesting. This is not something I think we've seen so far.
Even odds and the same odds for whether or not we go to a decider. That is really interesting. The most tight series projected by the bookies so far. That's some good stuff, man. That's some really cool stuff. So I agree with the general assessment. I would say RUSHB are still the slight favorites, but just like with 9 against Gun 5 that we saw moments ago, the veto plays such a part in here. And I think that's why, one of the reasons why eLive had such confidence going up against these guys. If they can control the force buy, if they can contest, if they can enjoy the fact that they're sponsored by Burger King somehow, then they're going to be just fine, man. They're going to be well fed and ready to go.
Yeah, hopefully that could be a contributing factor. They are ready to feed on RUSHB. However, RUSHB is no slouch. They do play quite well, and they've shown that so far in this competition. Speaking of this competition, of course, both of teams have lost 2 matches, though we can say about RUSHB, they had to concede one of their matches. So, we'll see what that actually tells us and how good they can be. They didn't really fight against Navi Junior, given that they had to concede to a default win and put themselves in this situation. I mean, when it comes to that best of three, Dieter, enjoy your lunch. Maybe he should have done it a bit earlier.
Yeah, come on, man. To be like me, you eat between the rounds, not during them. That makes sense. You know, that doesn't look like Burger King to me, but we'll give it a pass. It'll be fine.
Can't really.
No, in all seriousness, I really love Detour's setup because we still see all of those beautiful little supplements and you know, he's got the got the gym setup. He's got it going on in that respect. Looking very good in that particular respect. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see really, because Detour has been like a sleeper impact player. He's not rated typically as like a really good looking guy as far as the stats go, but here he is in this tournament, at least, rocking out. Like, you can tell the passion is there for some of these players.
I mean, it's so important to them, right? I think that no other team in this competition finds it that impactful to actually go to LAN in Prague. Of course, everybody wants to go to LAN, everybody wants to collect the VRS points and get a chance to get a bit of that prize pool, but for Dynamo Eclot, it's completely different how the story goes and how much it's important to them and also their fans that they actually get the victory here. They get to the deciders and have a chance to go to Prague. And we've mentioned that previously. If they go to LAN, it's a big buff for them. So many fans will be rooting for them. And not only that, they've played in the Vodafone PLAYzone arena before. They know the equipment and they will get their bearings much earlier than the other teams that go to LAN will.
Well, we'll have to see what comes of it as we get our players situated. eLive trying to fix some performance troubles. Counter-Strike 2? Performance troubles?
Yeah.
No way.
It's
never
relatively common, we can say that.
On another note entirely, while we're on the topic of what the players are up to, okay, yeah, Zinni vapes, that kind of makes sense, but it was Executor with the Zins. That's a total wrong branding. Come on, dude. Figure it out.
Not something.
In all seriousness, Zinni and Texi have been super strong on the side of RUSHB.
Oh, yeah.
They are some of the scariest looking riflers on the server. It'll have to be a surprising performance from, say, not just Detour, but you know, I've seen a little bit of I've seen some good stuff out of Mikey before. It would be pretty cool to see what happens there. I think another thing that's worth pointing out too, in a lot of these cases with the squads, is that the op of Forzi versus the op of Kiro. These two snipers play totally differently, and I think part of that is because Kiro very seldomly gets the op due to the brawly nature of his squad.
Yeah.
So his stats look underwhelming, but when he, as far as the sniping is concerned, but when he actually has it, he can do some miraculous things too. So there's not really any one head-to-head matchup where I would say, okay, these players are clearly better than these players. Insofar as a man for man, it seems like, you know, obviously Zinni and Texi are looking pretty good. Obviously we got Kiro's op that can be impactful when it actually happens. And, you know, then you think about, you know, Kinky for eLive as far as the head-to-head there is concerned. You know, they're pretty neutral on the impact at best. So overall, this is a very even matchup. We saw that reflected in the odds. Tactically, I think Dynamo Eclot might have a deeper playbook. But when it comes to the gunfire, the firepower, that could be a very, very different story for RUSHB.
Oh, yeah. That's something that kind of Dynamo, they need to annul. They need to find a way for RUSHB to be shut down individually. This is sort of a similar situation that we said for Gun 5 when they played 9. You need to find a way to destroy their main men, the confidence of their main men, kind of not let them make the plays they would like to make, those Puggy style plays that can actually win them maps, win them important rounds. That's something that Dynamo need to assess as soon as it starts to begin, or rather as soon as it starts to happen.
Yeah, as soon as you see a change of pace from the side of RUSHB, as soon as you see them try to make alterations to where they're sending their stars on the CT side, where they're deploying it, because that's another thing. On the CT side, they'll also go for force buys very regularly. And the reason why it hasn't come back to bite them yet is because they are almost always so very good at securing the dub with them.
Yeah.
That's something that you don't normally see in these squads. I mean, you'll see force buys on T side, left, right, and center because they plant the bomb. They get a couple of frags. They're going to be happy with that. The CT side, though, it does happen. It's just way more rare, and it certainly is way more rare to find runaway success. So as we get ready to get started here, the server had to be restarted. Everybody's getting back into the swing of things and testing out their performance. Smiles on the side of Dynamo, smiles on the side of RUSHB. Everybody having a good time there, cracking jokes, waiting for everything to get rolling. It's something it's worth noting here, I think, between these two squads that RUSHB are looking for, being a staple in the tier 2 space. Yeah. RUSHB are looking to, cement themselves as a squad that you're going to hear about if you're following this level of Counter-Strike. Dynamo, you could say the same thing, but they're also hunting for a little bit of pride, national pride, as 3/5 of the squad are from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, it's very important for them to kind of perform in front of their home audience. I don't want to say the home crowd because they still are yet to secure their place in LAN, but a lot of people from the Czech Republic are watching the stream and they really wish for the best for their team. Of course, we're going to see what's going to happen with that. Sadly, we just got info from our production team that we're going to have to wait a little bit for this match to start as players are having some connection issues on the server. The server needs to be changed, and that's going to take a few minutes. So we are going to go for a very short break. We'll be back with this best of 3. And we're back to bring you all the necessary action of our second best of 3 of today. After a short technical delay, the players have connected and everybody is ready to go. The Dynamos start on the CT side as expected, as this is the map pick of RUSHB.
Yeah, very nice that RUSHB are on the T side. That's where they can do some of their absolutely best work. And now they are pushing out towards a double stack as 4 guns in cave, while Detour will frag twice, and Mikey will pick up where he left off. Wow, look at that. Just like that, we've got a 2v4 onto the B-bomb site. Kinky will be first point of contact. He does clear Nubik, and Kiro is able to trade Elive, so now in a 1-on-2, anything's possible in a pistol round, Yuba.
Oh yeah, Kiro could still pose a threat, but players grouped up in cave, ready to receive. He sees them both, still tries to repeat. That was overzealous, but somehow stayed alive. Flash down, so is Forzy and Kiro!
Oh!
That's a clutch and a half to begin a best of 3.
Yeah, okay, he's on the board nice and early. 3 frags, every one of them required to close out the pistol round, and in first to 13, as Counter-Strike 2 is, well, every round matters. And so much, too. It's a ridiculous amount of impact to win pistols in this particular game. Outsized compared to what it was in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. So, well, the Dynamos were happy with their turn of events until Hero decided to take destiny into his own hands. And now, pushing forward, we got more. Executor, well, he's going to be executed. This is a force by Forzy, already up to 2 frags.
That's dangerous. Zinni needs to pop heads, and he finds 2, searching for Mikey. Kiro, in the meantime, takes care of Nubik, and now starting to gain some control over this round is the side of RUSHB, but that control short-lived as the Dynamo Eclot players are still swarming. Oh, just runs out of bullets, and it's a 1v1. Kinky versus Detour, and do they want to fight? Of course, Kinky does. He needs to get to the bomb, and Detour ready to receive, but not ready to get the kill as RUSHB double up, but only just 7 HP in the end, enough for Kinky.
God, wow. Okay, well, yeah, we're gonna need to take a moment here to consider the options at this point, because wow, what a series of events here. So a lot of this is gonna be down to Ziddy's miraculous 2K there in the short position, and the fact that Mikey ran out of bullets and Kinky was able to control the spray better than Detour. These are some very explosive rounds right out the gate on Ancient, and RUSHB is favored on this map, but the other 2 are a little bit more so on the side of Dynamo. So even if we see a bulldozing, it's hard to say anything negative about Dynamo's odds. However, they still want to look into their opponent's map pick. RUSHB will take attack, try to calm things down. Even for the men who dwell in chaos, it's apparently a little bit too much for them. Losing all but 1 player, no bomb plant, they talk over their bye. And of course, another force from Dynamo Eclot.
Of course, they decided to force buy after dealing so much damage in the previous round, hoping to reset their opponent in this one. And they're gonna have a solid buy as force buys go, with 3 SMGs and an M4 in the hands of Forzy. Elive can do some damage as well with that 5-7, of course, chunked up to 23 HP. Nubik needs to find the frag, and there we go. He doubles up in the cave position, and now this T-side round might start to crumble for RUSHB unless they can pounce on these tagged opponents on the side of the Dynamos as Kinky sneaks towards cave, but so many angles he needs to check, still might get caught off guard. Playing it slowly because they have no other option, waiting for Dynamo to make a mistake, but a mistake they won't make. A good double peek towards mid causes Zinni's death. An Executor and Kinky in a very uncomfortable 2v5.
Elive with 1 health, and Nubik with 4. Some Pyrrhic players right now on the side of Dynamo. A stiff breeze will blow him over those false idols. Executor and Kinky struggling to make ends meet here on the 3rd round as they try their best to leverage the limited map control they have towards this B-bomb site. They're going to entry on. The peaks will come in. At the very least, they're safe to get a plant. This is an economic victory for RUSHB. Can it be more?
only economic in a sense. They couldn't have let this happen, and now Kinky's position is known. He had to plant the bomb because his teammate was so far away. He's just gonna get swarmed. That's a big victory and a big round for Dynamo Eclot as RUSHB, even though they got the plant, they're still not gonna have a lot of money in the next round, and rifles galore for the Czech boys.
Yeah, there's so many of them now. They only have to buy one gun into the next round. A Galil, the only shortcoming, and even then, I think as a CT, you're pretty happy with the Galil.
Oh, yeah. You're really happy with the Galil on the CT side. Close angles, great for spamming through smokes, many bullets available. I think it does a much better job actually on the CT side than it does on the T side.
Yeah. It's not a turbo slouch on the T side, but you're absolutely right that the CTs are happy with that one. They can use it in a very tactical sense. Hard to drill that, since the chances of you getting it on the recovery are, might happen once or twice a map. Now Mikey gonna self-flash, and he's looking for those mid frags. He knows there's another, but he's only good for the one. Executor trades him out. That's Texi falling. That's one of the star riflers. So limiting their impact early on speaks to exactly the game plan that Dynamo Eclot need to be developing. It feels like they should be up 3-0 right now, but that's not the case. They're only trailing by one round at the very least, and they're looking good to close this one out. Forzy, can you do it? Yes, you can. A double kill in Red Room, painting it the same color as his team's logo. Now a 2-on-4. And it does seem like an unwinnable round for RUSHB as they've lost control of the bomb and basically in CT spawn. He said the words, yeah. Caster Curse. The peoples All
of
I did
the
was
Czech
think
Republic
it that one
will...
round on Inferno and it was gone. So I don't know. I feel like our power is too great.
Nah, we can't jinx it. Oh, all right. All right, you play with fire, you get destroyed. But that's going to be just a short-lived victory as Dieter's spray is going to hit both heads. And it's a tied game after 4 rounds played.
Feels like maybe they could have sent something Nubik's way, start chucking rifles at him, but that's all right. Coffee for Kiro. As he's checking out his options as well, warming up into the match. I guess that could be tea. I was thinking it's definitely coffee, but at this hour for the Euros, maybe it's tea.
Yeah, I would assume so. It makes a bit more sense.
You never know. Some of these menaces will stay up until 3 a.m.
They do need their caffeine. Caffeine? Caffeine. Yeah, all right. I said
Caffeine. So do we.
And RUSHB.
Tactical pause.
This is not a good situation you want to be in at the start of a map when you have only one tactical timeout left.
Yeah, it's not been that many rounds, so maybe they're feeling a little bit late to warm. We're going into the 5th round. It's not like those timeouts reset on the half. Only time you get one more is in OT, so it'll be the Glocks for the extended timeout here. RUSHB, let's see if they can overwhelm a player or two, steal a rifle away. At best, what they can hope for is a bomb plant running straight through the flames. Cut down by Nubik, and Didor will get a team kill in the end, because why not send your teammate to the Shadow Realm? Boy, can you miss it? Not much of a timeout after all. Train looms on the horizon, as you can see there, with Inferno, our decider if we need it, in this second best of 3, which is an elimination game, as well as an advancing game, a do or die.
Yeah. That's something you see every day. 2 teammates getting 3 frags each.
That's right.
Though, I would say the Nubik is pretty happy with what he got. 3 kills with an MP9. Pretty useful at the current state of affairs in this economy, as they would say. And a change of pace from RUSHB. They want to swarm to the A side, and that's going to happen. Smoke to CT, smoke to Donut, and they can get an easy bomb plant here. Oh, Texi through the smoke takes down 2, and that's round over.
Yeah, I think you got to start canceling plans. Call up your babysitters, tell them to go home. Dynamo have to fall on back. That will be a bomb plant and a round win. RUSHB striking back to keep us neck and neck. Still keeping 3 members alive is good. There's not enough money to justify a hunt here. Even 1 player going down for RUSHB would complicate matters going into round 7. So they'll just post up and retreat. Scavenging a little bit of utility here and there. I love that they throw away the incendiaries like,
yeah, we don't need them.
I have a molly.
Yeah. You don't want to use that. It's simply not nearly as good as the molly. If people are asking why would you throw away $400, that's the reason.
It is an inferior product.
Oh yeah.
Put simply, it doesn't spread as far.
Who knew that like a well-made incendiary grenade is worth less than just a lot of gasoline in a bottle. All right, let's see what's gonna happen here. Detour in trouble, good only for one. And Eli got taken out, and this quick pace from RUSHB is paying dividends so far. Mikey, he's gonna have to do a lot of work. He has support from his teammate, and the M4A1Ss are just hitting shots. It's a 2v2 still around to be played. Mikey manages to escape through the smoke. Forzy, now it's time to pounce. Already found one frag, but from Temple he goes searching for another, and this is gutsy, but it's not gonna pay off as Kiro gets taken out, and it's only Kinky to remain, and they know his trajectory. They saw where his teammate was going, and they have the idea of where the last RUSHB player could be. Well done from Dynamo to stay alive in this round after the two players were overwhelmed, but still they need to deserve it. Mikey, though, good positioning, good rotation, gets fourth on the board for Dynamo.
Yeah, and they have enough money that losing an extra player here, normally you want to keep 3 alive on the CT side, losing an extra one doesn't make too much of a difference. They can keep investing for this round and probably the next, barring some freak occurrence. Still an uphill battle here for RUSHB. The lead escapes them. They had tied things up just previously. We start to ask questions about how much more ahead Dynamo could be if they hadn't dropped that pistol or that force buy. They were able to equalize things immediately following. Forzy with a forward angle with that up. B his domain. Got a deep angle, and Mikey has found Executor elsewhere, so that's the secondary caller of RUSHB silenced. Kinky will be able to deal with Detour somehow, and with the off dropped as well, this is going to get very hairy. Nubik, it's all down to you, my friend.
Oh yeah, not a lot of room to work with, burning in the flames, and Texi takes him down. Good rotate from Eric Sith, but completely blind. And on a silver platter served to Texi. He's going to play with his food for a while, but still going to convert the frag, and it's going to be an even scoreline. Just a question, will they try and hunt down Mikey? The answer is no, because they don't have money. They're going to save these AKs, and Mikey is going to have his. But RUSHB firing back.
Well, we are neck and neck for sure, but I feel like this is the end of the line for Dynamo, because I mentioned barring a freak occurrence, they'll be able to buy into the next round. That freak occurrence is people going for a retake 1v4 when Mikey's elsewhere. So that was not a decision that the Sith made very intelligently. As
well, you know how they function. I mean, they have a lot of rage in them, so sometimes it makes you stronger, sometimes it makes you commit to maybe poor decisions.
Let the hate flow through you, Eli.
That's actually a pretty good impression. I mean, for a moment, I didn't understand who it was, but
the perks of being a voice actor. We got 4 for 4 here. Tie game. And there will be rifles, but no op. Forzy will have to make it done with the A1S. Mikey, he's dueling in mid. He's been dueling all game long and coming out ahead, but Eli gets traded. And remember, Mikey's pretty low. Forzy, at the very least, blind though he may be, it's a total chaos, a bedlam in the middle of the map there, but it's all right. Dynamo are running amok. Detour buried in. Oh, he's definitely going to be good for at least one frag here. And look at that, the cleanup from Forzy afterwards. There you go. Dynamo back on the board and an op in Forzy's hands. Well, I guess they're looking sharp. We'll just keep trading rounds.
Yeah, I'm loving
good for
this.
Everybody else watching.
This is so entertaining. Fast-paced Counter-Strike after, like, I'm sorry to the other teams, but mostly we see sleepers as teams just wait for the mistake of their opponents. Not the case in this match. They all want to fight. They all want to chip in. And that's the case for both teams.
Well, it'll be pistols for Kinky and Executor, Tech 9s, but it's AKs galore for everyone else. Utility very limited here. If RUSHB want to make something work here, I think they have to play contact, unless Dynamo give up the ghost here on the B-bomb site in these forward positions. Nubik has played pretty well as that cave player. His position has been under duress as well, and I gotta extend some sort of props to Mikey, because he has been controlling middle very nicely. Elive, it won't look like it based on his scoreline, but he's been high impact in that position as well, frequently being traded so Mikey can escape. And here we go, the rundown. The bomb is spotted. Elive with a two-man spray down, and, well, that certainly complicates things for RUSHB. Let's see what they can do from this position.
Yeah, now they put themselves in a corner, though Zinni breaks through that corner as Mikey hits the deck. 3-on-3 bump get planted. Nubik finds an important frag, and that gives them a platform to stand on for this retake. Both players playing from Donut as Nubik wants to take care of one. They don't yet know the position of both players, but soon they will find out. They're going to have to hurry up if they want to get a chance to get this retake, as the bomb has ticked to half. Detour just waiting for a peek, not getting it so far. Zinni finds an important kill, and Detour needs to strike, but the clock strikes midnight for Dynamo as they lose another round, and again, the game is tied.
And, you know, I think the money is finally coming to a close here for Dynamo. They will have some cash. They should probably at least invest down to the 2K mark on everybody, but that's going to look like a real ugly buy. And RUSHB, they are masters of controlling chaos, continuing to make matters worse and worse and worse, economically speaking. The beauty of Counter-Strike's economy, as complicated as it can sometimes be, is that even in these back and forth neck and neck games, there have to be some heroics at the end of the day to win with a low buy. A tech pause for Dynamo. The third expended on the first half, but at the very least, Dynamo has 2 left, whereas RUSHB only has the 1.
Yeah.
Now they're in their element, though, smiling. They know what that tech pause means. They know people take tax to talk over economy, talk over buys, make decisions.
Just curious to see again how Mikey died in that previous round, thinking of it. Because they had the information necessary, and Zinni he just threw himself toward the site, and Mikey's demise kind of led to that downwards trajectory for Dynamo.
Right.
And it would be so important for them to win that round, not only result-wise, but also economically speaking. You can see their buy-in is far from perfect, as utility is not the best. Executor through the broken smoke gets taken down by Elive, and that's a +1. Important one at that, almost an ult, and there you go. Zinni takes down Mikey, and one player also low. As Elive on 22 HP with an SMG, can't really hope for a fair fight.
No, and he doesn't exactly have the shadow advantage with that big old light sticking out. Detour and Nubik are going to combine for a push through cave. That'll clear out this position here, at least be aware of what's going on. Hold them, retake some map control. Oh, Nubik, this is so dangerous. I think he heard something or thought he was rubbing up against somebody. And he was. 3 Ts, in fact, only sees 2. This is definitely going to be that B-bomb site, the target. Could RUSHB finally chain 2 together? First time since the pistol. The drive-by from Elive. He's still going.
He wants more. He needs more. Too far from the rifle, and now he's going to get taken out, and Forzi knows there's no hope in this round. He is a dead man. Just you wait for that peek from Kinky. He's going to be his Undertaker. As I said that, Forzi's 6th sense started tingling, and he knew where he was, but so do the RUSHB players. He needs to commit to this round. There's no escaping. There's no saving that up. Forzi is going to get the flick, but with so little time remaining, he needs to throw himself to the side. Finds one more. The last one too far away. No chance of getting him. That's a lost off for Dynamo. That's a 1 round for RUSHB.
Yeah, he'll get some nice little flicks there. It'll look good in the replay package. And he does stop all of the guns from being saved at the very least, but he also loses his own op. And it's not like anybody's at max loss right now, Luba. This has been a very back and forth round by round game. Nubik abandoning his position at the worst possible time and through that smoke so he could reload. That was such a slim margin. If he just sprays the right way, if he aims the right place by circumstance, he could clear multiple players in that position before they even knew what hit them. So, good composure from RUSHB under pressure as mid is once again under attack. Mikey sees something through the smoke before he's flashed, and it's good at least for one, but Elive not able to use the FAMAS to good measure. Nubik is going to push out behind Zinni. This is a potential game-winning push, map-winning push. All right, not going to happen. They're looking for 6-6. If they can do that, then their T-side can run away with things. We've seen Dynamo be so successful as a unit. Oh, Kiro, though. He's still firing. He's still fragging. At least doing his best. 2 on 3.
He's dialed in, but now he's surrounded. They're just tightening that noose, and there was no hope for Kiro to find a frag. It's all down to Texi with 32 HP. It seems that we are going to have a tied map at the half.
And what better way to look at the first half that's been so neck and neck this entire time? Why not end it with no advantage to either squad? Well, Texi has a very slim chance of changing our minds on that, and he is coming in through with an angle, but he's spotted by Forzy, and that's all the info they really need.
Rotates coming in. Detour already at CT spawn, and Texi so many angles he needs to check. He does have a smoke, and that could give him something to play around. Though Detour wants to fight. Fight he will. Gets the frag. 6-6. Half done on map number 1.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. A neck-and-neck affair after an entertaining first half on Ancient. The sides of RUSHB and Dynamo both want to go to the top 8. Only one team will be able to, and nothing to separate them on map number 1, as no team could tie up more than, what, 2 rounds, Pronogo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and it was RUSHB both times did 2 consecutive up until that final hurdle where Dynamo were able to answer back. And now on the T-Pistol, be looking for their own success. RUSHB already clutched out thanks to Kiro's heroics on the pistol to get themselves that pistol round. And so Dynamo are going to be looking to redeem themselves from that. But it is a shooting gallery in the red room. Red indeed. Well, Nubik is the last alive. He'll escape. He'll escape with a little bit of health. But with Zinni so low, he's the only real weakness here. Everybody else has Kevlar. It's going to have to be headshots abound. And I just don't see it happening. Nubik in a 1-on-3, not able to even start that particular meal. He did well to get out of there in the first place. It was a 1-on-5 to start with, I believe. So miraculous stuff there. But nonetheless, RUSHB will secure the second pistol.
And you could see Kinky smiling. He was like, no way they tried to do this against us.
Yeah.
We've seen RUSHB do that on their T side multiple times. And of course, you can expect that whatever they do, they know how to counter. And that was case in point.
Oh, yeah.
Dynamo didn't stand a chance in Red Room. Murdered. Only, though, 1 deagle now. We'll see what Nubik can do with that.
Yeah, listen, he has been fragging. He's got the hot hand. Not normally the top fragger for his squad. That would be Detour, sometimes Mikey. Sometimes Forzy. Now, Dynamo Eclot have won the most recent best-of-3 they played before this tournament on this very day. So they are fresh off a victory. That means that they'll be looking pretty solid if they can tie this one up as well. There'll be a very good day indeed for the boys from the Czech Republic. And Slovakia too. Why not? Get everybody in there.
Why not?
Looks like it'll be an A push from all of these pistols. And there's still some backup here. Kinky can pretty easily rotate. Same for Texi. So very unlikely this gets much of anything done, but they'll at least boost the Deagle and see if they can get any pressure had down here onto the B-bomb site. Kiro is first to frag. They probably want to stay clear of him with all the pistols, as he's got the SMG for farming that cash. 30 seconds left on the clock. This very prolonged tactical timeout here is slowly being collapsed upon by the CTs as RUSHB are looking to convert their pistol round win with Dynamo, just looking for any damage they can get and then the full buy afterwards.
Yeah, seems like an easy job for RUSHB to close this out. Of course, the Deagle has to find something, and it did find one frag, searching for more, but he's going to get taken out. The SMG collecting 3, not bad at all.
That is audacious. We'll have to see what happens going forward between Mikey and Detour and Nubik now, all going after the much vaunted top fragger position there. High impact from the riflers of Dynamo, and Forzy also did pretty well himself, but Kiro, oh, damage down so low. eLive really does like to take mid with pace. Now, it doesn't matter what side he's on. A lot of resources expended on that middle position. 8-6, RUSHB giving a lot of control over to the B-bomb site. Cave not contested. Zinni is alone right now. Quick rotate out from Kiro. Remember, he's low as the hit's about to come in.
Oh, yeah. Not going to be easy. They have a smoke to use. Maybe halt this approach. Zinni, good for one. Gets taken out. Nubik indeed are less than half HP, so it's not going to be completely easy for Dynamo to hold control of this side, especially now that they lost Mikey. HE grenade, with that spamming, is going to do some damage, and this is very difficult, a site to hold for Dynamo. They're going to have to fight. They're going to have to find the next frag if they want to hold off the CT approach, and the retake is coming in. Forzy just waiting on the boost for somebody to approach him. Diter spamming through the smoke, but not finding anything so far, and the CTs already have swarmed the site. Now, Dynamo need to fight. They need to stop this defuse. Executor, he takes care of Nubik. Diter falls, and it's only Forzy to remain. He knows this round is over. He knows he can't do anything. He's trying to stop the defuse, but that's not going to happen. And lucky to be alive with 11 HP and keeping that AK for the next round, but an important one goes into the hands of RUSHB.
It is important, and they keep enough players alive that it's not like they have to reinvest a heavy amount either. So they're gunning for their 9th round, and they get it on the retake. With Forzy staying alive with the bomb plant, we're going to be seeing Dynamo with a buy, with a chance in. And really, I think we've seen everything that we needed to see from Dynamo already on that first half, where they are neck and neck, they are controlling the pace, they're sending a message to RUSHB that they need to dig deep in order to win their own map pick, which may not be the same for Dynamo, where they're just so natural on train, and RUSHB are so not. But we'll have to find out, because we're guaranteed train, we're not guaranteed Inferno for the decider.
Not just yet. A lot of Counter-Strike to be played until the probability is there for us to get to Inferno. For now, it seems quite good for the side of RUSHB. With the bomb plant, with the loss bonus, Dynamo have a buy, but a scrappy one with 3 Galils and already the little utility they had. I don't know if they had a lot of it, but they spent a lot of it so far. Again, grouping themselves toward that B-bomb site. Still a lot of time left on the clock for them to change their opinion of which site they like better.
They don't really need to form much of an opinion yet on that, but they are waterfalling towards Texi's position, and This can be very scary, being run down by 4 Ts. Mikey pushing outside A main. Texi is not the only line of defense here, but I don't think they're going to guess him. And look at that 3-man spray down. Almost gets to the 4th. It's all down to Nubik, and he is not good for it. That would have been a 1-on-4 and one hell of a clutch, but instead it's Texi, the highlight man of the match. That is 10 rounds for RUSHB.
I have to apologize. I don't know what sound came from me, but it was a weird sounding moan, so I'm sorry to...
There you go, that's what happens.
To the
You're just in
chat
awe.
production and to my co-commentator for that, but that was a beautiful spray down. And an important one of that, as Dynamo have been halted in their tracks. And now in trouble. Now in a world of hurt, as they have that hero AK in the hands of Mikey. The usual suspect, actually, for Dynamo when it comes to the hero AK. More often than not, when they have one, it's Mikey, though the Deagle is actually going to do some damage. This might be the beginning of an important, impactful round for Dynamo, but they need to break open this B side. It's Kiro that wants to fight. Mikey gets the kill, and Dieter does as well. And it's a 5v2. Blink and you miss it. Important quick succession kills. Executor good only for one, and Texi needs to tuck tail and run. It's going to be the 7th round for Dynamo, and they're not out of Ancient just yet.
No, they're not. And look at the money left over on RUSHB. They know where Texi is. They can go for the hunt, although they have their own money problems on the side of Dynamo, so they're going to have to make it clean. If Texi can do another quick spray down there, he might be able to be more than powerful. Remember, Dieter is so very low on HP, but Nubik is the next point of contact here as Texi is going to get run down. And all right, so RUSHB don't have that much on the investment. They will almost undoubtedly purchase up into this next round. But looking for what we can see from Dynamo, if they can chain at least another round together, you know, if they win this next one, they pretty much wrap up the economy for a little bit. They can go to 9 rounds, 9 rounds, depending on what ends up happening here, before RUSHB have a proper answer. Let's see what happens in this round. This is a very impactful round right here for both teams.
This round could be the difference maker. Will RUSHB start, or continue rather, to get away with this map, or will Dynamo get us very close to a tied result? Seems like a slow burner of a round, though. Utility exchanged and damage dealt to Mikey. Down to 75 HP, still, of course, battle ready. More than capable of going into an aim duel and getting out of it as the victor. Again, grouping up toward the B-bomb site is the side of Dynamo Eclot.
This was a very, very tightly contested first half. Dynamo have admittedly struggled since the half switch, but they seem to be on a tear back. There's almost no utility left on the side of RUSHB. They've got 2 smokes. That's it. Kinky can deploy the first of them onto the B-bomb site to continue to defend it with 50 seconds ticking down. And Kiro's up trained on that B main. Detour could be the first, but instead it's just a jiggle, and Elive opens things up. Traded immediately. Will he snuff out that there's plenty more where that came from? Texi, if he faces this position without a flash, he could be dead. Detour not able to do the tripwire. Instead, it'll be Kiro on the peak, and he's brought down. The trade should be good, and there it is. Dynamo have secured themselves an 8th round and broken the economy of RUSHB fully.
Yeah, completely broken is the money on the side of RUSHB. And what does Executor do in this situation? Of course, he can save, but saving a FAMAS and having a hero FAMAS seems a bit desperate, doesn't it? That does seem to be his call, as he's not going to risk it and try and get a better gun. Just going to save it. And the fact that he has 5 kills, I would assume that it is a contributing factor. Like, taking into account the matches we've seen in this competition so far, many times does it happen that instead of saving, players try and go for exit frags, try and do some economic damage on the opponent, try and maybe steal away a gun, even in situations where objectively it's not the best case scenario. And Executor's just going to be happy if he finds a rifle on the floor. Another round for Dynamo, and they're more than alive now on Ancient.
Yeah, the FAMAS, I mean, unless you're Monacy, you're not going to be multi-fragging with that thing, so last I checked, Going to be a tough ask for any of the players on RUSHB to make that happen.
I hate playing against the FAMAS. Since the buff it got, I still can't play it. Mind you, I still feel like it's missing the shots that it should hit, but sometimes you just play against a guy that uses a FAMAS and it's like a laser. Pinpoint accuracy.
It does feel like it's pretty good, especially with the crouch spray. Helps you out quite a bit. And you can get into nice spots with that. So maybe Executor can be the executioner. But there's his help over here are just a couple of USPs. First one has already fallen. There's 3 more where that came from, and they're all pretty much wrapped up. And with that, we have ourselves the Dynamo 9th. It will be rifle buys after rifle buys from here on out. Rough stuff for RUSHB, as they are definitely still not exactly favored. They are going to have to make concessions in the weaponry department for this next round. No op will be brought out, unless somebody's wild enough to go glass cannon. And then indeed, that's not the case. It's going to be 5 A1Ss. Gives them room for Kevlar no helmet. Not that they need it against AKs anyway. And, of course, the ever-important set of utility that is compulsory to dispense. And how about that? A 3-man spray down from Kiro, traded only limply by Elive, and that will be Forzy now suddenly in a 1-on-4 with no bomb. So this is going to be a 90-second save. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the podcast.
So, simple to phase.
Simple to phase. Listen, that's either going to crash and burn or they're going to win everything. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't think there's an in-between. I don't think you can just be mid.
Pickup, right?
Yeah. Listen, the joke of here's my application to phase is when you'd pull off a ridiculous low percentage play, jumping 360 quick scope in the air, and then land on another dude's head to Goomba stomp him in danger zone. Rest in peace. That's basically it. That was the style. That was all about phase. And now they've got the OG player that just is unplayable, that throws caution to the wind, that does everything that they want. And when I say OG, I mean original gangster, not whatever the hell OG is.
Huh, yeah. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Sad for Brokey, though.
He's all right.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen. My guess is within the next 2 months, rather I give him a month, whenever the Austin Major ends. I don't know on which date it ends. But let's say 2 months. He's going to get a team. He's going to get signed. I have no problems with that. The thing I have as a problem is how FaZe kind of just tossed him away after almost 6 years of being at the team. Like, I'm sorry. I know ambitions are there and many necessary changes, difficult changes have to be made. He clearly didn't adapt the team well enough since Elise joined. But do you gotta do him like that? Just pull a Twitter post and be like, thanks for everything. Thanks for spending 6 years of your life and winning everything for this team. It seems unsatisfactory. Like, give him one last hurrah.
FaZe are usually good for that, so I wonder what could have been the reason for such a slapdash disagreement. Now, that being said, dialed back in. Podcast over. Thanks for joining us. Oh, Zinni with the nade out. Could have actually been traded out there, but instead he's going to go for a nice little spray down. Elive with the team kill. That's not the enemy. The rule of 2 is now the rule of 12 as RUSHB post up. Well, it's a 1-on-2. Mikey still has a chance. This can be isolated into 1-on-1s. He's certainly the favorite aimer versus Kinky, and he flushes him out with the incendiary. He's going to force him forward. Oh, he corrects on the spray. It's Executor, full health, already on the site, and no utility left for Mikey.
Mikey doesn't know. He has no idea where Executor is. So many angles he needs to check, and timing could be crucial. Just checking the correct angle could be the difference maker, as Executor is not really having the best game, but winning this round could be so important. Just waiting for the duel to happen? And will Mikey even be looking at that direction? The answer seems to be a resounding yes, but Executor waiting and not having a chance. The nightmare of a game continues for Executor as Mikey gets an all-important clutch to get his team on 10 rounds.
Very important stuff there. Without that, Dynamo are looking like they are going to be out of this map entirely. Now it's a one-round affair. And this is what we saw earlier. Eli pulling the trigger a little bit too late there and also a little bit too early. But nonetheless, Mikey, he's got it. He can handle it. He drops Executor, and now it's a tactical pause for Dynamo Eclot. They got to talk over their options, reduce a little bit of some of that stress, get their heart rate down after that clutch. It's a good way to do it, you know? It reminds me of that, there was that legendary, I think it was the Heaton story, the ridiculous clutch that he pulled out on Aztec of all maps. And his IGL just said, it was nothing special.
Yeah.
And the reason for that was, you know, as brutal as it is to make everybody refocus. So they can say, hey, dude, we got a game to play. We're not done yet just because you got a highlight clip. And, you know, sometimes it's good to take attack and let people breathe through that. You can dial back in. Otherwise, you can get ahead of yourself. Momentum can be a fickle mistress for sure. And Mikey, oh, how much momentum do you have, my friend? The flash is good to let Kinky get the better of him, but still, that is a good trade and good damage down range. Mikey can be all right with that. Not great, but works out. Favors the T side. Look at how forward RUSHB are. Already down all the way in the swamp. Kiro getting a trade there. Somehow, I don't know how Detour knew to look there in the first place, but spotted out in cave. This is still an active round, 3-on-3.
Still possible. Let's see if they can get the next frag. Kinky, though, quite low. Zinni without any Kevlar. And it seems still to be under control for the side of Dynamo. There you go. 2 frags found. The third easy as you like. And we're going all the way on map number 1.
That is one way to show things off. That is one way to tell you these two teams are here to play. This is supposed to be a comfortable win for RUSHB, or at least more comfortable than 13-11 if they are able to close it out. But that is no longer an open and shut case. The money is not stellar, not spectacular. They were doing crazy pushes that normally work for RUSHB, but aren't this time. Yeah. Dynamo have done their homework. Detour to look towards T-spawn at that timing. You don't do that versus other teams, because other teams don't ever force that from you. So a FAMAS on Executor yet again. Utility mostly expended for the CT side. They've got 3 smokes left and not a whole lot of flashes, only 1 on Texi. So a slow play could favor Dynamo, but that's if they want to do it that way. Grouped up in mid. 1.5 minutes on the clock.
It's going to be a slow one. Though Dynamo have the control necessary so far as they're grouped up in red room. Only Texi to try and stop that. We can see the rotation from Executor. That FAMAS must deal some damage. Smoke thrown. So is the flash. Executor answers back with a molly.
Oh,
Texi
no.
through the smoke. That's a lot of damage. And he kills Mikey. Now in trouble, the Czech side. They need to find an answer. They maybe need to even change up pace in this current state of affairs and find an opening. All doors seem to be closed, and that's why they're going back. Potentially all the way around, or maybe just a donut.
Only a molly and an HE left for utility, and it's on the Opper.
Oh, yeah.
Not who you necessarily want to be lugging that out, and Kiro holds Elive. That's another frag. 3v5 now. Dynamo in dire straits. They'll get the bomb down. Nubik will hold the Brokey exit. Horsey, though, he's being run down in red room. He needed to get that second frag, and he's not going to be good for it. 4-on-2. RUSHB should not be able to lose this one, especially with no utility on the T side. Let's see how these entries go. Oh.
Dieter, he has a chance. That team kill gave him an opportunity. An opening is it gonna be closed? He's trying to find the duels, and Kiro fixes that team kill. 3 kills in the round, and RUSHB get their 12th.
Yeah, that op was very impactful. Takes Eli's out of the picture. Obviously, takes one of his teammates out as well, but at the end of the day, it's what seals the deal. Detour had definitely had legs there, definitely had an option. And here, if Forzy clears Kinky on that repeak, that works out completely differently, man. That is such a different round. Not quite able to make it happen, though. Attack pause. That is the final one, I believe, for Dynamo Eclot. So they will be high and dry. It's a good time to use it or lose it, as they are now looking for overtime, extra rounds in map number 1 of our second best of 3.
They need to win the next one. If they don't, we're going to the next map, and they're in a 1-map deficit. They fought well on the opposing team's map pick, but well might not be well enough in this state of affairs.
There's also a question of how much effort you want to expend on a map that you're not, quote, supposed to win. When it's this close, it's so tempting to just keep on going, to put every little bit you have, but they've already played a best of 3 today. How much more energy do they have in reserve? They do not want to gas out when it comes to train, their stronghold, their punish pick versus this team. Oh, Nubik is dialed in. He nearly ended up with a frag. And on the last round of regulation, Kinky is rocking an XM because that's what he could afford. Cave is an okay spot for it, but as soon as you leave it, if you get flushed out, that's it. Where are you going to go with it? Red room? Maybe versus what Dynamo's been doing in mid, but that's not their target this time around. They had a very heavy A pressure, weren't able to flush out any frags, but they've definitely threatened some rotations. And Forzy aggressing towards mid once again. Kiro has fallen back, so this is not going to be an op-v-op duel. In theory, favoring Forzy. Oh, but will execute a repeak. Surely not. Won't give it to him as an option.
Not a
and
chance.
now with the op pushing into B, look at this. The riflers are there.
Oh yeah, that's the first frag. Second not found. 1 for 1. Bomb planted. Not spamming the wall. It's a 4v4, a lot of damage dealt to the CT, still a chance for overtime. Kinky, with that auto shot, he needs to pick the correct timing to take care of Didor, and that might give them an opening, might give them a chance. Kinky gets taken down. CT's 1 man less. And they need to get to the bomb site as quick as possible. Forzy misses his shot. That's actually a chance as Texi takes down 2. Only 2 remain for the T side. Will this be it for the map number 1? Didor still keeping them alive, keeping them in this, and there's no more time. Surely we're going overtime.
Extra rounds are required. Celebrations in the 1-on-2 clutch. It's happened more than once. Mikey and then Detour. Ooh, boy. We are not done yet. All right. Well, Dynamo Eclot can continue to fight. If they end up ripping Ancient out of the hands of RUSHB, they go to train as heavy favorites for the series. And that is exactly what the hometown heroes wanted. That is exactly what the doctor ordered if you're hoping for a home field advantage in LAN.
That was such a big round. And RUSHB, they gave themselves a chance. Texi finding the frags, but not able to convert the round. 12 all, and we're heading into overtime. Damage dealt with that Molly. Kinky needs to pull back. Some control gathered for the Dynamo side, but mid control still for the CTs as Eli is just edging that smoke. Trying to find that first pick, and there you go. Kinky dead. That gives them more room to work with, but still no control of mid. They should focus their attention toward that part of the map as well.
I've been really enjoying the strategic layer that Eli has been calling. He does get got by Zinni and Cave, but his antics, his pulls, his strategy, they have impressed me. This is a tie game, but it's been firepower on RUSHB that's been their little ace card. Dynamo Eclot are winning off the back of really well-called strategies and really strong individual play as well when it comes down to those crunch moments. Kiro opping in Red Room. It's actually been a rarity. He's very rarely gone to this position, unlike what Forzy did on the CT side for Dynamo. And they are going to stack the B bomb site with only Executor at half health left on the A site. That's not where Dynamo are grouped up to hit. With 40 seconds ticking down, we are looking at a perfunctory B hit here in overtime to open us up.
Absolutely. Push toward ramp. Kiro waiting with the op. Might not even get a chance to shoot someone before he needs to peek out of cave. A lot of damage dealt. Bomb not yet planted.
Oh,
Hero
no.
shot hit, but only through the wall. 1 for 1. But the bomb not yet hit the ground, and he need to plant it. 10 seconds left, and the wall bangs are doing justice. They're doing good. And damage. Look at the HP on the side of Dynamo. This could be a cleanup for RUSHB as they're swarming the site slowly. Zinni, double kill only. 1 remains, and Zinni will take care of Forzy as well. 1 round advantage for the side of RUSHB.
Yeah, 1 round advantage indeed, and RUSHB are scavenging every single rifle they can get. They know they've got money for the op next round, so they'll take 3 AKs into round number 2 of OT1. Dynamo Eclot had the bomb plant, they had some control, but they just couldn't get through all of the bodies that were left on this B bomb site. The garrison too strong, and the whiff shot there with Texi getting 2. That really spelled the demise here. All right. 13 to 12, RUSHB finally get to that 13 mark, but now it's first to 16. It's a very different story here. MR30 back in action here like it's Counter-Strike Global Offensive. And an A-hit on the cards for Dynamo. They are throwing out, lobbing out their util, and look at that! Hero's whip shot, Executor's got to bail him out with a 2-man spray. He's good for a 3rd. And now it's a 2-on-3. Texi already here. Elive needs to do better, and he will be dropped. All down to Forzy with no bomb, no op, just an AK and some util.
Yeah. This is not a round that's easy to win, though an isolated duel towards CT might give him a lifeline. RUSHB doubling up, doubling their lead unless Forzy can come in clutch. Kinky, his first potential victim, actually gets heavily tagged and needs to pull back. Still, time on the clock for Forzy to think about this round. No reason to save the gun given the state of his team's economy.
Yeah. Somebody else can drop him the op next round. Everybody should be able to buy AKs. We have seen saves in OT before, but not in this particular case, as they did get the bomb plant in the first round. 40 seconds. Clock's ticking on 4Z. He's going to be pushed into the position where the bomb was felled, and now they know where he's at. Molly will clear him out. It is a 1-on-3. He's got legs. He's got potential. Molly burns Kinky alive. Texi, last man standing. Oh, he was trying to go after the bomb, but Texi preempted that with the incendiary and struck him down with the rifle. 14 to 12.
That's well done. Well done from Texi. It turned out to be a messy situation. They had a 3v1. And Forzy pushed them to the limits, but Texi throwing the molly and peeking just at the right timing. Look at that. That's a lot of confidence to peek like that.
Oh yeah, a lot of it comes down to Executor, man. Like the fact that he gets 3 frags on the spray down, it's Kiro whiffing, Executor bailing him out. And we're in a nice spot here, for sure.
Still, they got 2 rounds in overtime, 2 rounds necessary to take care of map number 1, tie it up, and send us to the second one. Much needed hero play from Executor to stop the attack in its tracks. Is this attack pause again? Or a tech pause, rather?
It is a tech. Webcam for RUSHB needs to be replaced or updated or some such. Will be back, I'm sure, very shortly here. It was waiting until the map was over to drop, but you know, OT and that happens sometimes.
Yeah. We'll be back shortly, of course, with
continuation here.
Yeah.
Ancient will, we will all be ancient maybe by the end of the map, you never know.
Possibly. By the end of the day, definitely.
Oh yeah. We get to see some highlights from the start of things. Kiro's 1-on-3 pistol clutch here was phenomenal. We saw a lot of clutches in the series, which definitely makes it very easy to get hyped about where this set is going to go. Part of me still holds out for hope here that RUSHB will be able to not only clinch their lead right now, but that Eclot will be able to bring us to a decider on Train. That would be the expected result looking at the veto. And then Inferno will be where we settle the score as after Train goes to the side of Dynamo. In my lovely imagination daydream about this series, we'd get a nice little map of Inferno and see who's really fit to continue their conquest, or in Eclot's case, their quest for defense, for protection.
Still, Eclot are in it, but only just. They're gonna need to find that next round if they want to hope to still be alive in this overtime, and I wouldn't count out another set of overtime if they actually start fighting back.
Absolutely. Nothing will ever beat Snappy versus Kerrigan, Ents versus FaZe. Ridiculous OT amount. And we are back to ready to go. RUSHB still leading in OT1 by 2 rounds. Their CT side has corrected the mistakes that allowed Dynamo to get there, but Forzy, he's going to take Kira out of the picture. And even though he might have had a quiet series so far, a quiet game, having the op just changes the angles that you're worried about peeking into from the other side. So getting rid of that nice and early and it being almost unrecoverable, Executor will have a sniper of his own. Pumped and ready to go. Oh, the flubbed incendiary. It's definitely not going to reach the intended target. That's all right. We weren't watching, Kinky.
All right, let's see what Texi has got. The attack proceeds, and he's gonna get destroyed by Didor. Site control in the hands of Dynamo. They can plant the bomb in a 3v5. That's far from an easy retake for RUSHB.
And some of them are far from the site as well. Kinky's lurking on through and being trailed by Nubik at the same time. There you go. Decapitated the leadership. RUSHB in a 2-on-5 have almost no shot. Now have truly no shot. There you have it. We go to the second half of our first overtime. I say our first because it might not be our only. The way that these teams are neck and neck. Switching over to the CT side. Remembering to protect Prague, defend Ancient from the attacking RUSHB side. That'll be Dynamo Eclot's prerogative now. Their goal, to chain together an unbeatable defense and close us out 16-14. That would be a dream for them so that they can move on to Train with up a map. But RUSHB only need 2 round wins to close us out here and now.
Oh yeah. RUSHB still seem the more confident side. Let's see how their T side is going to look in overtime. As the CT side for Dynamo did not look the best in that first half. Very hit or miss with the aggression there on both sides.
Yeah, you think about all the force buy wars, all the back and forth, you know. At the end of the day, what matters is the scoreline. They were 6-6, but they need to do better than that now. And it all starts in the first round of their CT campaign. It will be a B hit here for RUSHB. 1:10 on the clock. Decent number of defenders here to rotate. This is how you have to play the B site. There's not really too much forward cover you can get and still withdraw into something that is defensible. So instead, they will have to play for the retake, conserve some of their utility. Should be able to make things happen here. They still have an incendiary, smoke, plenty of flashes, plenty of HEs. Flash in a cave, Nubik is going to eventually be caught off guard. He's going to smoke and see if he can maybe step forward, but the flashes are good to keep him away. He is going to try to phase that smoke. Oh, look at that. He's found the timing. Kinky now looking for his opponent. He's behind the pillar, but he's slowly getting spammed. The bomb will go down.
Yeah, what a mess of a round. Look at that, what's going on in Cave. As do they know Nubik and Executor on both sides of that box, but the players on the side of Dynamo are falling down. Forzy good for one. Executor gets taken out. We're in a 2-on-2, and Texi's low. There's still a chance here for Dynamo, as Nubik is gonna get that kill onto Texi, and now Kiro, the only one that remains, gets chunked by that nade and not standing a chance against Forzy at the peak. It's gonna be 30 rounds on map number 1.
Indeed, we've crossed that Rubicon. We will be looking for 30. One team looking for 16. Who will it be? Or will we need extra rounds? That was a ridiculous resolution of that cave push as well, where the footsteps were heard. Executor gets dropped.
Oh, and look at that.
Nice little spray down afterwards. That's impact right there. You kill the guy who was lurking in cave the whole time, waiting for his time to strike, and then you walk over and preempt. Just spray him through the wood. That's a wrap. Elive mid got up to his usual antics there with the utility. Not great HE damage on one side here. Dynamo still pretty healthy. RUSHB, on the other hand, have 3 members below half health. So I'd say Elive is happy with that.
Not quite happy. Executor down to 1 HP. So much unconfirmed damage, and now it gets rewarded as Mikey and Eli take down 3. Kiro with the no scope gets 1 answer, but still a long way to go. And the side of Dynamo have realized there's no reason to fight. They're pacifists in this position. They can just play it slow and wait for the opponents to get into their crosshairs, though Didor, he wants to be aggressive. Good setup from himself, and Nubik gets rewarded as well, and Zinni is dead. Kiro, so many players on so many sides. How does he get away with this?
He's had miraculous clutches, but those were in pistol rounds, 1-on-2, 1-on-3, stuff like that. Not to this degree. Not to this degree at all. Last of the utility expended here. Pulling no punches. It's just a couple of flashbangs left on Dynamo Eclot. Kiro obviously has nothing on his back, and all the passive angles. Forzy holds it. The natural egress taken out, and now we either go extra rounds or Dynamo close us out and go to train in the lead in the series.
Who would have thought this was going to happen? Maybe a few more twists and turns left in map number 1, but look at that. Mikey, that's a great lineup, and after he found those 2 frags, simply no chance for RUSHB. The rotates were there for the side of Dynamo, and now RUSHB backs against the wall. Now they need to think of something. They need to break open this defense. Otherwise, they're going to their opposing team's map pick with the map deficit. Elive, though, received a lot of damage to start this round.
Yeah, no damage back. It would have been unconfirmed anyway, but his HE actually missed the mark there. Executor, the only one who's a little bit wounded. That's 1 bullet headshot for the A4 on the squad. Elive not exactly known for his crisp aim, but he'll still make things happen from time to time. Everybody else is on an AK. Doesn't matter at all for the likes of Mikey, Detour, and Nubik. But Mikey will post up in Red Room. This is a bold position, especially to announce yourself. And Detour finding Kiro elsewhere through a wallbang, humongous. RUSHB are falling apart here in a 4-on-5. They are fighting to keep their map pick in play. Otherwise, it's Dynamo to claim victory, and it will be an A hit to finish us off.
All right, let's see. What does Elive have in store to guard this site? His plan, just to pull back, hold it from a long angle. The rotate will come in at some point, especially now when they have info that mid is empty. Potential to find a frag on Executor as well and destroy that chance of a lurk, but that's not going to happen. Look at the minimap. Executor can still find impact in this round while his teammates swarm the site, but they need to get to it. If he's alone, he's completely worthless in that position. 1 for 1. That's still good for the side of RUSHB. And Elive just prowling from Temple. Didor lurking in A main, and this could finish the map. There you go, bomb not planted. This is done and dusted. Zinni fighting for his life, fighting for the round. Forzy salt on the wound with that P250. No time. It's 16-14. Dynamo Eclot take map number 1.
Stealing it away. The smallest of margins. Well, that's RUSHB's map done and dusted. Dynamo Eclot, the hometown heroes, still hunting in their protection of Prague. Well, let's see if they can make it over. They have to defeat RUSHB on a map that they are certainly favored on. Train, Dynamo's own map pick. And then they're going to need to win another best of 3 after, just to see what they can get. If they can scrape together a play towards the hometown of LAN. You know what, Yuba? I'm very pleased with how that map went. It was extra rounds required, but it was so back and forth, so neck and neck. Even some of the slow rounds had the right amount of tension. Turns out that those two teams, apparently, they make fireworks when they meet.
It seems so. Map number 1 was really interesting, but we'll see what's going to happen throughout this series, as Train is going to be our next map. It is the pick of Dynamo Eclot after they've stolen Ancient away, and now it begs the question, now that they got their foot in the door of Prague, the question is, do the nerves come in? Are they already celebrating the victory that could lead them to the top 8, or is it just one of those situations where they need to think things through and stay focused? Of course, they gotta have the concentration necessary, but of course, we're gonna have to see what they are going to do. Problem for RUSHB, of course, losing your own map pick never feels really good, but we've seen picks being traded in this competition so far. Wouldn't be the first time that that happens. We'll go on a short break and we'll be back with Train.
KFC patří ke hře.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to tell you news here. Yuba and I are going to be signing off for this period of the broadcast as earlier than expected, because RUSHB have actually had to forfeit yet another round in the Tipsport Conquest of Prague after losing their own map pick. Apparently, they deemed that they would not have enough time to reverse sweep in the series, so they decided to hand the hometown crowd. With that being done and dusted, Dynamo will proceed to the top 8. A hard-fought victory on Ancient was apparently enough to demoralize RUSHB enough for that. And we'll be looking at Sashi and Partizan to close the broadcast out. Your casters for that will be the Czech boys, Storm and Coat. And that will be an excellent time, I am sure. As that particular series, I know you're excited about the outcome of that one, Yuba, with Partizan being the boys from Belgrade. We'll see if they can clinch a match against the Danish underdogs there.
Oh yeah, I'm still waiting at my PC to see what Partizan is going to do and if we're going to see them in the deciders. I mean, it's going to be an interesting match given the up and down form of both teams, and I can still see both sides actually going through with a 2-0 victory, but I can see it being a nail biter to end the Swiss stage off. And I think it would be fitting to end it like that with like a 3-map affair, quintuple overtime. Yeah. So good luck to our colleagues, because we've already jinxed it for you. Enjoy.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what we thought we were getting into anyway. So the fact that we avoided OT with, Gun 5 on Nuke, and the fact that we only got 1 OT so far across both series, I mean, surely the big long marathon one has to be on the way. So maybe that is how things will go. We'll have to see what kind of form Partizan and Sashi are in. But yeah, a little unfortunate and unceremonious end to RUSHB's time in the spotlight here for Tipsport Conquest of Prague. I would have loved to see them try to make the comeback happen on Train. While I think it was unlikely, if they had done it somehow, then Inferno would have been an interesting map for sure. But congrats to the hometown heroes, even though it's not necessarily the way they ever want to be winning a series. Obviously, it always feels much better to earn it directly through gameplay. The fact of the matter is they did end up earning a nice little 1-0 start with well-fought Ancient, and they've broken the spirit of RUSHB to that effect. Hopefully, those guys can re-rally in time for their next match. But with all that said, that is indeed a wrap on that series, and Dynamo Eclot will move on to the top 8. We'll see exactly what the seeding is. I'm not sure if that'll be available by the end of the day, by the end of the broadcast, but that's something that you can look forward to as we get ready to get to that play-in portion, as you called it a few times, the quarterfinals in a way for the overall tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very interesting to see as to which teams are going to make it to the top 8, and I'm going to be glued to my screen just to figure out how the top 8 is actually going to look, because of course the 3-0 teams that have qualified for the top 8 are not secure anymore. If they lose their next best of 3, that is it. They're not going to land. So it is very unforgiving, the format of this competition. The situation is like this. Of course, Fnatic and ENGE have proven themselves to be the best teams in this competition during the Swiss stage, but even facing off against 9, even facing off against Dynamo Eclot, I can see them struggling, especially given the fact that it's online. So maybe the experience they have in their teams might not shine as bright as you want them to. And I actually think that the deciders have a good potential for upset.
Yeah, it's interesting because 9 are obviously together as a boot camp, and I don't know about the status of Fnatic and ENCE in that particular neck of the woods, so to speak. Is that going to be true for them by the time these matches roll up, as there's a little bit of a time delay between now and those matches? But we'll find out, because I am interested in whether those favorites can continue favoriting and whether or not we are going to see those upstarts upset. I am, of course, always interested in what happens when the LAN comes around. So we will be taking a quick look at that once the top 4 are decided, once we filter out from the round of 8. It is single elimination all the way through. There's no extra chances. So our final fight does loom. It's Sashi and, of course, the ever illustrious Partizan. I am looking forward to seeing which one of those teams, obviously we know which ones are the home favorites in this cast, but which one of those teams will end up making it through. Cool to see that Dynamo Eclot are able to move on. I hope they can make it to LAN just for the crowd factor. They might go anyway, even if they don't make it, just in case, maybe there's a show match or maybe there's a meet and greet with the fans. But it'd be really good to still be able to root for your home team in that respect. And so, yeah, looking forward to that. I think that pretty much wraps us up, though, Yuba.
Yeah, we can end this part part of the broadcast. Of course, one best of three awaits you, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the timer up on top, and you know how much time there is left before the last best of three of the Swiss stage starts. That's it from us. We'll see each other, of course, in the next Tipsport broadcasts. Of course, you have a good night and enjoy the last best of three.
Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma kick back when you fake like that. Head out of the game, I don't play that fact. Would you let me go? No, you never come back. I'ma be the best that you never had. Yes, I don't flex, I'm success. If it lifts, yeah. I'ma kick back when you back. Would you let me come back? Got it.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Hello, Kabe. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Great match for you yesterday against Maestro. Was that maybe the most, or maybe the easiest match you played so far in this tournament?
Against Nexus, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry for that. Yeah. Nexus for sure.
Yeah, I think actually I don't know. The 9 match, I think, was kind of easier. We should have closed it way earlier than we did, but we ended up winning 13-11, so didn't look as comfortable as it actually was. But I mean, it was kind of the same with Nexus. On Nuke, we could have closed it earlier, but Cello was really good yesterday. And on Anubis, I think we probably had the best CT side Anubis we've ever had. So I guess it could have gone out on all 3 maps, but luckily it didn't. So we had a little bit time off after the third BO3.
Yeah. It was your third BO3 that day. How did you feel at the end of the match, at the end of the long work day?
I was tired after Nuke. I could feel it sneaking up on me. My eyes were getting a bit, was closing a little bit. My head wasn't in the right place. It's tough with 3 BO3s and anti-shredding in between, and yeah, it's a really long day.
Yeah. Was the fatigue maybe your hardest opponent that day? And how do you feel today? Are you at least a bit rested?
I think it definitely played a role. Also with frustrations in the match from everyone. You can easily feel it when it's the first BO3 that there's no frustrations at all, and we have full focus. But when you get to the third BO3 of the day, it's starting to, everyone is getting a bit annoyed at the small mistakes and at themselves. But luckily we pull through. Today, I mean, we are well rested. We was early done yesterday, so could get a lot of sleep before meeting up today.
Yeah. Is today's BO3 against Partizan your only BO3, and what do you expect from that BO3? Are Partizan maybe the easiest opponent out of all of the opponents you could have get?
I feel like it's a great opponent for us. I don't think we played them that much actually, but yeah, we're comfortable with playing them, so it's fine.
Okay. And what is the one team you would like to dodge in your play-in match? Because on a 3-0 on the first seat, there are Fnatic, there are ENG. Is there any team you would like to meet or not to meet?
I think we can also meet one of the best in 3-1 if we go 3-2. So obviously, Navi Junior, I don't want to meet them. Whether it's ENG or Fnatic, I don't really care. My ex-coach is in Fnatic, and ENG have Glaive, so that would be a fun matchup. Yeah, I think I would rather meet ENG. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see how it turns out. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck for today's match.
Thank you.
Hello, Collins. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. A tough match for you against 500. What was the key factor that made you lose the match?
I would say it was our heads, to be honest, because when we are playing against whichever team, I think we are battling against ourselves, because I think we are much better than any of them, but still we are losing kind of a mental battle, and that's why, I mean, that's the thing that we should be working on. And that match was also close. You know, there were a few situations that didn't go in our favor. So yeah, that's a sum up.
Is there any particular way that you can work on this problem with your mental problems, with your focus?
I mean, it's not about the focus. It's about like tilting, and you know, when the things are not going in our way, you know, people get to, you know, get in that kind of bad mood, you know, and it affects us. And so that's our main problem. We are already talking about it, so we are working with it. It should be fixed soon, but yeah.
Do you think this problem might come from your team being only made from one nation, because you are very familiar with each other? You can be more vocal, so there is nothing holding you back. Let's say it like that.
It could be, I would say, but probably it's not only because of that. Yes, it is the problem that we are really, you know, good with each other. We are tight, you know, like brothers. That's how we call it. But I don't know, like. CS is everything for us, you know, in our country, and we just want to, you know, show to the world that we are really good, that we want to show up. But you know, when some things happen, we cannot just, you know, brush it off our heads. So we really have to work on it, you know.
Yeah. You are very close to be able to play a play-in match. Only one opponent left. Do you feel like you can be considered as favorites against Sashi, because they look like a struggling team the whole tournament?
I would say also for us, you know, we are kind of in a slump. Not everybody, you know, is in the greatest of their forms. So I would say it's kind of 50-50. I would slightly favor us, you know, also, but you know, it only depends like whoever shows, you know, on this day. So yeah, that's about it.
In terms of slump and your form, do you feel like there is a problem with schedule in current CS2? Because a lot of teams, I don't know if it's your problem as well, but a lot of teams are playing a lot of tournaments. Is that your case as well?
I mean, not really. Like, we do have like a few tournaments that we are playing, you know, but I wouldn't say that's like the main reason. It could be like said that it can affect us a little bit, but not too much.
Okay. Thank you so much for the interview then, and good luck for today's match.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Have a nice day.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Hello guys, welcome back to yet another CS2 match for Conquest of Prague. And here we are with Koti. So again, change of guards when it comes to the casters, and hopefully when it comes to the matches, it will be changed a bit too. Because of the last one, of course, Dynamo Eclot overall won by forfeit of their enemies, so hopefully nothing like that happens again, twice in a row. But this match, yeah, the Serbian versus the Danish team, I think the odds are pretty high it's gonna be entertaining, Koti.
Hello from me. Finally fixed my technical issue, and I hope you're enjoying your evening or night or whatever time schedule you have right now. Welcome to the last match of today's program, and we can see it right here. Sashi will try to defeat Partizan, but of course they are favored in this match. Previously we saw a fight between Gun 5 and 9, which ended in 3 maps, and RUSHB, who sadly had to forfeit their map against Dynamo Eclot, so that's why the result was kind of fast, 2-0 for the Czechs, and they are currently still holding the chances to attend playoff LAN in Prague.
So would you say that the favorites actually so far won? Let's cast aside the thing about the forfeit, but do you think that from the first 2 matches, actual favorites really won?
Well, I'm not really sure about the Gun 5 against 9, because the truth is that 9 were in O2 bracket. On the other hand, Gun 5 were unlucky. They had to forfeit their match against Partizan. So that means that despite their nice performance against Cubics, they still had to attend the decider match, and luck wasn't simply on their side. And, well, 9 proved themselves. They showed us why they are 69th team in the world, and maybe somehow surprised Gun 5 on their 3 maps. But, well, the match between the RUSHB and Eclot, I'm not really sure, because the first map was so close, Ancient 16-14 for Dynamo Eclot. But let's move back to this matchup, because Vito is here. We won't see Dust or Terrain Storm.
Yeah, let's see what we will actually see on the menu today. And it's Nuke, of course. I'm not going to be mad about that. For Sashi, it's one of the prime picks. Basically, they have everything revolving around this map when it comes to their Veto. Ancient, on the other hand, why the hell not for now for their opponents? And Mirage. Okay, I've seen a really good stuff from Partizan on Dust too. So I'm pretty sure that's why from Sashi it was one of the first picks, even though they usually ban it anyways. So for Partizan, there was nothing too much left. Their map pool is not so wide, so broad as their opponents, and we're gonna see how this plays out.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you've mentioned that Sashi will pick Mop Nuke for this BO freeze.
It's their best map.
I'm not really surprised, exactly. But let's see the odds first. Sashi are favored in this match with auto 1.80. Partizan, however, are not that far away, as I thought, 2.0 on them. And the odd for breaking the decider is pretty interesting as well. Well, Storm, are you maybe thinking that we'll move to decider map Mirage?
I hope so. I'm not really sure if it gets to that. That I cannot say. But when it comes to my predictions or maybe my hopes, yeah, I hope we'll get to the decider. Because these 2-2 matches where everything is about the current form, everything is about the mental fortitude, you just love to see it. It's the same, maybe if you take this analogy to NHL right now, playoffs, Game 7, it's something similar like this. Let's get into it. Map Nuke is gonna be Cheddar Creek, and as we have heard the actual music, we know for sure that the start is coming close.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get on a server as soon as possible. Well, let's say a few words before we get into the first pistol round. Of course, Nuke, a well-known map on this scene between these two teams as well. They thought they're in third month of this year, and Partizan won 13-7 or unmentioned Nuke. So that's maybe the result we are expecting today once again. Well, now the pistol round is ready. Let's hop in, because our last BO3 series of this streaming day is here.
Let's get into it, and with the bank, Collins takes the first one, the LDN the second, still alive Emmy on the heaven, and this looks very well for Partizan. The Serbian team gets all the kills, only 2 in reply from Sashi, and Partizan takes the first round on Nuke, on the map pick of their enemies for today. And on CT side especially, extremely valuable. Very, very well played.
Exactly. Well, now we can a little bit hesitate if Sashi will be able to leverage their pick, or if Partizan will have that good decide to surprise their enemies. Well, I'm ready for surprises. I like them, so I hope players will give us some. Well, this looks like a break immediately after the first round, so hopefully it won't take so long, because we hate technical issues.
Yeah, but this seems a bit out of the ordinary so far in Conquest of Prague. There seems to be some kind of a medical issue on Partizan side, so hopefully nothing too serious. No further detail was written, so I'm not really sure what happened, but hopefully nothing serious, as I said before, especially for the players. They already went through the warm-up, already are heated up for the game, and these pauses at the beginning is nothing to want, especially at the beginning. But so far so good for Partizan, apart from the medical issue, of course. They got the first kills, they got the first round, and needless to say, without too much of an issue, too much of a hassle. Only 2 losses of life, fair trade, if you would ask me. 1-0, and hopefully the, let's say, technical pause will be over soon.
Yeah, we can really shortly talk about these kind of issues. I don't want to say it's usual, but let's say most usual thing is nosebleed, so maybe something like that happened because of sitting behind a computer for so long. It just happens, yeah, that's life. And hopefully the mentioned player will get well as soon as possible, and hopefully he will be ready for continuing in this match. Of course, there is a possibility that he maybe will have to sub, but we saw at least one player from Partizan coming towards his computer. It was Skindo, so hopefully he is okay now and he's ready to game.
Yeah, it seems like we have an update, so it was probably taken care of rather quickly, so it seems like it's pointing out to be non damaging medical issue to the player. And we're going back to the game. Cheddar Creek is in anticipation of what especially Partizan with their full buy are gonna do in the second round. So let's watch that.
In the first round, we saw how Partizan were able to lock the A side in front of their opponents, and now once again it's Collins doing the damage on outside. Cabby on silo didn't stand any single chance. So now Iceberg, how will he deal with P250? These long-range duels are not in favor for Sashi.
Not at all.
It's more likely a must-do situation for their opponents, and Partizan will manage to go through this round clean and easy. Triple kill for Emmy as they take their 2-0 lead, and maybe are showing us that the start of the map is good for them. If I'm not mistaken, one of Partizan player told in one of the pre-match interviews that they are not really comfortable about their opening rounds and about their starts of each maps. So now it looks good, at least against Sashi.
Iceberg on the outside, fleshed out, so he cannot really start the smoke wall. He's still waiting for his opportunity. Zyphon, on the other hand, on the silo, a lot of exposure towards the outside, hopefully for him to actually take some heads and clear out the space. Not possible so far, but we have to say that Sashi actually played this map yesterday. I was even casting it, so I remember it quite well. Against Nexus, it was 13-11 for them, but I have to say that they didn't really look all that comfortable as they used to in the previous few weeks with their newest addition of Becky. Oh, that was close.
Ooh.
Well, no one in the secret to actually stand in the way of the Iceberg. So he takes that position, 50 seconds still remaining, quite a lot of time, but there's not enough utility for Sashi to do anything crazy.
Zyphon just waiting for any kind of information if someone from Partizan will peek, but it's only a smoke wall which will be risen on the outside, and Collins will be able to find some damage against Kabi, but no one is expecting Iceberg in observation room. Kindo falls down as Collins is ready to take at least one refrag here. Emmy drops only into prepared crosshair of Zyphon. And currently we are in 3v4 retake situation. This does not look good for Partizan as they have one in P9 which will be killed immediately.
That's
and
a done
Collins with Vladan are only ready for save. And judging by the radar, this setup was imminent, and they were just trying to maybe cause some damage with their last man standing, of course, except these two.
Of course, still quite early into the first map, into the first half even, but Sashi yesterday showed a lot of promise on especially the T side. They managed to take quite a lot of rounds. It was 8-4 for them in the first half on T side on Cheddar Creek against Nexus. Maybe a fun bit that Nexus actually played Partizan in the first round, and it didn't bode well for the Romanian team. Partizan, especially Collins, was insane in the pistol round, going for the 11-8 on the scoreboard, actually with 1 HP, getting 3 kills with the pistol on CT side of Dust 2. Further on to actually win the first round, 13-8. What an immense play. Anyways, let's get back to the reality. 4th round. And outside, I would say completely in control so far for Partizan. I'm not sure if Iceberg is gonna spot Collins. This is a game of a mouse and a cat. And Iceberg is definitely right now in the role of the rat.
And it looks like that Iceberg is maybe focusing on Secret. That's a good spot to watch, as we can see Dragon really unlucky nade for him, but he still will manage to get his frag. Emmy, if only he shoots, he could maybe line up 2 opponents at once, but none damage taken from Sashi. At least HE will do some damage, but they are focusing on the splitting A-bomb side. They are ready to surprise enemies from Squeaky and Lobby. Kabi just waiting to find the right timing to find the open kill, but Emmy is not showing himself off. That's good information for Partizan, because now they can stack around this side. But Collins, he won't expect player into his back. Emmy is ready to take the first kill, but Zyphon kills Collins back, and Kabi, nice clear from him, but Emmy will conquer the side. Kindo will help him, and it all ends in 1v3 for Zyphon with 20 seconds and less on clock.
Yeah, there's just not enough time to actually do anything, even if he takes this first head. I don't think it's gonna bode well for him, and Emmy confirms my prediction. 3-1 for Partizan, and Sashi were not able to convert on the first one round. Extremely good news for the Partizan side and their fans. This is how you build quality foundations on the CT side economy. And Dragon, I would say, with a little bit of a luck, especially given that HE that pretty much landed on his head, still able to get the kill, and I think that was one of the crucial kills in that round.
Yeah, that was a tough one for Sashi, and maybe it will be once again. Because now they have only one squad and, well, only 3 pistols upgraded. Zyphon stands on his Glock. No investigation from him into this round. Only Glock in his hands, and he will be the easiest player to kill, maybe, I assume, judging by his equipment, of course. But really interesting strat that Sashi are pulling here. The stack behind red, it will end up being at least 4v4. And Collins is tied here, because Iceberg is looking this angle. He will resume here, but now he will be, of course, spotted by his enemy, and Vladan can make a play. Triple kill from him. And Becky ends last in 1v4. Really uncomfortable situation for every single player, because here there is almost no chance to clutch. And Emmy, I think he saw his gun and he confirms it with this kill.
Yeah, and Emmy, especially if you look at his KD, 9-2, seems to be enjoying the start of this match. Very good news for Partizan to actually have someone individually highly capped at the beginning of the first map, especially given that it's not your first map pick. And VLDN, perfect timing, perfect exposure to the outside, getting multiple kills. Emmy just delivering the sweet ending to this chapter. 6th round is on the menu, and Sashi, of course, with what we could say really competitive kind of a buy. There are AKs, there are Galils. Not enough utility though, and Kindo actually falls down. It's Zyphon with the help of a lucky flashbang. Manages to put down Kindo, and after some while,
whoa!
So she gets the first kill.
Collins trying some cheeky play from here. He will get through the smoke, but he needs to check his right side.
Yeah.
Nah, he's not expecting Iceberg. That's easy kill for Sashi. I don't think Iceberg will go for knife. That's so risky. Just kill him.
Might.
Nah, I don't think so, Storm.
He tries to get more info.
Collins jumps into the vent, and now Dragons has to shine, and he doesn't. Becky is ready for that position, and Vladan with Emmy are forced to save, I believe. This is an unplayable situation here on the nuke. Iceberg finds headshot on Emmy, and Vladan currently in 1v5. Okay, he will take at least one man away, but he is, of course, cold in his position. Okay, second one. This is getting kinda out of hands, but still not a big issue for Sashi, who will secure their second point, and they are trying to get the score closer, of course. That's their only mission in this round, and maybe to eliminate Vladan. Ooh.
He was so close to getting killed, actually, and I think he didn't spot the guy from the main because he was just looking with his eyes into the far corner of his monitor. Will actually fall into the huts and therefore lobby and outside to save his M4A1, which he manages to do quite well. Yeah, it was Zyphon on the silo, crucial kill, as well as this one. Iceberg was waiting for quite some time, maybe still battling the demons about getting the knife kill or getting more information. Still, it was enough, and for the Danish team, it's the second sealed round. Hopefully for them, they will be able to string some rounds together, because so far Partizan were looking sharp and still actually have the full buy.
Well, Kindo trying to find fast opener. Unsuccessfully though. No one picked into his crosshair, but he will still focus. To Squeaky. Vladan checking this angle and only tag from AVP to Becky. 31 HP, still enough to make some damage. Still enough to stand one bullet. Not into his head, of course, but somewhere into thorax. 2 bullets needed to kill Becky, to erase him from this round. As Sashi are trying to take control on outside. Smoke wall is slowly growing up. Lucky zooming into garage. No one will peek in his cross though. On the other hand, it's Kabi who is able to find a kill. Second death for Vladan during this map. Still outstanding KD. 8-2. Dragon here ready for this aggression from Iceberg. Instant headshot of course. Zyphon is now reading the situation, but he will miss as well.
It shouldn't happen.
No one even hit him.
That's insane. Yeah, that shouldn't happen. The second kill, that's for sure. Sashi losing players left and right. 3v4, especially with Becky on low HP, and Collins, of course, capitalizes on that, and he actually gets the second one. And Lucky, yeah, he's not going to be lucky in this situation, even if he gets this one. And that was pretty easy from Dragon to give himself up like this. There's not enough time, and Lucky, of course, is gonna go for the save. He's probably gonna be able to do it, but that's the utmost of what he could actually do. And Partizan manages to win this round, clench it for themselves. And yeah, their CD side, as I said, is still looking quite sharp.
Well, 5th already in their scoreboard. They are looking good. They are securing most important locations on the map. Of course, a few mistakes were made. For example, the one from Collins in one of the previous rounds, but honestly, we can't blame him. Iceberg was standing off exactly the spot that you check 9 times out of 10, and the one time someone is there, you are not ready to check it. Such a pity for Collins, but yeah, that happens in a game of CS. Well, now let's move to 8th round. Sashi with, well, not the best buy and not the best numbers of the server. Kindo is ready to take the open, and Dragon is ready for follow-up. Vladan, here comes the 3rd kill from Partizan in this round. And well, Storm, Sashi didn't do anything, and it's already 2 versus 5.
There's not enough incentive. I think Sashi are not really boding well on the T side, especially compared to yesterday against Nexus. Partizan are reading them quite a lot better, and I think there was a lot of, let's say, education against Sashi on this map. Coming from Partizan game leader and the coach. And it pays off, at least it seems like it, because every single push, no matter where, no matter how, from Sashi, gets pretty much destroyed in most occasions. They have nothing to stand on. And that's not, of course, a good situation to be in. It's your map pick, it's the decisive game of the whole Swiss system. And you seem like you could actually lose your first map pick. Well, let's see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, of course. But still, this is going to be the 6th round for Partizan, and without losing any player in the 8th round.
Well, it looks like for Sashi, Partizan players are kinda in over their heads. 6-2 right now, and at least the tie is currently confirmed for Partizan in their favor. Of course, they are somehow confirming the way we are expecting the teams and the half times to end on the map nuke. But still, Sashi were coming as the favorite team into this matchup and onto this map. So maybe the pretty one-sided result isn't exactly what we were expecting here.
Not at all. I think even in the prediction we said this is definitely the best map of Sashi, and so far it does not look like it. And that's one of the reasons that we have actually seen the first tactical pause of this match on the side of the Danish team. Let's see what they do with it, with the given time. In this round, not sure how much, because there's an AVP, there's an AK, of course some saved weapons, but other than that, it's mostly just SMGs or Tech 9. So this is gonna have to be some sort of an explode. To an A side, maybe. But it seems like Sashi are biding their time. They're not really rushing into anything head-on.
Oh, this nade was almost deadly for Lucky, but Vladan is there ready with his M4 Kindo.
Dragon
finds
here.
Gabby, and like everywhere where Sashi players tend to go, everywhere is a single player from Partizan who is ready to surprise them, even if it's outside or ventilation shaft or ramp. Everywhere are Partizan on this map, and Becky in 1v3 situation. Still enough time to play around. He even has a bomb on his back, but still in a really not unplayable situation. You maybe can try it, but a really unpleasant one.
Yeah, especially given that you have no smoke to actually clear off, let's say in this situation, a main and focus maybe on the heaven. Yeah, even a molly. You do have flashes, but that's kind of counterintuitive to what Becky is trying to do here. He's trying to walk to the silo and silently plant, get some time to actually get to a better bossman position. And VLDN, I think, is going to be there quite fast to the end. Becky manages to plant the bomb. That's at least something for the Danish side. And he gets a follow-up kill. So now it's 1v2, Kotti. And I think this could be playable. Of course, they both know where he probably is going to come from. It's the hut. And this is the smoke that gets down. And a kill from Collins on top of that. A lot of time. And this is definitely going to be a defuse. And the 7th round for Partizan. But still, rather sympathetic try on the Becky side, on the newest addition on the Sashi side. 7-2, and as you said earlier, it doesn't matter which location it entails, the result is still the same. Sashi are losing a lot of duels, and there's no refrag capacity on their side.
Exactly, Partizan simply hit the ground running, and now they are continuing to force their playstyle into heads of their enemies. 7-2 currently, so we move on towards the 10th round of this matchup. And once again, Sashi with this weird eco buy with one hero AK on Becky. Weird one, but definitely playable. But here comes Emmy's M4 and 2 kills on Cabby and Iceberg. But Zyphon still managed to drop down, so at least something. Maybe this will be bomb plant secured for Sashi. Look as careful Zyphon is, and Kindo. He must be careful as well, because someone is hiding on his left side.
Yeah, let's see how this plays out. I'm actually more worried about this than the result of this round. Lucky is gonna, get at least one, but I would say that's not gonna be enough.
No.
Dragon, yeah, gets the kill, but Zyphon's still alive. No, there was just simply no chance. A lot of time, given that there is a defuse kit on the belt of, well, each and every one of those 3 players still alive on Partizan side. H2, a demolition, I would say, so far on my pick of Sashi, but not going their way.
Yeah, they are simply not able to win the duels. Later, we will take a look at kills from Sashi players, but now we can see that anyone isn't able to outfrag their opponents. Kindo from Partizan, he has the least 5 kills. And on the other side, 5 kills are the most for Cabby and Iceberg. Individually, not good performance from Sashi, and this can definitely cost them. This is their map pick. They are surely motivated to win this one, or at least they were before this matchup started. But now it feels, well, not really good. But here comes the double fake onto A-bomb side. Players currently shifting towards this place, and they will pop up hat to surprise players on side. Incredible mollies behind the side. This stands no chance for Vladan, and Sashi are finally in. At least something.
Ah, that's a good kill. I was expecting the trade, actually went in. So for Sashi, that's a free plant. Now, even with Emmy kill, I think this is a secured round from their side. After quite a long while, their ambition only goes so far, right? So there's only so much rounds left to be played. They're playing at best for 8-4. And I have to say on the T side, that's probably not going to be enough. Of course, this is a CT-sided map. Cheddar Creek would confirm if it could speak, but not that heavily. And yeah, Partizan are doing a really good job here. Getting 2 kills. Dragon still survives, falls down. There's not a lot of money to actually buy in the last round for Partizan. No issue there, but still, I think they're gonna regret losing that AK.
Well, here comes the 12th. Last round of the first half. As we can, of course, enjoy the best of from last round. Well, the result, in theory, could be 8-4 in favor of Partizan. Still a good result for them on the CT side, especially on their enemy's map pick. They can look back on this half as a successful one. They've controlled the pace. They didn't allow their enemies to win the clutch moments. And now they are looking forward to switch the sides with at least 4-round lead. Of course, can be expanded to 6-round lead, which will be massive for second half.
I have to emphasize that Partizan, especially on the CT side, they managed to get 7 out of 10 opening frags on this map. So they are really aggressive and are actually managing to take those duels, which further confirms what we actually said in the previous few minutes. Kind on the outside has to be wary. Trying to use the HE to expose someone on the other side of the smoke. And Iceberg for sure was exposed. Not killed though. 5v4. And Vladan still waiting for his opportunity, which came for Kindo. He gets the first one. Akabi, who was an instrumental figure in yesterday's Sashi nuke success, is rather not seen today on this map. 5-10. Oh, Iceberg again playing it very smart. Yeah, this is extremely smart for him.
Ooh. Oh, Nico situation!
Oh,
not a deagle in Iceberg's hands, but M4 will be more than his AK. And now here falls Zyphone, Becky, last man standing, 1v3. He can be enough. 1v1 duel against Colin is suddenly out of his hands. He will get hit through the heart. Dragon kills the last one, and this half ends 9-3 in favor of Partizan.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
And so we are back after the quick commercial break. You can see Kaido actually getting the kills. 3-9 from the position of Sashi. Nothing too optimistic, even though this is their map pick, and they're starting on the and they're following up on the stronger side after the first half. But Partizan, the only thing they have to do is win the pistol round, do the conversion. They're going to be so close to victory on their opponent's map pick. But of course, that's easier said than done. There's Scabby on the ramp with USB in the hand, trying to find some targets. He's not alone. There's Becky, and there's two. No, there's 3 kills on the ramp, and the dream of Partizan of getting this pistol round is probably gonna drop dead, along with all those players. Only Dragon's still alive, but this seems like a clean and easy round for Sashi.
That's unplayable for Dragon. Maybe this long-range duel against Dualies will be enough. No, not a single chance against Becky with triple kill, who led the way to 4th round for Sashi. They are starting maybe to heat up. Partizan have to be careful to not drop the potential winning down, to not drop the ball of this match. But what a beauties by CTs on the ramp. Clean headshots, one after one. And that's how you reset your opponent's maybe pace, because they were all over the place on the CT map. Of course, on the CT side of this map. But now they have to deal with Glocks. They are maybe just waiting for their opponents to wait some kind of utils, but no one is throwing anything from Sashi. They are dealing with their primary weapons as well. And of course, then there is Iceberg and his Dualies. Still a really good gun for this exact situation, because you can delete players really effectively. Maybe through the hole in the doors. No, Vladan will fall back.
Yeah, I was worried about him, to be honest, but Gabi tries to spray down the whole cavalry going through the ramp, manages to get the 2, but the rest of them is actually unlucky and without any trouble, I would say, whatsoever for Sashi. They get the rounds. Yeah, as expected, they were only Glocks. Only so much you can do with those. And so far so good for Sashi, winning the first round, getting the conversion, and now the trouble will probably commence for them on the CT side, because if I'm counting correctly, there should be a full buy now. Yeah.
Yeah, Storm, you're not mistaken. Your math skills are still working, still perfectly fine. Of course, this was fine from, I believe, Gindo as well, who tried to dink their opponents in the crossing towards Garage. Well, dink for 6 HP is not that much though. And we can see that Partizan, despite their activities on the CT side, are currently playing much slower than previously. In the first half, they are taking care of each single utility, and of course they are cautious. If they lose this one, the troubles will be on point.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for them, especially with those finances. They have to take this one. The economy is ruthless. Partizan side. Iceberg in A main, he has to be worried what's going on above him, of course. 40 seconds still remaining. All 5 players of Partizan are ready to take on the A side, and Becky falls down. VLD Unlucky actually doesn't get the kill. It was a wall bank. Still surviving 3v4, and there probably are gonna have to be some hard decisions to be made. by Sashi, and this is gonna be a save, I think.
It surely looks like it. Lucky is falling back. AVP will be saved into next round. Well, this round came kinda out of the blue. Nothing much was happening. Suddenly 2 kills in favor of Partizan. And here we go, 10th round for them. And despite me saying their finance could be tight after losing this one, they will come out from this round as the more successful one. Kindo even finds Cabby. He dies on a C4 explosion, but that's not a problem for Partizan. 2 deaths are still good. They will still have enough money to rebuy, maybe drop, so the utility won't struggle as well. All going in their favor, but now they have to focus. Because if they start to struggle, well, Sashi can be the team who will screw their good outcome from the first 15 rounds.
Yeah, it's a coin flip again for Sashi. Partizan and Sashi actually traded places when it comes to economy. This is a must-have round for Sashi. Lucky even on the AVP still, of course. Not finding much success, but so far, Iceberg does on the A side. 4v3 situation looking much brighter for the defensive side. This time around in the 16th round. Gabby actually dropping towards the vent, expecting some kind of fight in the secret position. Colin, Skindo, and Vladan still alive and breathing for Partizan. I'm not sure about their chances though. 3v4 is gonna be exceptionally hard, given that Iceberg is currently playing in fine form on the A side. Not much to boast about when it comes to map control as well for Partizan. Basically, the only thing they have is so far the lobby, and that's not enough by any kind of margin. So they're gonna have to commit. They're gonna have to do something, but together.
They don't have much utility as well. Only Molly with flash on Collins. That's all they can deal with. Not a great situation for them to be in. Molly on hot, and successful attempt to drop on the lower part of this map. But here is Kabi ready exactly for this play. As Collins is left in 1v4, he doesn't stand a single chance against iPhone here in this fight. And while Partizan are chilling on their 10 points, Sashi are getting on the 6.
Yeah, closing in on the gap. That's important for Sashi, how they actually managed to do this round. I was about to say before the round started that one of the main issues for Sashi is that Lucky is not finding too much of a success within AVP. And this is definitely an AVP, let's say, heavy map. The big green from his side was not really hitting those marks. But still, Sashi are in the game. 6-10 and Partizan with the dim buy. I would say this round for their side will be kind of muted because of the buy. There's zero utility even now at the early stages of the 17th round. What can you do? What can you do with this situation, Gotti? Not much.
Not much, exactly. As you mentioned, Lucky still stands in 4. Despite he playing the rotation role, so he can go almost wherever he wants. He's still not finding the success. Maybe that hurts Sashi so much. Maybe that's the reason why it's currently only 6 on their scoreboard. But here, almost open in favor of Partizan, but Zyphone with triple successfully denies any plans on outside. Even Fort will come as Vladan is here in his back. Okay. Second kill, but no armor. If he gets hit by one of his enemies, his aim will be, well, trashed.
Yeah. He will get him punched, so very good analysis by you. So the 1v3 situation is rather difficult for him. He's gonna be smoked off. This is about timing, nothing else. Oh, not a chance. 2 kills given, but no more. A fall damage, of course, just to top it off. But yeah, another good round for Sashi. As expected, on the paper, they should have won this. Maybe with even less of a trouble, but a good showing by Zyphon on the outside. These 2 kills, okay, but the third one, you had to have some quick fingers on the trigger, and he managed to do it. 7-10, only 3 rounds. As for the gap between both of those teams, used to be much better for Partizan, only 1 round on the T side so far. And the tactical pause, numero 2, for Sashi. Yeah, I have to wonder if this is gonna help out even more, or they're gonna regret that they actually have 0 left in a few minutes. Fast forward a few rounds, maybe lose 1. Let's see how it works out. But still, Partizan has a huge advantage still on the T side. They actually only have to find 3 rounds, not even in row.
Yeah, you've mentioned that it's tactical pulse number 2. It's
3, yeah.
3, their last one. So Sashi are out of their possibilities to take this pace changer. And Becky with an open, successful gathering during the TO. Or at least it looks like it. But here comes Becky once again striking against Dragon. Iceberg was hurt in the vent. His drop didn't make Vladan react, but Zyphon here is ready for Collins. On the other hand, his crosshair is not on point, as Vladan is taking down Becky. Maybe Lucky from Heaven has to step up. Not a single hit from him. However, the HE was brutal. Yeah. Both players suddenly at their half HP. And that's easy business for Cabby on B.
Yeah, what can you do against this? Cabby with the superior position, even dropping the bomb, of course, and Vladan all alone. Situation well known for him, but yeah, this time around he actually has an armor, has the helmet, has the positioning to take Zyphon, that's for sure. Ah, unfortunate timing. If he was standing still for a few more seconds, of course, unbeknownst to him, the opponent was going for him. And Sashi are all smiles now, of course. You can see it on Lucky, you can see it on Becky. And so the difference between Sashi of today and yesterday is that yesterday they actually had to play 2 best-of-3s before they actually went against Nexus. They managed to win it 2-0 after a rather hard-fought battle on this map. And it seems like we are following the same pattern here. The outside try for a smoke wall. Well, of course it's going to be some sort of a gap. It's unfortunate for Partizan and their chances to get this round. But the buy is not good.
Well, Partizan's D side is looking flat. They are trying multiple things, but it looks like Sashi have the right answer for every single one of them. As they are blocking everything, they are winning the duels, and the cards of this match flipped drastically compared to first half, where the same scenario was working out for Partizan. Well, Nuke is decided, we know it, and these teams are proving it once again.
Yeah, by I wouldn't say by this margin, but both of those teams are actually playing their hearts out on the CD side, and so far, of course, Sashi is getting the better stick of it. Collins gets hyper, first kill, and actually Vladan takes down Kabi. That's 2 defenders right now down. Lucky, no. Again, not getting the kill still so far on 4 kills. Collins.
Misunderstanding in the singles.
It happens. Yeah, but this seems like it's gonna be a round for Partizan. And out of nowhere, with the buy they had, it was basically a deco, or I would say a Tico maybe, with all those Tech 9s, and a Tech 9 drive-by towards B-side was what actually has given them their round. 2 more to go. Sashi are gonna be able to rebuy, that's for sure, even with those 2 safe guns. Maybe rather, I would say, thanks to those two safe guns. But yeah, this is unfortunate for them. The Danish side is gonna have to be really, really worried about how the next few rounds play out.
All 5 players started with Tech 9s in this round from Partizan. I don't have any specific statistic on this topic, but in my personal opinion, it is more meta than it was in Global Offensive. We can see it more often, definitely. Maybe even more often than the Deagle-only rounds. So you've named it perfectly, the Tico. Maybe a new term that will be used in this round.
Let's see if it's gonna lock into some guys' memories in the chat and hopefully spray on. But from this, let's move on to the round 20th of this map. Sashi, I would say one of the last chances to actually get it together. Given the buy, given the finances. It's a definite indication of what's to come. Iceberg's still waiting, still biding his time, but this is a kill from Dragon through the smoke. And chances of Sashi getting this round are drastically lower. Oh, Gabi goes for the kill in the smoke, and of course, getting those chances a bit higher. Becky's still on the heavens. This is going to be a position that Partizan has to take care of if they are going to go for the A side, which seems like that's going to be the choice. A Dragon gets Gabi. Fall down. So is Vladen. 3v3 situation. Still playable for Sashi.
Is taking one of the most annoying position. He will be expected by Kinder though. Maybe Becky started to shoot and that well left me speechless.
Yeah,
I don't know how Kinder was able to kill Becky on this position. He ran out from Squeaky, like how? If you check it, well, you are on another level, maybe playing out of another planet. And we can see the round where Partizan will take their first map point on opponent's map pick. This is looking good for them as well, and they can be really glad how the first half worked out well for them, because without 6-round lead, this all would be in dust. But now we can see 4 rounds lead for Partizan and 4 map rounds.
Yeah, but there's no tactical pause left for Sashi, and as I was saying, they actually might regret it later, and here comes the time. I think the prediction comes off rather grim for Sashi, of course, and the buy as well. It's not looking great. The economy is in shambles. There's only the safe AVP, of course, M4. SMGs to 5-7. Definitely playable, but much harder for them. Especially given that Partizan only need to get 1 more round. Dragon falls down as the first player on the server. He hits the deck. So it's 5v4, and Sashi might have a grip on something in this round.
Well, Iceberg, here comes his kill with 5-7. And of course, already we had one surprising outcome in the second half from Partizan with take 9s. Now it can be a second surprising one from Sashi from the other side. So it could be potentially 1-1 to these unexpected scenarios. As Collins is ready to line up, his hot molly. But this window break will be hurt. Instantly comes out molly for hot, so Partizan can't pop in. And here is aggression from Sashi.
This might work. This might work out. It's a lot about timing. Emmy already pushing in with the rest of his teammates. Becky behind the silo on default. Still trying to clock in for the work hours. 25 seconds remaining. Kinda actually opens it. And Becky falls down as
Oh,
well.
no.
Oh my god, the cards are in the hands of Partizan so far. Kabe in the hut waiting for the right opportunity. Not sure if he's gonna get one. Yeah, of course, kinda gets it. Zyphon all alone, and he has to do this clutch, otherwise Sashi is gonna lose. They're on map pick. The Danish player, no, there's no chance. Kind of actually went monster in this round. I'm not sure actually what the final number for him was, but it was thanks to him that they were able to pull through, and yeah, Sashi are actually losing this one, not winning it. As we can see now, it was these 5 players, and I have to say hats off, because those last few rounds, their aggression paid off, their individual quality paid off, and they managed to close it out in the nick of time.
Well, Partizan definitely flipped the script of this match. Well, Sashi are behind one map in this BO3 series. They have to do the same to Partizan and steal their own map pick, Ancient, in which we'll be seeing in a few minutes. But Storm winning 13-8. There was, I don't want to say one-sided, but maybe some kind of statement that Partizan are ready to fight Sashi for the remaining one slot in a fight for playoffs.
Yeah, I have to agree with your statement. Obviously, I wouldn't say that Partizan D side was anything fancy. Tactically, definitely not. But they managed to, play off of each other, getting those opens in the crucial times, getting those clutches. And whenever you needed them, they actually managed to pop off. Either it was Vladan, either it was Kaindo, actually, who didn't really have a lot of kill tally, only 10 kills, but most of them were actually impactful. And Sashi had no answer. I think they looked a bit lethargic on the T side, especially compared to yesterday against Nexus. And I think that was the main reasons why Partizan was successful on the map pick of their enemies.
Yeah, and unfortunately missing Lucky for Sashi on this map. Only 4 kills in 20
insane.
rounds.
Yeah.
That's so bad statistic for an OP player who should be more impactful. So hopefully he will get somehow better on Ancient. The map itself, of course, provides some space for AVP to take their duels and make some impact. On the other hand, he can try doing some damage with M4, with AKs and so on. The other primary rifles, except the AWP, are strong on Ancient as well. So definitely he has another chance to prove us wrong, that we won't be able to speak badly about him in these kind of post-map short our interviews and our little studio, quote unquote. Well, Ancient is waiting, and we are waiting for it.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
KFC. patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, Pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
Well, after the short break, we are back, and up next we head to Ancient, Partizan's own map pick, where they can seal the deal, because now the pressure shifts over towards Sashi, and Partizan are actually the team that can end this matchup 2-0 and own their enemies, and what's the most important, own the last possible slot in a place for playoff.
Yeah, a lot in stake for both of those teams. So for Sashi, it would be heartbreaking if they actually managed to lose this one. As I said yesterday, they lost two best of threes, and both of them were actually elimination matches from other tournaments. So if they fall off this one, I think lucky on this picture, especially as a captain, and the rest of the players are not going to be happy with how they fare out in the last few days, given the international scene. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Of course, Ancient didn't even open its gates for us yet, but we have to mention something statistically, Gotti, and that's the previous venture on Ancient for both teams that were playing against each other on the 3rd of March this year, and it was 13-7 for Sashi, given a really good CT side and a follow-up with the D side, and yeah, that's not too long ago, so maybe something to actually take into notice. But we have to say that there was no Becky. There was Nico still in the roster of Sashi back then. For Partizan, it was pretty much the same.
Well, however, we have to mention that the same result was won by Sashi on a nuke. And how did it end today?
Yeah.
So we can stand on our heads with these kind of statistics. Well, the facts are clear. Partizan are coming off a confident win on a nuke. 13-8, pretty secure win from their side. And now they have the advantage. Now they are playing on the mob they've chosen, and they have the better win rate on it as well. The show proof is 18 maps from Partizan in last 3 months. On the other hand, 22 maps from Sashi in the exactly same time period. So we can say that the teams are pretty standing on the same space in terms of what they did play on officials, on these Ancients. And well, I think this map can come out both ways.
And we can see some statistics from both sides right now in the graphics. I found against VLD and exact same KD. That's interesting. Actually, from the first match. From the first map, of course. But as we can see, probably the graphic in the background, so the game is gonna start soon. Kind of course, has to take something to eat, maybe a dinner, and hopefully for him it's gonna work out. The sounds are already in our headphones, so hopefully that marks the start, the opening of the second map, and yes it does. Sashi against Partizan, maybe the last map in all of today's matches. Maybe not if Sashi manages to pull through. Let's see how this fares out.
Well, the sunny weather in, of course, the mighty jungle of Ancient is here with pistols. We started right now on our screen, and let's see if Partizan will finish the job 2-0, or if Sashi will have what it takes, and they will manage to seal the deal on this map and lead us to the decider. Iceberg, the one who finds an open kill, and Lucky with
what a start.
Astonishing headshot on Collins. And he, of course, finds the headshot. Great position by Kindo. Triple kill for him. Maybe quadruple. No, the bullets will not be enough for this. And Dragon in 1v2, defuse kit not in favor for Iceberg, but Dragon is not thinking his opponents in sticking the C4, and this is how Sashi will win the first round.
Oh my god, that's heartbreaking for Partizan, especially given those 2 kills from the shadow position. Actually, maybe it was 3, right? That was not 2, that was 3 kills.
3 kills from Kindo, yeah.
Yeah, Kindo manages to get on the momentum train from the first map, where he was impactful. Yeah, and Kindo, you look at that, 3 kills, and it looked very good. But this, from Iceberg, I have to say hats off. For the balls to actually stick to the 10-second defuse. No kit whatsoever. And Sashi manages to win it. Of course, there was a bomb plant, so Partizan has enough funds to fund their penetration operations on the T side for the second round. But nowhere near the buy that Sashi was able to get.
Nowhere to buy they're dreaming about, and even a team kill is another complication. Zyphon will be a surprising factor in Donut. Double kill from him. Stays that Kindo will play alone in 1v3. He has to turn around. He doesn't expect Lucky from Temple. And Sashi are following the winning pistol round with a second. And Partizan will have to go for eco in the third one. I don't think they will buy. Well, they've planted a bomb, so still a possibility to go for a not great buy. But still, with some Galils and Mech-10s, definitely a possibility. But I think they will stay on eco and they will wait for a first buy to be the perfect one. Well, nice frags from Zyphon. And now we can see Lucky as he sneaked out through the temple. And I was mistaken. Well, AK, Mech-10 and Galil on side of Partizan. And active AK will be killed immediately on mid. Dragon, however, finds at least a refrag. And there is a possibility to pass this gun to some of his teammates. Because mid is now successfully taken. Under control, but Bekia is ready to refrag. Of course, it took some time, but here comes Lucky as well. Collins falls down, and Emmy with Vladan are left in almost unplayable 2v4.
They have nothing. They have nothing to stand on this particular round, and especially now, given that Cabby was able to take care of the second player. Emmy all alone, not even getting one kill, not saving the gun, and this gamble, and I think we can say it was a financial gamble for Partizan, doesn't pay off. And even with the loss bonus, without any sort of a bomb plant, the financial injection from the planting of the bomb, you simply don't have enough funds to go for the fourth round with any kind of a competitive buy. Yeah, and good work by Sashi. Losing only one player, I think, is a fair trade from them. So let's hop on to the fourth round. And Partizan again, Tech-9s. In all of the team, actually, and there's one smoke and two flashes. I think that's gonna indicate a split, probably. Or not?
Well, it surely must be a split.
Yeah, looks
only
like
one
it.
player in Donut in favor of Sashi.
But I was
So
wondering about the
that's,
smoke to Donut from the side of Partizan. I was wondering why it went there. That makes no sense for me.
Well,
but...
maybe to hide the strat they are planning to perform, and well, the smoke cost their lives. Vladan is alone here. Only one kill is definitely not a successful outcome for Partizan from this round. As Sashi are getting the pace in their own hands, they are dictating the tempo of this match, and all goes in their favor. Well, it looks like they are cracked on this map. They did their homework, and they are reading, well, perfectly what their opponents are trying to do. But here comes the full buy from T-side, and maybe finally some change that we will see open for Dragon.
Yeah, that's a change for Partizan. As he just said, visible to the naked eye. 5v4 situation, a lot of time to work with. But I was about to say that statistically in the first round, Sashi were completely overwhelmed by Passion UA on this particular map. It was 3-13, and I'm not sure what the first half for them was. But so far, much better showing in this crucial time for them. Still clinching for the possibility of actually going to the 3-2 brackets, moving on from the Swiss system. Zyphon gets Kaido, but 2 kills for Collins. 2 players on the CT side hitting the deck pretty much at the same time. The B is completely exposed. The bomb has been planted and nothing to do for Lucky and Iceberg but to try and wait out these misty waters, these rough waters. Probably on the T-spawn and try to save the guns. Nothing to do.
Well, water source that looks like maybe some kind of Yellowstone National Park memoir on a T-spawn. But just a little bit maybe dirty. Someone needs to clean this up to make the water squirt out even better. Well, here comes the first for Partizan. Good round, good showing from them. Almost clean and easy. Only Kindo was the one man who died throughout this round. And the Dragon with a wonderful open. Successfully shut down the mid-aggression, in which was Sashi really successful during last round. So this was something that Partizan had to deal with. And they've dealt perfectly. Now, sixth round.
Oh, that damage could be even worse. Still alive behind the Xbox. Partizan takes the mid. Thanks to a lot of nades surviving the first encounters. Our kind of a coin flip when it comes to the damage inside. Through the smokes. A lot of damage on Gabi. 14 HP on his health bar. Not enough for a direct confrontation. Have to be cheeky a bit. And how he actually plays out the rest of the round. But Iceberg gets the kill. Wow. Partizan definitely in trouble. They have to get some kills. And they managed to do it.
What a boost! What a boost by Dragon and Emmy, but unluckily, Lucky was there, patiently waiting for this opportunity. And he gets it. In favor of Sashi, currently 4v3 for his CDs. They are waiting for aggression, Partizan, which will land on B side, and through the smoke, Abby ends the path of Vladan. Zyphon is here in rotation as well. All four guys probably will go from CD. Really not good for Kindo to get with Dragon. Both sitting on around half of their health bars. Retake smoke on ramp, some flashes too late. The rotation, well, Kindo, 2 kills already in his pocket, and the bomb is taken down, not a triple though. Zyphon will win the final duel with 29 HP left, diffuses the bomb, and sends Sashi on 5th point, and smiles all the way through, and hypes, of course, are on point in this clutch scenario.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Again, the quality boost. Only 1 kill though, because Lucky had the visibility from the donut. Getting to reply quite fast. Planted bomb. Insane try for a 1v1 there. Not a lot of HP left for Sashi player, but still the defuse comes. And I have to say that Serbian team is probably not going to be happy with how this so far pans out, because there were at least 2 or 3 rounds where they were so close to winning it, especially the pistol round and the last one. But they didn't manage to close it out, and so far, not so good. 5-1 for Sashi. And it seems like both sides might actually, in the end, trade their map picks.
Let's go. Round 7 is waiting for its action, and 2 ops. Kindo on Partizan side, and Lucky, of course, ready with Big Green and Sashi roster. Collins on Galil, though the Fluxo stickers are perfect for this tuxedo skin, I have to admit that. These are a perfect duo. Not enough to find the first kill, though, as Partizan took the control of B lane, and maybe will take control of mid as well. The HE on mid looked very dangerous on the radar. It still made only 20 damage though, so nothing critical for Kabi, as he took down Dragon and took the first duel. in his favor of this round. Well, 3 players in B, from Sashi, 2 on A, and Partizan exactly in the middle of 2, let's say, teams.
If they take care of Kabi, I think they're gonna go for A. And they do, but they have to worry about Iceberg there. I think they spotted him. Kaido actually still zooming in, gets hit by Lucky.
He'll
With an
go
ult,
through.
but- oh my god! Kindo actually sticks it out. Zyphon in the main, the last threat there. And Emi was not expecting it, but of course, Zyphon was found out. What a flashbang! Oh my god. This is a luxury round from Partizan so far. 3v2 situation. Okay, what a chaos, but Fadan manages to kill the last remaining person on the CD side, and this is the second round for the Serbian side. What a round though, because it didn't look like anything was going on with them on the T side so far in that particular round, but they managed to find a way through the red room to the A side, getting those crucial kills and showing off some really, really good nade usage.
Zyphon was a little bit unlucky there that he found off guard player with bomb, the Bomberman of Partizan, because that's why the huge push happened. That's why Partizan used smoke, and then, oh, I'm sorry, the flashbang, the smoke was of course from Zyphon. And he stand no chance against that pop out from the smoke. Well, now Sashi with not the best buy, but MP9 can make the difference from this exact spot. Dragon, on the other hand, speak with Mech 10. The duel of SMGs goes in favor of Dragon. And the opening kill on Partizan. So 5v4 for Partizan, as Iceberg is still playing only on 5-7. There's no way he can get into Red Room for that primary. And Dragon here with easy double. Oh baby, it's triple for Dragon in this round. And Cappy and Zyphon are left on the other side of this map, as Bomb will go down on B-Bomb side. And Sashi, well, I think the remaining 2 players will only try to save and look sadly how the round go as not planned.
For Sashi, it was a gamble. This was a risk. Maybe a conflict in the cave. They were just waiting on the one angle. They weren't looking at their 6th tower if there was anyone in their tail. I think the lower part of the tower could actually look towards the entrance to the cave from the other side, from the B side. But we could talk about this for quite a long time. The most important thing is that Partizan managed to get those kills at the end of the round. There's nothing to say for Sashi. Important kills for the T side, and this was really well played. Yeah, and I think it was Iceberg who's looking down. Good job by Dragon here. Clawed into their enemies. 5-3 and Sashi only on USBs. Not a lot of things to work with. They have to probably go aggressive somewhere. A lot of information, and they're pushing through A.
Unlucky coin flip, but Dragon has to hear this. He won't have enough bullets. In my opinion, this will cost him his life. Okay, Lucky stole his life and one of his teammates. But at the end of the day, not a big issue for Partizan. 1 kill for their enemies is simply a very good outcome. This could get so much worse than this. And Collins with a nice 3 kills.
Kotze, what's in your subjective, what in your opinion is the round tally after the first half for T side on this map that's gonna be good? 5?
For good, I think 5 is, yeah, good result for Partizan or the T side.
Yeah.
So they are only 1 away. But of course, they can still win the half without any trouble, or maybe that's overstatement, but they can still win it. And Collins is putting down the reasons why, together with Kindo.
That's definitely a fifth one, Kotti. There's nothing to play for, especially given those smokes on CT and 4v3 and Vladan in the lurk position. Takes care of Zyphon's head. He's not going to be needing it for the next few seconds till the bomb actually explodes. Yeah, this is a done deal. This is a sealed round for Partizan. They're going to get their 5. And as you just said, and I agree it, the 5th round is the magic round for the T side on this map. And it might be even better because their economy on the Sashi side is still going to be in shambles, especially if they're not going to save these two weapons. Oh, Kapi wills to... No, he won't survive. Only one M4A1. That's gonna go towards the next round as a save, as a gift. But that's probably not gonna be enough.
Well, so Storm, are we currently happy with the outcome for Partizan out of this half?
Yeah, we are happy. Oh, well, actually, objectively, we cannot be happy, but when we talk about statistics, yes, we are happy for them, how they actually managed to get 3 rounds in a row. That's not an easy feat on Enchen on T side. Tactical pause, the first one for Sashi on this particular map, and yeah, no wonder they actually took it.
Well, such a long break, but here comes the 11th round. We are almost at the end of the first half, and so we are tied in score 5-5. And Partizan once again with aggressive play. Okay, only this will result in a boost. And maybe some chaos with this push from Lucky, but he's good only for 1 kill. And that's simply not what Sashi expected from him, because he had the only primary rifle on their side in this round. Okay, maybe Iceberg will be good enough to cause some troubles. And Zyphon with a huge damage, because it's 4v2 for Sashi. What a outcome from these solo pick kills. I didn't expect them to be as important as they are. And Partizan turned out to be struggling in this one.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate Antidiko. Oh, Vladan falls down as well, and it's all up to Kindo. He spotted Becky, but he does not get the kill. And these are free weapons and pretty much a free round for Sashi. This shouldn't happen on the Serbian side, but it did. A lot of Czechoslovakian teams would know what's up, that's for sure. But it's 6-5. Sashi will be happy with this one. Yeah, and I gotta say that when it comes to Sashi and the pistols, man, they're magic sometimes. Especially when I remember the game against Passion UA in the first round that they actually managed to lose 3-13. I think all 3 rounds were with this kind of a buy for them.
Well, they tried something, Partizan, in an attempt to boost themselves on in the elbow, but unsuccessfully, because denied thanks to Cabby. Well, Collins at least finds the first one in this round for Partizan, but we are writing situation 2v3 after the second one. Don't call GG until it's over. Possibility for a plant bomb, but Collins is trying to make a play, and he comes out as the ace frag round of this round as we close the first round 6-6. And what a beauty from Collins to secure this round in favor of Partizan.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
KFC patří ke hře.
Největší komunita sáskařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.
What a way to leave off the first half. What a round by Partizan. I was expecting here to actually Collins fall down to Lucky, but he didn't, and he again manages to pull out a magical round. And I'm saying again because it was even against Nexus in the first round. 1 HP, 5-7 in hand, and Dust2 sealed the deal by him. And what an impactful round for Collins. 6-6 thanks to him, and Sashi hopes, on the other hand, to win this pistol on the C side and get themselves going in the second half, because they have to. Sashi cannot lose this map.
Yeah, and let's see who takes the lead as we head into the opening duels. They are just knocking on the doors. They are coming right up. Vladan just needs to be patient with his utility. He will try to block their opponents off with Molly. Here comes the smoke, and maybe through the smoke, possibly with flashbang. Some surprise from Sashi, but they will decide to rotate off to the B-bomb side. Something weird happened there between Emmy and Iceberg.
And Emmy has a lot of information. This is gonna go for a rotate from Partizan pretty soon, I think. These informations are gonna have a value of gold.
Donuts to A. Okay.
What?
And straight to the red room. What a surprise. What a decision. Collins, however, is ready here with USB. No, it is jumping backwards. Won't help you. Collins with double. Vladan adds one more, and Colin at the end of the day with a triple. Vladan ends this one off, and clean and easy pistol round from Partizan. And Sashi, they made a terrible mid-round decision.
Wow.
Yeah, it looked epic, but on the paper and on the server, they didn't stand a chance.
They fell flat hard from the epic side of things. But yeah, what a clutch by these guys. Collins, again, I think he managed to get 3 kills in this round. So 4 kills in the previous one, the quad kill, and now 3 kills. Man, he really knows how to time his form. And a momentum chance for Partizan to keep on the momentum, even on the CT side. They have to win this conversion though. Lucky gets one as a reply, 2 actually with the pistol.
With a
and
Glock.
Again, and a Glock, yeah. Thanks for emphasizing that. That's even more something to wonder. Dragon, this is gonna be a neat position. Yeah, it's Amy actually with the M4 inside. Gets the kill, and this is done. It's the 8th round for Partizan, and 5 left to go for them to actually take the crown of this match and move on through the tournament and quote-unquote send Sashi home.
Well, clean start from Partizan in the second half. Now we saw a great usage of utility towards the B doors, where of course Lucky caused some troubles, but Partizan dealt pretty good with that, and 2-round lead is secured for them, as Sashi will try to find the first answer during the second half. Here comes their full buy, but on the other hand, of course, on side of Partizan we will see only the bonus round, so we can expect them losing this one and then buying into the next round, because they didn't lose that many weapons and lives. As a huge favor for them was the fact they survived in all 5 men during the pistols. I'm not sure though how many players stayed intact, so if they bought armors entirely or not. Well, we will see. Not a great ton of money on Partizan, but great trades on mid. Zyphon found the dragon, but Kindo fought him off guard and made it 4-4.
It's definitely doable for Sashi, but look at Collins, the confidence of the Partizan boys have managed to get. This is gonna be hurt. This should be hurt. Oh my god, but
what a
Iceberg.
headshot.
Yeah, Emmy hits the deck.
Collins, he will check it, and now surprise, surprise from the backside as well. And Kindo with Vladan will save.
Insane. Insane how this actually played out. Everything, the foundation was there for Partizan. They actually had the sun cues, had the positioning, and actually 2 players to actually even trade for Iceberg, but no, nothing happened. And now it's up to Kindo and the LDN to actually save these guns. That's gonna be of utmost importance for them in the next few seconds. But to be honest, Sashi don't really have anything going for in the hunt. They themselves don't really have that much money at this state of Ancient. Kabi is still on the lure. But probably nothing is gonna happen. Nothing of importance. 7-8 from the Sashi perspective. Really important round.
Well played from Sashi. Nice open, but what was more important, great take of B lane and Cave, of course, from where they split into the B-bomb side and left Partizan hanging. And now only 4 primary weapons on CD side. In their equipment is shining 157 on Emmy, but a beautiful nade will maybe make the situation better for Partizan. Double nade, however, lands on the top of Emmy's head as well, as he stays alive on 28 HP only. But Collins here with a opener.
What a peek.
It's not his blood, it means he killed a player in elbow, judging by the radar as well.
Yeah.
So they can work with this information. However, Partizan doesn't have enough information from the B lane, and they maybe won't expect to play towards the A-bomb side. But here comes Dragon, a double stack in this position, but Becky will clear him both. And 2v3 situation still playable for Sashi, but Kindo here with an orthodox headshot with his M4.
Oh, kind of too aggressive.
Only fake plant. He's trying to lure someone out of his position, but Emmy with 1 HP will stay alive somehow, gets lucky against lucky, and seals the deal for Partizan. And even his 157 was enough, but of course the play around A main was a wonderful one from Partizan. They cleared out the whole strategy Sashi were preparing for.
Yeah, that was the elbow kill, but yeah, we gotta give it to Partizan. Those 2 proactive, let's say aggressive positions near the A main was pretty much what sealed the deal for them. 9-7. Sashi still have money though, and Zyphon shows that he's hungry for more kills. You can see the odds from Tipsport up above near the scoreboard. If you were 18 plus, you can get to this side and actually place a bet. 4v5, and if I was to bet here, I think Sashi is gonna be successful here, to be honest.
Well, all comes down to retake possibility.
That's a gamble.
For
Yeah, that's
Partizan.
a gamble.
Yeah, and either they decide to retake or save, which is the
Smart
better choice, of course. Well, the buy on their opponent's side is not the best one, but definitely saving this one is a great opportunity to farm some kind of money to ensure Dragon he will have enough to maybe get a drop or buy even himself. So good outcome for Partizan, of course. Losing this one hurts badly because thanks to the equipment they have, they were favorite in this round. But yeah, whatever. They have another chance. They are still in lead on their own map pick.
Yeah, and on the preferred side, that's gonna mean something too, right? Anyways, valid choice to save, and they're gonna capitalize off of it now because they don't really have to rebuy too much, and their economy situation is much better off with this decision. But still, it's 9-8, and Sashi know how to bite. At least that's what they are showing, even with some worse buys, and this is definitely far from over, as it looks like. Try to take from Partizan, or some elbow nades and nades towards the ramp. But not finding its mark. Still 5v5 with limited information on both sides. But Sashi takes the space near the ramp. And actually only Emi on the B side right now.
We are still waiting for the first contact between the both teams. As Sashi are stacked in front of the B-bomb side, but great flash will enable Vladan and Collins to do something, but exactly as you say, only one kill, that's definitely not enough in this situation. Suddenly 3v4, and Sashi are the team who will dictate the pace during this round. Kinder, however, with surprising position, can maybe surprise his opponent. And here comes the double, but the triple will not come in his favor. Berg was here only ready to turn his crosshair fast enough, and here is his possibility, here is his chance, but denied by Emi, and double digits on the side of Partizan as the score moves from 9-8 towards 10-8, and 3 rounds away are the Partizan from moving up to the 3-2 result in the Swiss stage, which will of course secure the possibility to fight for the intending on LAN in Prague. But what a play by Kindo. For a long time it looked like Sashi will expect this, but at the last maybe pixel, the player checking it, and I think it was Iceberg, just turned around and was carrying about Donut.
Yeah, that's insane. I actually have to say that was a huge Iceberg mistake. He managed to survive, get the kill in the end, but 2 of his compatriots were dead already, and that was one of the most impactful things that happened in the 18th round. Partizan on the horse, trying not to get off the saddle, and Collins with a kill. The second one, not so much. A lot of damage, but Partizan really have to clinch this one. They don't want to lose the round. Oh my god. Not again.
Well, that was a close call by Sashi. Vladan will not expect Iceberg. Well, that could go terribly wrong. But here we are in 1v3 for Cabby. The man who was playing in so annoying positions on Nuke is now left in a situation which, well, I don't think will go in his favor. Of course, kill on Collins should be an easy one, but then he looks like he's ready for this peak, for this information, as he takes this information. He wants the AK, and he will manage to slip in the CD for exactly enough time to pick it up and then kill Cabby with it.
Wow, what a round again. Huge chaos, but so far it seems that the Serbian side is able to thrive in it in most of those rounds. Definitely nothing to look forward to for the Danish one. Vladan with a huge luck, to be honest. And he managed to clinch 3 kills, 3 players, 3 frags, and 2 rounds for Partizan to win. And this one should be easy on paper. They're not even full Tech 9s on Sashi. 2 Glocks. Or actually, maybe 1. Yeah. It seems like this is gonna be a cleanup job.
Yeah, well, the amount of Glocks and other pistols doesn't matter apparently here. In this situation, Dragon will, in my honest opinion, outfrag both of the opponents on mid. 1 kill is already here. Not enough bullets, though, and this can cause a trouble, but USP is enough for Becky and Lucky. 12-8, and now Sashi need 4 in a row to force
Need a miracle.
OT. No a room for a single error for them.
Yeah, there's not enough space to maneuver. They got themselves into this situation with some kind of not so quality decisions in the last few rounds, and a bit of an unluck, to be honest. But still, it's 12-8, and Partizan can play with an open heart, with an open mind. They don't really have to worry, because even if they lose 4 in a row, it's still gonna be an OT. They still managed to win the first map. All cards for them are the right ones. Olins probably is gonna push this one, not sure.
Zyphon lost a ton of HP and will find his own deathbed on middle as Dragon kills him. Lucky, however, ready for instant refrag. And 4v4 situation unfolds here around the B-bomb site. 2 players in cave, and bomb is rotating as well. This will be a B-bomb site split. 2 players are waiting for that. And even Kindo is turning his crosshair to move forwards to B-bomb side. Great stack in cave. 2 kills should be enough. 3v2 situation for Partizan. And Kindo here with a frag against Becky. 1v2 situation for Iceberg. He doesn't have planted bomb. He has to do that in a matter of seconds, or maybe take a duel against Dragon. It will come in his favor, and now 1v1 against Vladan.
Oh, he plays it well. He buys his time, tries to bait, but Vladan is probably ready for this.
He saw the shadow!
You buy me a beer, mate, because that's what happened, and it's 13-8. And of course, Dragon and company, we're gonna be the more happy team here, and Sashi is falling down. After numerous good showings on a lot of maps, they actually lose the most important play, the last BO3. And in a span of 2 days, they're leaving 3 tournaments. Unfortunate for them, but we have to say, well done, Partizan.
Well played by them, definitely. I didn't expect that, and they proved me wrong. They showed why the odds were so close. Of course, they were slightly underdog in this matchup, but they managed to win this one 2-0, and by wonderful performance. What a beauties by Partizan and Storm. I have to say that actually we are one of the first one who will witness the final results of all of the matches in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and hopefully we're gonna see how the seeding for deciders actually pans out. Not sure if the production is gonna have it on time. These are, of course, all the results from today, and yeah, needless to say, there was a lot of action. Even a forfeit on the side of RUSHB. So, of course, for Dynamo Eclot and their fans and the whole Czechoslovakian community, this is a big deal that they actually managed to pull through. But still, some work to be done.
Yeah, that was so unlucky for RUSHB that they had to forfeit their match and fight for the playoffs. But it's life, it's CS, the team decided, and thanks to that we have the Czechs in the top 8 teams. So we are glad. Of course, me and Storm, we are both from Czech Republic. We are mainly the Czech casters, so we are glad to see Dynamo Eclot there. And here is the final bracket, Storm. So Fnatic and ENG managed to pull through without a single loss. Well played by them.
As expected, probably.
And ENG didn't even lose a single map. Fnatic did one against Passion UA.
Yeah, but still a very, very good showing for both of them. I think on paper, they should have gone through, and they managed to do it. Of course, another Slovakian foothold in there. Matis, of course, in the jersey of Fnatic. And let's see if we will be able to give you the seeding for the deciders. It seems like we're going to get some info soon. But when it comes to this match, man, I was glad that we pulled this one for us to actually cast. It wasn't it wasn't a match for 3 maps. We saw that, but still, it had a lot of entertaining parts.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, kind of unlucky situation for Pragono with Luba, because this match was a banger. I have to maybe leak it a little bit. They were expecting they will cast the third one, this exact match, and they were kind of unlucky, but as you mentioned, we are so happy to witness this exact result, and a beautiful showing from Partizan, who surprised us really well. And let's see the matchups. So ENG will fight against Partizan, and the Czechoslovakian derby in a matchup between Fnatic and Dynamo Eclot. That's kind of unlucky for DNE, but still,
that's unlucky for. That's unlucky for the Czechoslovakians. You know, on one hand, you actually have at least one of those, but still, all of these matchups, that's insane. It's going to be hard-fought battle for all of those teams. They have to win to actually advance to LAN. It's even noticed in the graphics. And this is not sorted by time. The times are still not in. This is only the matchups. But yeah, Dynamo Eclot against Fnatic, I have flashbacks to the major qualification, and it didn't bode well for Dynamo Eclot. They were so close to pulling through. Of course, a different iteration of the roster, but still, man, I'm excited for the next 2 days.
Maybe I have one more question for our production to show the bracket one more time, so we can a little bit yap about the remaining 2 matches as well, because we can't leave our 4 teams unmentioned. So a part of ENG and Partizan with Fnatic and DNE, we have 500 against Passion UA. That would be a maybe great choice for me. If I will look up some of the matches. And Navi Junior, a huge favorite in matchup against 9.
Yeah, I think the first one has a clear favorite. I think ENG should pull through. Well, not saying without issues. Partizan show a lot of promise, especially today, but ENG probably is going to go through. But Passion UA against 500, man, that's going to be explosive. The play styles, I guess the story maybe behind it, 500 are going to have to show that they want to get to LAN. They want to show what they're made of actually on the LAN itself. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. In the next 2 days, there's going to be a lot of bangers.
Well, definitely. But I don't have a pocket watch, so I guess it's time for us to close this one, Storm. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for attending on Twitch and other platforms, and thank you for supporting Tipsport Conquest of Prague.
Oh, yeah.
We will be here one more time tomorrow, not us two, but our colleagues, and they will of course provide you the first 2 PO3 matches where the winner advanced to the LAN.
Winner takes it all, and that's all from us. Have a good night, and looking forward to tomorrow.
Seš ready na další level?
Hackni realitu. Urči si vlastní pravidla a staň se tím, kým chceš. Game. Nová vůně od Straight.
Vodafone PLAYzone Arena. Chceš se bavit? Tady jsi správně.
KFC patří ke hře.
Hej, šéfe, dostanu vás ven. Tady máte Red Bull.
Co?
Dávám křídla.
Křídla, jo. Fakt vtipný.
Hraj svoji hru. S neomezenými tarify pro mladé je to v tobě od Vodafonu. Teď s Apple AirTagem za jedinou korunu.
Největší komunita sázkařů je tu i pro tebe, Jirko z Poděbrad, který si jako jediný z vaší hospody vsadil proti našim a myslíš si, že tvůj tiket nikdo neviděl. Ale my tě máme rádi i tak, že jo, pasto? Přidejte se k nám a získejte 500 jen za registraci. Tipsport, oficiální sponzor mistrovství světa IIHF v ledním hokeji.